And then the other thing, and this is where a lot of this started, was with this Dr. Chow guy who you called a troll. And I said, fucking Dr. Chow, when they agreed to do a podcast together, she's like, hey, what do you know about this guy? I go, he's a troll. I go, all I know about him is a troll.
Yeah, so like women desire men who either have these attributes. They have a lot of resources, which Ray ranks really low. They're great protectors, which Ray ranks really low.
Yeah.
They have high status, which Ray ranks really low. They have confidence in the future, which Ray ranks really low. And then competence, which Ray ranks really low. So that I think that's what.
Can we cut Dr. Chow off?
Him doing that, and so I'm like, I think he's a troll. And guess what? Turns out he was.
Yeah, Ray. You know about the one bad trick you pulled? Because, dude, he's a treasure trove of like cringe comedy and just complete folly.
I seen Ray with a girl once, but Dr. Chow took her.
Oh, wow, Bob. Now, come on. All right, now that's...
Well, I'm just saying.
Like, yeah, I told her that this guy's a troll. He's a troll. He's a fucking weirdo. He's got shit.
He's a troll or a chow?
This video contains gratuitous use of profanity and uncomfortable pauses to compensate for lack of professionalism and original thought. Viewer discretion advised.
Oh shit! Mud shark? You're not a mud shark. You're barely even a fish.
Oh, this is a pink podcast.
This is fucked up.
What's that too? They're actually podcasts out of Philadelphia.
Who knows you win by 2 radio?
Where's John DiCaprio? Did he ask about me?
Fuck Carl. He's effectively done in this business. On his podcast, catching people is John Domingo.
So I'm a dumb cop.
I'm hoping John DiCaprio is, but...
Take your fucking ball off, Barry!
Like, let me guess, does he attack everyone?
I'm gonna be yelling at him the whole time tonight. Your show sucks! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back into the Sunday edition
of this In the Paint podcast. How's everyone doing today? Happy Sunday. Sunday fun day today. How are we doing? Making sure everything's good. All right, cool. We're looking good. We're sounding good. Today, we're going to be trying to dive into the brain that is Raymond DeVito. It's going to be a jam-packed show. We have a lot to get to today. Welcome in to this special, like I said, Ray DeVito. Getting into the mind of Ray DeVito. We're used to seeing Ray just kind of on the surface. We're used to seeing him flail and repeat himself a whole bunch. And he streams almost every single fucking day. Collecting super chats. He's taken the Kevin Brennan model of I'm just going to read super chats and I'm just going to kind of wing it with no real plan. By the way, this picture's kind of fucking me up right now. I'm kind of realizing it. I haven't really looked at it before the show. This is an insane look. But this kind of really encapsulate who is Ray. Like, this is Ray in a nutshell. Ray's been on a rampage lately. That's what I probably should have named this show, Rampage Ray. He's been on somewhat of a rampage, and we're here for it. We're going to break it down. We have a special guest coming up. If you couldn't pick that up from the intro, Dr. Chow will be joining us, I believe, in about an hour or so, maybe less. I'm not sure. Chow, shoot me a text. But welcome into the show. Nonetheless, we have a great show to get into today. Lots to go over, lots to get into, lots to dissect and break down, and catch up with you guys. Nonetheless, it's been a whirlwind of a past couple days on the YouTube side of things, on the podcasting side of things, just in life in general. You know what I mean? So we're going to be getting into all that. Hopefully, everyone is having a good Sunday and a great weekend. Weekends go by too damn fast, though. We'll be here probably for the better part of, I'd like to say, 4-5 hours. I apologize about the delay. I was supposed to show up at 11:30, but I was trying to fix some things on the back end here to make sure everything was all right. And in tip-top shape, I was getting in to some Twitter arguments, and that's not like me. It's very uncharacteristic of someone like myself to engage in Twitter wars, but someone pointed something out, and it kind of sent me on a whole deep dive of the audio coming in from my, so I didn't know, like it's not that I didn't know, I just thought it looked good, but my audio is, I don't even know. I don't want to get into tech talk at the start of the show, but welcome into the show. We're back. We're doing it. How's everyone doing today?
We are back. We're in the bunker. We're doing it. We're having it.
It's going down. It's going down.
Everybody.
I'm very excited for today's show. Like I said, Ray DeVito, he's been on, we've been covering Ray now for the better part of a year. I think just probably the same amount of time we've been covering Steel Toe Morning Show is the same amount of time we've been covering Ray DeVito. And it started off where I would watch Ray and, well, first of all, I'd make fun of him because it's, how can you not, right? You tune on or you turn on anything that Ray does and it's, you could find, like, he's not being funny, but you could find the comedy within what he's trying to do. He's like doing a parody of what a comic is supposed to be. So as the time went on and as the weeks and days and months went on, I think we started covering Ray about March of last year. So it's coming up on a year. By the way, we are in February too, so happy Black History Month to all my blackies out there. Hopefully all you guys are sucking all your government assistance and taking advantage of the system. Black power, as they say. JK, that's kind of weird to even... Jesus. So yeah, we're going to be getting into some of that Black History Month, too. I'm just making sure everything's fine here. Sound a little low on my headphones. Yeah, so we've been covering Ray about, like I said, about a year. And when I first started covering Ray, I'd feel bad for him. I mean, there was times, you could go back and watch some of my past clips of me kind of, sticking my neck out there for Ray, because everyone would make fun of him, and I felt like it was, wrong because he's, well, just look at him. So I thought it was wrong to kind of go after him and pile on. And then we extended an offer for him to come on this channel to stream when he was going through the whole breakup with the Shuli network. We offered him 100% of the super chats. I think Dr. Chow offered him some money to leave the Shuli network. And Ray was very stubborn, and he wanted to do it his way. And look where that got him. But as time went on, I realized something about Ray. And it started to rub me the wrong way. I started to realize he would play this victim card for the sympathy play. He would want everyone to feel bad for him. All the meanwhile, continuing to do the same thing over and over again. Like, he would get advice from Carlos Danger. He'd get advice from B. Dabbler, myself, and everyone else. Everyone in this chat is always trying to help out Ray and always trying to go above and beyond to look out for Ray, to which he just laughs it off and ignores it and thinks he knows it all, which is insane. It's like, come on, dude, look at yourself. I mean, obviously, it's clear you don't know what you're doing. So I realized that about Ray, and I'm not at the point of hating Ray. I don't think it's a hate thing. But I think there's a lot of things that kind of go on where they're not really highlighted on a show-to-show basis. Like, you'll tune into the Shuli show or you'll tune into whoever's covering Ray, and they don't really get into what he's thinking or what he's doing or why he's acting the way he is. So I hope to get into some of that today. That's the plan. I hope to get into the mind of Ray with Chow. Obviously, if you've been following all of this, this past week, Ray has his number one target is Dr. Chow. Dr. Chow has now sent Ray into a soy frenzy, and it's amazing to watch him freak out and continue to lie, or allegedly lie, I'll say, because we'll get Chow on for his remarks and comments and answers to everything that's been going on. And hopefully we can't get some clarity by the end of it. Now, look, many of you are probably like, dude, Ray's fucking stupid. You're wasting your time. This is pointless. I get all that, right? I'm with you. But it's fascinating. It's fascinating to me to watch. To watch him spurg out, especially this past week. And he's pulling down episodes. He's pulling down past episodes with him and Ari Jane. So I hope to get into some of it and hopefully answer some of those questions, that some of you may have, or at least that I may have. And if you're watching and you want to call in today, feel free. You know how to reach me. If not, I mean, we're going to go on as scheduled here. So, it's going to be Pain in the Brain, a Ray DeVito type special. We have a lot more to get into, though, today. I'm very excited. Obviously, we have a little Steel Toe back in action. Steel Toe, like we've been covering the past, probably since we've been back here now, over a month. It's coming up on a month. Tuesday will be a month since the first show back. And we've been covering how desperate Steel Toe morning show. You guys know him, Aaron Emholt.
Who knows to Win by Two Radio?
Thank you, of course, Aaron. Aaron Emholt, we've been watching how desperate this man has truly become. And him, much like Gino Bisconti, they'll tell you how much they're above and beyond, and there's, professional broadcasters, and all of this shit is just, for the birds. But there they are on every fucking show covering what's happening. Which is fine. It's all fine and good. Cover all this shit. It's all ridiculous nonsense at the end of the day. And it should be laughed at. It should be mocked. It should be ridiculed. All of it. But to act like you're above it and act like you're better than it is where I raise my eyebrows at you. I'm like, why not just admit that this is what you watch and this is what you enjoy covering? This is what you enjoy watching. It's almost like you're trying to signal like a dog whistle, like you're better than everybody. It's like you're not. We're in the same fucking boat. You might have been on the radio 15 years ago, but guess what? We're doing the same thing. We're doing the same exact thing. So Aaron, in his recent, desperateness, he's been mentioning yours truly, Win by Two Radio, which, by the way, Subscribe to Win by 2 Radio.
Everybody else, go subscribe to Win by 2 Radio. I like him. He's always fun in the chat. He's always a good dude. He busts balls once in a while, but in a fun way.
Of course. So, yeah, he's been mentioning yours truly, and he's been using this same argument, right? You hear a lot of people, a lot of guys use this argument. It's a very lazy argument about my show and what I do here. They compare it to other shows or one show specifically, which we'll get into later. And I just think it's a lazy thing to do. It's the same argument you've had for the last year. It'd be like if I used, your begging as a point of reference and a joke on every show that I brought you up on. It would be insane. It's like, move on, pick something else to make fun of. Surely there's something else. But, so we're going to get into that. Aaron has Win by 2 on the brain. He's been wanting me to call in his show, which we're going to get into that and why I just don't jump at the request of someone else snapping their fingers and going, call into my show right now. It's like, pump the fucking brakes. Like, if we're going to do this, we're going to do it right. So we're going to get into that. We have the Hackamania, which was just announced this past week. Everybody knows Onion Con, Patrick Melton.
I'm a fucking dork nerd.
That you are, Mr. Patrick. At least he admits it, though, right? At least he admits it and doesn't shy away from it. But Patrick announced this Hackamania Onion Con in Vegas. Now, people, I think maybe last week or the week prior, they were trying to get my attention and wanting me to go to Vegas to watch Onion Con. I mean, that's ridiculous. And, a part of me thought about it for a second. I'm not even going to lie. Like, a part of me, I was like, this, we'll go, we'll film it, right? We'll film it all. We'll bring it back here. We'll make fun of it, right? It could be a fun thing. But then, the venue got announced, and they post the venue, obviously. And this place, I think Chow's going to be on for the breakdown of this place that they're hosting, Onion Con. And it's, it's the who's who of fucking retards, really. I mean, when you really break it down, I mean, you have people like, Earl Skenkel. Hi, Earl. How you doing? Mr. 2 Army over there. Earl's fucking holding it down for the twos, I will say. You got Earl Skenkel. You got fucking Hack Nap Dixon. You got Tukey, a puppet. You got fucking, Ray DeVito. Patrick Melton, and Carl Hamburglar.
Pathetic fucking loser and stupid fucking bitch.
So that is like, that's their lineup. That's their grand idea of what a poppin' show is going to be. But wait till you see this venue. I'm very excited. We just came across this maybe 2 nights ago now at this point, and me and Chow were looking at some of it. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe my eyes. Some of you might know where it's at. Some of you might think it's actually cool. We're going to tell you all the reasons why it's pretty gay and pretty fucking cringe coming up on the show today, which I'm very excited for, if not for nothing else. We have Tony Mazer and Chad. They're Mondays with Mazer. Well, it was actually Tuesdays with Tony. No, it was actually Thursdays with Anthony, I think, because they did it Thursday. So Chad and Tony Mazer, if you guys don't follow along and you don't know who fucking Chad or Tony Mazer is, I don't blame you. I mean, I really don't. And it's probably best you keep it that way. But if you're going to watch this show, I figured I keep, you got to keep people up to date. Some people are like, oh my God, we know Tony Mazer. We know who Chad is. Just move the fuck on. I can't. It's like there's certain people who I watch and it's hard for me to move on for because every time they show up, they do something more cringe and more ridiculous and more stupid than the last time they were on. So for me to turn away from that, I mean, I would be doing a disservice for myself. But Tony Mazer, we had Tony Mazer all riled up on his last Thursdays with Anthony show. He does the show with Chad Zumach once a week. They talk about nothing. They get together and kind of just reminisce about fucking, Tony Mazer's another one of these guys. He doesn't watch anything, but he could recite everything that happened the past week of what's going on in the Dabbleverse or the Hackverse or whatever we're calling it these days. So he's another one of these guys, much like Aaron, much like Gino, who swear that they're above and beyond anything that's happening in this. But like I said, he could tell you, what happened on Stuttering John at the 2-hour, 27-minute mark. It's like, well, I thought you weren't watching Mazer. Which is it? It's Stop, playing this. Oh, I don't watch. That is one of my biggest pet peeves as of late, because a lot of guys are doing this. They claim they don't watch the shows, but they could tell you about the shows. I mean, really, that bugs the shit out of me. It really does. Just admit you're watching the shows. I mean, what is the big fucking deal? You know what I'm saying? It's insane. So, but we had Mazer riled up because Mazer and Chad and Gino and Keanu, which we're going to get into as well, Melton and KB and Bob Levy and Stuttering John, all these guys are coming back to my neck of the woods in Atlantic City. Now, the last time they were here, it was much of nothing. I mean, we went out there. Obviously, it's not a far trip for me, so it's not really that big of a deal, to be quite honest with you. Again, Atlantic City, next week is going to be nice, but generally speaking, this time of year you don't want to be in Atlantic. You want to be the farthest away from Atlantic City as you possibly can. I mean, that's just like a general rule of thumb. So they're all coming to Atlantic City. Tony Mazer's apparently doing 10 minutes of improv or he just celebrated 10 years of comedy. 10 years of comedy. He's been doing comedy for 10 years. I mean, I don't see it. I mean, there's never been an instance where I've tuned into Tony Mazer. I was like, wow, that dude, that's a gut-busting laugh I just got from Tony Mazer. Thank God we have a comedic genius such as Mazer. We salute you. Thank God. Thank you for the laughs. I've never said that once. And, if you disagree with me, let me know in the chat. Because I'm curious to know, like, who is Mazer's demographic? Like, who is actually watching Mazer? And it's like, this ain't that bad. I get it. People are like, oh, I've watched Mazer and he's not that bad of a guy. He is, he's fine. He's harmless. He's a little piggy weasel. And I get all that. He might be a harmless, nice guy, but that's not why we make fun of people. Sure, they could be nice, fine. Well, we're not going to go after them like, we want to take them down. We want to just make fun of them and make them crack, much like we're doing with Ray. I equivalate Ray and Mazer on the same level. Like, they're the same. Ray's obviously a lot worse, but Mazer, is right there. So he's covering Ray on their last Mondays with Mazer show. He's covering Ray, and he's trying to make fun of Ray. I'm like, Mazer, you have zero room to talk. Again, tell us a joke. Quick. Joke. And he's got nothing. And he got all butthurt because we were throwing our virtual tomatoes at, just saying that is ridiculous. We're throwing, for people who don't know, we throw virtual tomatoes. So if you're in a chat room and you just see tomatoes being launched, this is where it started right here. The tomato launching segment, like we like to do around here. So we were throwing our virtual tomatoes at Mazer, and he blew a fucking fuse. And we're going to break that down. We're going to watch it. We're going to go back over it and have some laughs at Mazer's expense. The only time I laugh at Mazer is when I'm laughing at Mazer. There's nothing that he does where I'm like, holy shit, dude. That makes sense. 10 years of comedy. I tip my hat to you. And Chad, it's so weird with Chad. It's so weird with Chad because Chad has to, like, stick up for him. Like, Chad's his big brother. It's like, Chad, Mazer stinks. Move on. Move on. You're better than that, Chad. And I was speaking about a little Twitter altercation that I got into this past week, and it was over Chad. I forget the name of who I was going back and forth with, but we were essentially arguing, and my show sucks, it stinks, this, right, that, the whole nine. And come to find out, it was all over because they think I'm being friendly and want to be best friends with Chad. And like, if you know me, that couldn't be farther from the truth. I don't want to be friends with any of these guys. You know what I mean? I didn't get in this podcasting space to make friends with other podcast hosts, especially the likes of Chad Zumach. I could give credit where credit is due. I could say Chad has been good as of late. I could say he's been entertaining. Sure. But to go out on a limb and say, I want to be friends with Chad, it's like, I guess, sure. If that's what you're picking up, then fine. I guess you know who I want to become friends. It's just insane. I feel like I don't even need to bring it up because most people know this already. But, some people, they just can't read between the lines. They're incapable of doing that. So we're going to get into the Mazer stuff, the Steel Toe stuff, the Melton stuff. We have the Shuli, obviously. Where's my Shuli drop at? Shuli!
If I could be a Jew right now, I would be a Jew.
Shuli filed for Chapter 13 bankruptcy this past, not this past week, but it came out this past week. And we covered that on Wednesday's show when it first dropped. And I didn't really get too much into it because, like I said, at the time, what happens in shit happens in people's past. So to beat them up over that, I mean, unless you killed somebody or... You know what I mean? Like, did some heinous fucking shit, like some, lynching or lighting black people up on a cross and burning them and filming it to put on fucking world star hip hop. It's hard to beat someone up over stupid shit like that. But Shuli came out, I think it was the following day, and he laid on the sword and he had his little response. And not too many people broke it down, which is amazing to me. Because if this was Stuttering John, there would be emergency episode after emergency episode after. I mean, there would be like a 24/7 live feed going on right now between Shuli and Carl. They'd be doing volleyball back and forth of who's going to, carry the water to do this 24/7 fucking coverage of, Stuttering John's bankruptcy. So there wasn't too many people covering. I think Brennan was maybe the only one who covered it, maybe one other show, and that's about it. And I found that to be pretty wild. No one is talking about this. This is nuts. This is nuts. So we're gonna watch Shuli a little bit later. We're gonna watch him respond. Bob Levy is back. He's doing shows. The Levyverse is back in action. We're gonna get into a little bit. Boring as ever. I mean, we made this up a couple weeks ago now. The Trinity of Bores, which we got Earl Skakel, Nap Dixon. Chow made that up, so shout out to Chow. I don't want to infringe on his, his creations. Nap Dixon, Earl Skakel, Tony Mazer, obviously. But I think we need to add Bob Levy's Levyverse. I mean, maybe Bob Levy in general. I don't know what's been going on with Levy. I've been watching him as of late, keeping a close eye on him, and he just seems very disinterested. He seems like he doesn't want to be on the Shuli Network. This whole Stuttering John thing is, kind of aging on him. And it's like, I don't even blame him. I don't even blame him. You can only cover one guy so fucking much. And I've been shouting this since last summer. It gets old. Keep it fresh. Do it once in a blue moon. But I mean, that is all they have. That is literally all they have. So they have to just beat it to death. Now it's come to a point because Stuttering John can be laughed at. He can be mocked. And just like anybody, no one is immune to being mocked or criticized. And Stuttering John is a perfect candidate, right? But they've done this whole Stuttering John thing to death, and it's really taken a toll on the host of the show, Levy being one of them. So I've been watching Levy. We're going to break down some Shuli clips, Shuli response, obviously, and the whole Levyverse thing. We're going to catch up with our boys from K-Cuck, Corey Adam. We were supposed to get Tom Chillstrom on, but I think we're going to save that for next show. Our buddy Tom Chillstrom. Tom Chillstrom, I mean, this is his favorite month, by the way, Black History Month. Tom loves this month. You should see some of the emails Tom sends me about Black History Month and the KKK. I'll tell you guys at another time, but we're going to catch up with our boys on K-Cuck. They're still going strong. They really surpassed over the summer. We made a bet that K-Cuck would only last 15 episodes. Well, they're at 28, so I'll have to eat my words and say, the wonderful, awesome, hard-hitting, gut-punching podcast that is K-Cuck. They proved me wrong, so I'll eat my words. You guys are still going strong. We're going to watch a little bit of it and see the state of K-Cuck and everything that is K-Cuck. Let me see. And then also, too, last but not least, we have this Keanu coverage, which I was on Keanu's show. Keanu C. Thompson, of course. Last week, we were going through this whole thing with a lot of people in our chat. Chris Mack, Beloved Chatter, and Colt C, I believe. All were banned in Keanu's chat, and this was brought to my attention live on the show, and it took a few shows to get through to Keanu and for her to see the light. And long story short, she unbanned you guys. So if you guys want to cause havoc or stop by in her chat, by all means, you guys are unbanned. We're going to watch some of that. But there was a detail in this when I was on her show helping her unban these people. There was a detail in this which I found to be insane. But I just want to say, and I'm very proud of this moment, that free speech prospers once more, especially in this Black History Month. So welcome into the show, guys. We have a lovely, exciting show to get to. This In the Paint podcast.
Did you say he went hard in the paint?
He went hard in the motherfucking paint.
And I'm very excited to get to all of it. Like I said, we have a special guest coming in at some point. I think Chow, he's going to be stopping by at about maybe within like a half hour or so. So we're going to get to a few things at the top of the show, and we'll bring him on. We'll cover some of this Ray stuff, Raymond.DeVito. Let's see here. Let's go to the chat, and I'll take some chats real fast. How's everyone doing? Chris Mack says, Colt C and I have made our triumphant return, but beloved chatter has not been freed. Oh, wow. Oh, beloved chatter is still blocked. Wow. Okay, so this is news to me. I thought Keanu had taken care of all of this, but apparently only 2 out of the 3 gentlemen are unblocked. What's up with that, Keanu? I dream about Keanu, and it ain't pretty, says Rain. What are some of those dreams entail, Rain? Can you disclose in the chat for us what your dream? I mean, that's pretty nuts. But I'd love to hear what some of those dreams are about. Sean Daly says, Chow's a real mega douchebag. Wow. Where is Honk? Honk the mega clown. What's his name? Honk beloved mega clown. Is he in here today? Because I know he loves, Dr. Chow is his favorite character in this little universe. Sean, I sent a super chat. Okay, hold on. Sam V says, I sent a super chat. Oh, look at that. Sam V for coming in for $1.99. Is that showing up on the screen here? Let me just make sure. Yes, it is. Sam V coming in for the $1. Kicking us off right, Sam V. We appreciate that, man. Mersh!
Man, money's just fake, man. Right?
Steel Toe Kids call Chad chatty. Viva Spurgtopia. Fuck Shuley. I couldn't agree more. Steel Toe Kids. That's insane. Steel Toe's kids call Chad chatty. Like daddy, but chatty. It wouldn't shock me. Chad, say what you will about Chad. And I've been talking about how desperate Aaron has become. And it's gotten to a point where Aaron is now reaching out to Chad Zumach. Or at least trying to and attempting to. For the last week and a half. This was somebody, Chad was somebody who said he was going to, forcibly penetrate April, Miss Megamind, who I'm wearing on my shirt. If you guys can't see. Megamind. Remember that nickname, Megamind? Megamind and bitch tits. I think we called him. How ridiculous. Phenomenal, I will say, but ridiculous at the same time. So Steel Toe's kids call Chad chatty, which is amazing. And Viva Spurgtopia. Fuck Shuley. Of course. Fuck Shuley is right. They put me through fucking hell. Breaking my neck. Pretty much practically breaking my neck. The recovery time, it's been nuts. It's really been insane. But thank you, Sam V. We do appreciate that. Letting us know that Steel Toe's kids call Chad chatty. Pulper 80 gifting a Win by 2 membership. Thank you for that, Pulper. Good to see you here. Who'd that go to? Who's getting a Win by... We got to do I've been saying this, but we have to do a members-only stream. But some of this stuff, I need everyone to see. You know what I mean? It's I would just go behind the paywall, but then it's not everyone's going to see what we're doing here. And most of this stuff, especially the last couple of weeks, needs to be seen by the masses and shared and clipped and all that good stuff. Johnny Boy 1 getting that membership. Welcome into the Stub Toe group.
Kudos to Win by 2 Radio.
Guys, make sure whoever's gifting memberships today, just give them a thanks. And, we do appreciate that. Thank you, Pulper. And welcome in Johnny Boy. Beloved batter, Honk the Clown says, Pulper, my dude. So Beloved is here, I'm putting in clown face. Will Little Mir also be joining today's show? I mean, I don't think so. He's not planned to be joining the show today, but I mean, who knows? Anything is possible. Anything is possible on an In the Pain podcast. Who knows? Have a couple drinks, and who knows who's going to be joining today's show? Chow is the only one scheduled, but Mir also could join as well. Honk, I mean, help me out here. Who would you say you despise more? Is it Mir? Is it Chow? Is it both equally? Definitely drop that in the chat because I'm curious to know who Honk hates the most here. And I want to put something in the chat. We'll save that. We'll save that for later. I'm going to start a poll later on in the chat about Chow because we watched on the intro video of Ray DeVito. And Ray, like his biggest thing about Dr. Chow this past week is he's a troll. So that's the question I want to ask everybody. Is Dr. Chow a troll? Now, really think about this. Like, what entails trolling? Like, what do you have to do to qualify as a troll? Is it making, funny videos, pointing to things, highlighting certain things, making fun of whoever you're making fun of? Is it that, or is it making fun? It's just as simple as making fun of somebody. Is it trolling, or is it just making fun of somebody? And then the way these guys cope about it, they say these guys are a troll. Like, probably many people will call me a troll, which is all fine and good. I mean, I don't think I'm a troll. I mean, sure, we like to dabble. Ugh, can't believe I just used that word. But, I wouldn't say overall what we do here is a troll. We like to just play what these guys do and just make fun of that. I mean, that is that is what we do here. Pretty cut and dry. There's no, gotchas, you know what I mean? Let's see. Eric Estrada from Chips for 5 coming in. We appreciate that, Eric. He goes, this is a great point, by the way. Guys, observe this. Shuli is basically Derek Chauvin, justice for or John Floyd. I mean, that's amazing right there. Yeah, Shuli is practically like Derek Chauvin, having his knee on the neck, pretty much killing anything that's good for morning broadcasting, morning radio, morning anything, morning YouTubing, streams. I mean, he ruins it for the rest of us. So yes, in that aspect, now maybe you meant it in a different way, but that's how I'm taking it. He's killing everything that we love. Thank you for the 5, Eric Estrada from Chips. We do appreciate that. I mean, it's insane. Yeah, we have some Shuli to get into later today. He laid on the sword. Sean Floyd. Oh yeah, that's my new nickname, by the way, Sean. We watched Aaron, and we'll get into it all, and you'll know why my new nickname is not Blade anymore. So you can't call me Blade. Call me from this point on Sean John. So we'll get into that, of course. Thank you, though, everyone who's contributed into today's show. We do appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Let's catch up with some more. Make no mistake, normal folks hate a guy like Ray. I mean, yeah, 100%. 100%. And I could see why. I could see why. Now, some people... See, like I said at the top, I'm pretty much... I'm on, and I'm pulling a Bob Levy here, but I'm on the fence because I don't, as of right now, I don't necessarily hate Ray, but I don't like him either. You know what I mean? It's a weird place to be in. I get it, he's harmless. I get it, he's dumb, he's slow, but is he? Like, that's the question. That's the question we're going to be posing today. Is he really this dumb? Is he really this retarded? And we're going to give some reasons why we think he does the things he does. So we'll get into that. Pulper coming in for $2. Spurtopia cures cancer. That's just a known fact. You guys can Google that. Make sure to do that. Spurtopia, if you guys Google that. What cures cancer? What cures leukemia? Lupus. I don't even know if lupus is a type of cancer. I think these are just diseases I'm naming. But you get the point. Spurtopia cures all. So join Spurtopia, guys. If you have a link, drop it in there and join. You'll get all the updated information about what's going on from the Hackverse, or just if you want to chit chat and bullshit. I'm in there, but I'm not really, and I don't really use Discord all that much. I mean, messaging, here and there, but definitely join Spurgtopia. It is a nice, safe place, despite what Stevie Lou may have to say about his wife or something like that. I think Stevie Lou is actually lying about that, and that actually never happened, so don't listen to the naysayers. All right, so let's get into some show. I have some stuff I want to get into. Let me just thank you for that, Pulper. We do appreciate that. I have some thing. Let me just make sure. Should be an hour and 15, says Chow. Okay, so that was about a half hour ago. So Chow will be joining us in about a half hour or so. So I have a couple things I want to bring up at the top here of today's show. I do want to take a shot while we're covering some things. I was going to play the Ray clip, but let's start off with something small. I have this Carl clip. Let me get Ray off my screen. Look, this is what's staring at me right now. I mean, this is bizarre. I mean, this is nuts. I feel Ray's daggers and his ball. I mean, when was this even from? What were you doing? Why did you think this was a great idea to post on social media, Ray? I mean, geez. But this is what's been staring at me for the last 25 minutes. So if you guys think I'm a little flabbergasted there, you know why. All right, so I want to get into... Let's get into this Keanu thing first, and then we'll move on from there while we await the arrival of the one we call Dr. Chow. Is he a troll or is he a truth seeker at the end of the day? We're going to answer that question later. But I want to get into this Keanu clip. So this is where I was on the show on Keanu Cast. This was Keanu Cast. So she does 3 shows, Tremendous Tuesdays, Wine-Filled Wednesdays and Balkin' All Thursdays, I think, or Thirsty Thursdays. Keanu Cast 38. Again, I go on to kind of help her out and guide her through because, like I said, I had 3 of my guys in the chat that were complaining for the better part of a week. We're banned. What's happening? Free speech. What's going on here? And I feel like their voices weren't really heard, especially Gino was kind of giving Keanu shit about it. He would yell at her and I can only speculate that he was probably beating her off camera. I mean, I don't know that to be true, but I mean, one can only imagine, right? If he's doing all this on camera, what's he doing off camera? He's probably whipping her and tying her up and putting duct tape over her mouth and blocking everybody in the chat who has a one little bad critique or any little negative comment. Gone. See you later. Colt C, shut the fuck up. Don't even come back. Just leave. And your voice doesn't matter, essentially. All the while claiming, hey, I'm a free speech guy. Well, it's like you're not because you're blocking people. And it's as cut and dry as that. And again, Colt C, Chris Mack, Beloved Chatter. Now, again, this is news to me. Chris Mack just pointed out that, what's his name? Beloved Chatter is actually still blocked, which, I mean, that's nuts. Keanu, I mean, what's going on? I feel duped. If that's the case and we were on here and you were like, yeah, I'm blocking them all. And then you leave Beloved Chatter off the list. I mean, I feel pretty, I feel duped. That's not a good feeling to have. So let's get on the Beloved Chatter. I taught you how to unblock people now, so let's make that happen. So there was one interesting thing I wanted to point out on this, and that's how many people we actually come to find out. Because it wasn't just Chris, it wasn't just Colt, and it wasn't just Beloved. I mean, that's bad already, right? I mean, 3 people to ban anybody, I mean, is a crime against humanity. But to ban 3 people, I mean, holy shit. But we actually come to find out there was more. The list is a long list. And I think I have it queued up here. So let's check it out. This was myself, which you could see I'm the free speech guy over here. That's my name on that I make in StreamYard. Free speech guy right there. I stand for the first. Keanu and Miss Michaeline Thompson. Again, Michaeline is a rock star. I think she's, quite frankly, like one of the best in this universe. I really think she should probably do her own show. I think she would have a large audience on just by herself. I mean, quite frankly, I mean, if we're being honest, Keanu, I mean, if without Michaeline, I mean, your show would probably sink to the bottom of this ocean we call YouTube, right? So, yeah, Miss Michaeline, the rock star of the show, and obviously Keanu, who at the time of this recording, she was anti first. Now it seems that she's kind of seeing the light, and that's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. People seeing the light, coming to their senses, like, oh shit, I got to snap out of this. Like, what am I doing? I'm no better than, you know, some of these other dictators out there. So let's check it out. This is Keanu, myself, and Miss Michaeline, and we're gonna get to this interesting development here. How many people she actually had blocked, critiques, and you know that.
I know exactly.
Sorry, just give it. Like I said, this is a big step, and I feel like everyone is worthy of a second chance. And let's just fast forward.
Does this mean they're all banned?
All right, here we go. And there's probably a laundry. All right, here we go.
Settings. Okay, so now I'm in the internet. Okay, so now it says general channel upload defaults, permissions, community.
Yeah, it should be community, and then if you scroll down, you'll see hidden users.
Ooh.
And there's probably a laundry list. There's probably more than just 3, I'd imagine. There's probably there's probably like 50. Right. I was just kind of guessing there, right? I'm just kind of, winging it. I don't know how many people she actually has blocked. I don't really keep tabs on all that, but I said 50. It was close.
And they're all banned.
By the way, if you're drinking with us today, please drink responsibly. Do not drink and drive unless, of course, you have to. Keanu. Where it says hidden users, yes, that means
should I count right now?
Yeah.
Are they banned on yours, Keanu?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Listen
10,
to this.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Oh my
16,
God.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27,
cast of
28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36.
Wow.
I've never seen this symbol.
Shit.
36 people were blocked on her channel. Without her knowledge, by the way. These are just, that producer Robert who, again, I think this guy is, there's some skeletons in this producer Robert's closet, and we're probably going to be doing an expose coming up probably in the near future on this producer Robert. What does he know? Why does he censor? Why does he block? What kind of dirt does he have on Keanu? What kind of dirt does he have on himself? So, producer Robert, rest assured, don't think I forgot about you. Your time is approaching rapidly. So you got this producer Robert guy, you got Gino obviously in there, and they're just fucking boom, 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 blocking away, boom, 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 boom. Oh, Keanu, we hate your outfit, blocked, you're gone. That's ridiculous. That is insane. 36 people, mind you. 3 of them were my guys. I just want to say, if you were a victim of censorship in the Keanu Cast YouTube channel or even the Gino Bisconti YouTube channel, please reach out to me. I'm taking on clients now. I feel like this is my life's purpose between that and filming comics. I feel like this is my life's mission and work to unban the band and, obviously to film comics too. So yeah, if you've been a victim of this, please reach out to me and I'll take your case pro bono, free of charge. We're not looking to make any money. We just want justice to prevail and free speech to prosper. That's what this is all about. Let's keep watching. Holy shit.
Okay, there are a few on here that I completely understand. Probably more than half of them. Well,
how many did you say? 40? Over 40?
No, 36.
36.
I didn't even know
wow.
what was going on. All right, well.
These people got to start paying me more.
Right.
Jesus. I'm perplexed right now.
I know.
So that's it. 36 people is the number. So again, reach out to me, winby2radio@gmail.com, and we will be on the case. 36 people. And, we got 2 of them unblocked here on this show, which I am proud, so far. My average is pretty good. It's 2 out of 3. Now let's work on this beloved chatter. Keanu, let's please work on this beloved chatter thing, and let's get beloved chatter up and ready to go by Tremetuous Tuesdays or Taco Tuesdays or whatever the Tuesday episode you guys do is. Let's get beloved chatter chatting. You can't be a beloved chatter while you're blocked, right? So let's fulfill the prophecy that is beloved chatter. 36 people. I thought that to be nuts. And it didn't really, I didn't really process that in the moment because, you hear such a big number like that. You're like, holy shit. 36. So, again, reach out to us and we will try to settle some of these people who have been dealt and injustice. Happy Black History Month, guys. We are celebrating Black History Month all month long. We're going to be doing some shenanigans, playing some games, Probably not on today's episode, but definitely on the next episode. But yeah, I mean, this is a Black History Month to remember. Jeff Closer coming in for the 222.
Man, money's just fake, man.
Say,
right?
Ray is pretty dumb. Yeah. I mean, let me heart that, because that's pretty much sums up Ray in a nutshell. Pretty dumb. Yeah. Simple. 222. Ray's dumb. Yes. It's all you need to know. I mean, really, that could just be summed up. I could just take Jeff Closer's chat and I could sign off. I mean, that's really the whole point, and everything behind today's episode is, yeah, practically Ray's dumb. But we're going to be looking further. So maybe I won't sign off. Thank you for that, Jeff. We do appreciate that, man. You guys helping out, keeping the lights on around here, helping us build a new foundation and new projects and funding this operation we call the Two Nation. Earl Skakel. All right, let's keep it moving here. We have a lot to get to. We have Chow coming on in about a half hour or so. So we've been talking about Atlantic City. We've been talking about events. We've been talking about Hackamania. We've been talking about all these things where all these fucking nerds, and rest assured, they are nerds. All of them. All of them. All of them are nerds. And it just so happens that these nerds have a platform. Like I always go back to this. We'll look back on this time period in history and we'll realize how fucking, how fucked up and at a disadvantage we were. Because back in the day, at least when I was younger, we used to make fun of these kind of people. And maybe it's always been like this. And as you get older, you just realize that, nerds just run everything. Maybe that's just how it's always been. But I don't ever remember it being that way, just even 5-10 years ago. But as of late, and especially with the internet now, the dawn of the way the internet operates, it's like you give these nerds a platform and, they're seeking revenge on the common person like myself or like you guys in the chat here today. They want revenge because we were mean to them one time in high school. We pushed them into a locker. We gave them a swirly. We tied their fucking shoes together and watched them fucking fall down the steps. So now their payback is they're going to unleash havoc on us. One of these nerds is Carl Hamburglar.
Pathetic fucking loser and stupid fucking bitch.
Carl is one of these nerds who he likes to get together and he likes to play podcast live. He's got his mom with him that he married. It's pretty weird. It's an incestuous relationship he's got going on. Jenny Jingles, his mother, of course. They do these events, DabbleCon and WATP Live, and they travel all over, and people go see them, and it's pretty bad. I mean, now I know a couple pro Carl people here. Some of you might be here in the chat. I might be speaking directly to you, and you might go against this opinion. You might go against this notion here that I think Carl is a complete and utter fucking loser, clown. I've always kind of said this. What really pushed me over the edge of really despising Carl, like to a point where I just I can't not, I didn't like you to begin with, but now that. It was the whole steel toe thing. Now that you had your chance to cover steel toe and you didn't, and wait, we know this story by now. That's what really did it for me. So it's like anything you do now, it's just, I can't even take serious. And the fact that other people do, the fact that people are actually spending their hard-earned money and going around to these events around the world, whether it be Detroit or Florida, which he's got this event coming up in Florida, and I believe maybe Tampa. This is courtesy of Hackverse Anonymous. This is just something small I saw over on floating around on Hackverse. But it's these events, and, just listen to the lineup that Carl thinks is a winning lineup that people are going to love. And now there are going to be some people that love this lineup. But it's like, I don't know. It's just not, maybe it's just not for me. Listen to this lineup. It's pretty ridiculous.
22nd. You're going to want to get your ass there. It's a Friday night, and you'll get to see who are these podcasts live. We're also going to have the Revenge of the Cis guys there doing their.
So he's bringing merch.
Man, money's just fake, man. Right?
So you got WATP and merch
show. So it's a twofer. And the list of people who will be at the show. I am talking.
Listen to this.
Dr. Steve.
Dr. Steve. Okay, so far we got WATP, Mersh and Revenge of the Sith, Royce, Dr. Steve. Okay, go on. Who else?
I am talking Vinny Paulino. Remember I was saying he wasn't...
the hack Vinny Paulino who just agrees with everything you say? Okay, it's like nobody likes these guys. No, like these, you know what I mean? You're bragging as if Vinny Paulino is a draw. Vinny Paulino is not. Vinny Paulino makes me not want to buy a ticket. You know what I mean? You should remove, like, he could perform at the event, but just remove his name from the bill because it's, quite frankly, it scares people away. Vinny Paulino. Dr. Steve. It's like, where do I sign up, Carl?
Very good. That was a joke. He's great. Come see him live. I am talking Tukey. I'm talking...
Again, this puppet, I get it, right? Tukey might be hilarious. Some of you might love Tukey. I love to watch the puppet. Yes, puppet. Guys, I mean, most of us are adults, right? Why are we... It's one thing to watch the puppet on YouTube. It's another thing to go live and watch a puppet. I mean, are we living in the same plane of existence here? Or is it only insane to me? Like, I mean, seriously. Who is paying to go see these people? Tukey, Vinny Paulino, Carl, and Royce and Mersh, who are mocked and ridiculed. And quite frankly, are just one of the two biggest buffoons the internet has to offer.
Talking Cardiff. Jenny Jingles.
So Cardiff, another filter guy. Jenny Jingles, his mom. I mean, this is all bizarre, man.
Andy. Loose.
Andy. Like, Andy? From who? Toy Story? Like, what Andy? There's a million Andys in the world. Which Andy?
Lucy Tightbox.
Lucy Tightbox. Isn't that the chick who's Anthony Cumia's fucking squeeze now? Who she can't help herself but eat on every podcast she's on. She's eating fucking Fruit Loops. She's eating Lucky Charms. She's stuffing her face with fucking pork bacon on a podcast and chewing into the microphone. I mean, again, Lucy Tightbox? Nobody's going to pay to go see Lucy Tightbox. They might go pay to see Lucy Tightbox for other reasons, but not the podcast. Trust me. So there's like not one person here where I'm like, oh my, I have to go see this. And he's such a fucking loser. The way he's trying to sell this. Now, I have said, in the past, the only thing Carl is decent or good at is marketing and knowing how to sell, right? He's a salesman at the end of the day. So, just looking at his face here, it's just, it makes sense. Like he like to his audience, they see a smile, they hear all these names, and they're like, they equivalent it to like, oh my God, this is going to be a great time. It's like, no, it's not. It's going to be a bore fest. You're going to waste your money and, quite frankly, waste your time. And time, you can't get time back. Once you give away your time is gone forever. So do you really want to spend your time watching a fucking make-pretend fucking potato, a puppet, Lucy Tightbox who eats fucking, blueberry fucking parfaits on podcasts, and who else? Vinny Paulino. I mean, give me a fucking break. Save your fucking money and time.
And someone's going to win a date with her for that weekend. That's very exciting. Producer Chris is going to be there.
Oh, Producer Chris.
I will be there. Did I say Dr. Steve? Dr. Steve will be there.
Carl's really the most important of all.
So he says Dr. Steve twice. I mean, this is bad.
Well, yeah, I would imagine. I would hope so. I would hope so. Last but not least.
I think if it's just Tukey, everyone's still going. But
that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, so that is the big event that they got going on. Coming up now, like I said, we're going to be breaking down some of this Hackamania event coming up. Melton's big event that he's got. Carl, much of the same people. Carl, Tukey. I don't know, man. It's just not for me. Maybe it's just not for me. Maybe it's just a me thing. I don't know. I just can't wrap my head around how some of these people, like, they'll actually show up to this and this is their weekend. It's not me being a party pooper. It's not me being a downer. I'm being a realist. Like, if I'm going to spend my money, I'd rather spend my money on something that I know for a fact it's going to be a home run. You know what I mean? I don't want to take a chance, go see a puppet, waste fucking, $77, and it'd be a complete fucking disaster. I mean, I don't know. Again, maybe it's just a me thing. Maybe people actually love this shit. Maybe actually, it's great. And, all is well in the world. Pulper 80 coming in for 99 cents. Super sticker, I think. Thank you for that, Pulper. We do appreciate that. And B Smiley coming in for 99 cents. Thank you. We're racking it up today, guys. We appreciate that. Thank you, Pulper, and thank you, B Smiley. Yeah, I mean, is anyone seriously, really going to any of these events? I mean, I'm curious to know. I'd love to see, who is actually going to be. What's a type box, says Sam V. I mean, if you don't know, just ask Lucy. She'll fill you in. Stints, says the taxes theft. Poper says 99 stints. That was Kumia's surgery. Dr. Chow says, Ray loves getting mad about things that didn't happen, and I love watching. Yeah, it's great. We're going to get into it when you come on here, Chow. This is me stalling time, by the way. Misdemeanor says, I'm going back to my dark hole. Have a good show. Thank you, Misdemeanor. Enjoy your dark hole. Doodle says, Be Smiley. Okay. Be Smiley, if you are absolutely correct, Ray, doctor shops. Logging Road King says, no, I have a life. I mean, that's right. That's how it should be. You should, most of this shit should just be left on the internet. When you bring this to the outside world and you try to explain to the average person, what it is you're watching or what it is you're doing, they look at you like you're nuts, right? So why would you go out and take it into the outside world? I mean, to me, that's just nuts to me. I don't know. But I know most people think I wouldn't show up to that. You couldn't pay me enough money to go. Like the Tatars, says Christopher Batson. Like the Tatas. I read that wrong. Bluff Chatter says, these events all seem like this comic conventions where nobody signed things for nobodies. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just bizarre. Wait till you see this Melton stuff, though. I'm going to save that for Chow. When Chow comes on, we're going to break it down together. Logging Road King, these events are just... that's really the point. There's no other way. I mean, there's not any other way I could say this. Logging Road King just sums it up perfectly. These events are just plain pathetic. So, I mean, really taking the words out of my mouth. Chris Max says, because Ray was already acting like a fucking retard back when Kevin had him and Ashley Cummings on MLC early in the pandemic. And I think that may have been in between his accidents, but I'm not positive. All right. Hey, Blade, do you have any advice on how to cut down hanging patches of insulation? Do I have any advice on how to cut down hanging patches of insulation? I mean, this isn't really the show for, tool talk. Just get your best fucking box cutter knife and cut it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what do you want me to say there? But yeah, I mean, I do a tool talk show every night, 7 to 8 p.m. So you might want to tune in then, and I'll give you my best tool talk tips. And we'll do a call-in show as well. So yeah, text Steph. Thank you. All right, so let's keep it moving. So this is, we'll get into some of this race stuff now. So, and this will kind of lead up to Chow's call in here. So over this past week, Ray, a lot of people have been getting on Ray. We know this Franklin Sheckler character who I mean, he's, I criticize these characters, these puppets, these animations, these creatures, these nerds, these dorks that hide behind filters. I'm pretty harsh on them. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I'm really not, though, because it's like no one else is. Like, they all think it's cute. They all think it's fun. Just because they're a puppet and they're not actually a guy in front of a camera, like, they can't make fun of the puppet or the animation. I disagree with that. I think they should be made fun of even more. But it seems like most of the time I'm on an island. I don't really see anyone else making fun of these animation creature puppet things. So, but one of these guys who actually, I don't think actually does bad work. I actually think he does, out of them all, is probably one of the best. to be quite honest. And that's or Franklin. I was going to call him Ryan Sheckler. That's the skateboarder. Yeah, it's definitely not Ryan Sheckler. Ryan Sheckler is doing the complete opposite than watching everything that goes on here. Ryan Sheckler's out doing Ryan Sheckler things. Franklin Sheckler, however, Ryan's cousin, on his spare time when he's not skateboarding or surfing or slamming puss, like Earl Skakel would say, he makes funny videos, or not even funny. I mean, they're truthful videos that just, have humor throughout. So yeah, I mean, I guess in a way that is funny. But he makes these videos about Ray DeVito, and he highlights certain things that Ray will talk about. And Ray gets really worked up about these vids that Franklin Sheckler puts out. So Franklin made a video this past week about Ray's latest stand-up clip, and it was I guess, I don't even know if it was I guess it wasn't a parody. But essentially, he takes Ray's stand-up clip. The video's not up anymore. Ray has officially struck this video, which is insane. Because it was, when you watch, and I saw this video, I think it was on Rumble or somewhere. I don't want to play it because Ray would probably strike my show, which is insane. Ray, stop. Why are you striking people? Why are you, you know what I mean? That's such a fucking dick move. Especially when it's transformative content. What Ryan Franklin Sheckler did. Franklin took this clip of Ray's stand-up and took out all the laughs and all the applauses. Probably how it really sounded. I mean, you don't know. Most of these comedy clips that we watch and digest on YouTube or wherever, I mean, most of them are fueled and backed with laughing tracks. Now, how much, laugh tracks are actually used, I mean, that's a different question. Some people don't use them that much. Some people go all out with laugh tracks. So it wouldn't shock me in the clip of Ray's stand-up that laugh tracks were used throughout. So Franklin, what he did is just remove the laughs, remove the claps, and just added people kind of just staring. I mean, it was quite hilarious, and it was very transformative. But Ray DeVito blocks Franklin Sheckler, and this is, like, Ray's on a rampage right now. And this was from Franklin. It says, fake comedian Ray DeVito can't handle a joke, so he takes a break from menacing women to submit a YouTube claim on what is clearly a transformative work. And here we go right here. This was, hi, Franklin Sheckler. This was, I guess, emailed from YouTube to Franklin due to a copyright removal request that we received. Your video will be taken down from YouTube in 7 days. Isn't that The Ring? You guys remember the movie The Ring? That fucking horror flick where, like, they would call you up and they'd be like, 7 days. And then 7 days later, the person would die. I mean, that's kind of scary, YouTube. Maybe push it to 10 or 5 days, but I don't know. Your video will be taken down from YouTube in 7 days. Ray DeVito, Ohio Comedy Special. And that was the video. Video title, Ray DeVito Comedy Special. Content use, stand-up comedy. Content found in was in the entire video removal request issued by Rock Bottom Pod, Ray DeVito. So he's gone full block mode. People are comparing this to Stuttering John, where when Stuttering John doesn't like something, he'll block. I don't know that to be true. I haven't really followed Stuttering John all that much to know if that's what he does and if that's true. Again, I watched this video that Franklin Ryan Sheckler posted, and it was clearly different from the original. It says, Rock Bottom Pod Raven DeVito wants to give you an opportunity to resolve your copyright issue before your video is removed and a copyright strike is applied. It's a direct threat from Ray. Now, I hope Ryan Sheckler here, I hope he does fight this, because Ray doesn't have any ground to stand on. Ray don't have money for lawyers. Ray don't have shit. So I would take this all the way up to the Supreme Court, Franklin. Yell Black Lives Matter a few times, and you're surely fucking get the victory here. And then he comes back. So this is another post from Franklin. It says, Discord Ray DeVito. And this is another thing, too. Have you guys seen Ray DeVito, I mean, is obsessed with Discord. I mean, he's always on Discord now. I mean, it's quite the spectacle. Because he claims he doesn't know what Discord is. He claims he don't know how to use Discord, or what is Discord? Is it like a chat room? Is it like where you watch videos? Can you monetize it? All the questions the fucking people who use Discord ask, right? It's like, just like the questions that some of these guys, like Steel Toe and Gino, they always ask, I didn't see what happened on the last Win by 2 episode. Can you fill me in? But then it's like secretly they're watching everything we do. Same thing with Ray. He claims like he doesn't know what Discord is or how to use Discord, but he's on Discord every day. He's probably got multiple accounts. He's probably in so many fucking servers. If you see Ray in a Discord server, please out him, screenshot him, video record it, and post it on YouTube or Twitter for the world to see, because he's trying to tell us that he doesn't use Discord. But anyway, this was from Franklin. Franklin Checker says, Discord Ray DeVito fraudulently submitted a copyright claim to YouTube in violation of 17 U.S. Code Section 107 on a clearly transformative work. Will Ray come to his senses before the February 9th deadline? I mean, that's coming up. It's in 5 days. I think the end of the week, Friday. Or does he think his thin skin exempts him from federal law? It's a great question, Franklin. And you could see here, this was the claim video copyright status overview. Warning, your video is scheduled to be removed by YouTube due to a copyright takedown. Strike pending until February 9th, right? We already know this. And this is the transformative work right here. So he's highlighting, as cut and dry can be. That's Ray. You see Ray's special all up in here. And then these are the cuts. These are the edits. So, again, Ray, he's really gone full Spurg. He's really gone full. He's losing it. We're watching him crack in real time. I'm here for it. I'm here for all of it. I love it. Keep at it. Let's go harder. You know what I mean? Don't stop. Don't pull up. Keep going. But we hope to get that resolved because, like I said, anytime you're copyright striking someone else's channel, that's some bitch shit, dude. It really is, man. You really have to be a soft, sensitive fucking soy to copyright someone else's channel. The only time I would even consider a copyright is if they're just they're just taking my video and then just rebroadcasting it back in its entirety and monetizing it. But outside of that, it's like, you know what I mean? What the fuck are you doing? Why can't you handle the jokes? And that's the thing with these comedians, especially, really all comedians, really. And this is one thing I've come to learn over the past couple of months here. All of these comedians are they're thin-skinned people at the end of the day. They can dish it, but they cannot take it. And that shouldn't be. That's completely ass backwards. Why are you able to make fun of, criticize, ridicule who you want to, but when we make fun of you, it's copyright stricken? You got to sharpen up, Ray. Shape up, sharp up, do something. I don't know. But this will not stand. There will be a mutiny if this continues. I want to keep it going. I want to stick on Ray as we move forward here. We have a bunch of Ray stuff to go through. Most of it's going to be with Chow, but I want to set some things up that we covered last week on last week's show, or this past week's show. The last show we did was about how Ray showed up with 2 black eyes. Not black guys, again, black eyes. I know it's Black History Month, but, this is different completely, trust me. He showed up with 2 black eyes, and he was reminiscing about a past time in his life where he used to use foundation, makeup, cover-up, what chicks use, what trannies use. And I go on my show, and I'm watching it. I'm like, okay, I see. If you were admitting to using makeup before, you're still using makeup to this day. And I made a little short over it, so if you haven't saw that, if you haven't checked that out yet, definitely go check that out. I made a short. It's doing pretty well right now, but I won't really play that. Ray goes on the following show and kind of verifies everything that we were talking about on that show, about him currently still using makeup. Let's check this clip out because this was, amazing to me. And this will point to my theory. Again, we're going to try to dive deep into the mind of Ray and why he makes the decisions he makes ultimately. And, he's using makeup. Oh, here, let's just let this clip play and then I'll get into it. This is Ray confirming that, yes, he still uses makeup. Got to fast forward here because there's quite a bit of an intro. Here.
Doesn't really stuff, so it doesn't. Ray DeVito here. That's my name. My name is Ray DeVito. That's what it is. I fucking put. How shitty do I look, Quad? Quad Father's here with me.
I don't look at men and think of.
And this guy, Quad Father's Ray's, I guess, new fucking yes man, butt buddy. This is like Quad's big break. Imagine that. Thinking that Ray DeVito is your big break. It's like, holy shit, dude. So Quad Father does like every rate. Now, I don't know what it speaks more to, the lack of friendships that Quad has or the amount of downtime Quad has, or Ray DeVito just can't get any other guests besides Quad Father. Either way, it's pretty bad. I mean, this is every show. Every fucking show. Quad and Ray. Ray and Quad. Quad and Ray. Ray and Quad. It's like, we get it, dude. It's like, you have to get better. Or you have to do something else. You're literally doing the same show every fucking time, and you're just reading super chats, and you're spurging out. I mean, it's just not a good look, Ray. It's really not a good look, but listen to him talk about this whole makeup thing. I thought this is nuts.
How they look, so stop it.
I put on stupid
cover up.
I'll do that if I
what, football stripe? You got your football stripes, your black stripes?
I put on like the little eye stuff. So it doesn't
mascara?
look so blotchy. No, it's not mascara, dude. Cool. What do you call it? The skin toner thing. The thing to make your skin look normal. Women use it. What's it called?
Come.
Shut up.
It's like, come on, dude. Or maybe he's on this. Maybe Quad Father is on to something. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Maybe he is actually fucking hilarious, and I'm just not seeing it.
No, it's called...
What? We stopped doing jokes here? Come on,
voice
man.
is so fucking loud.
No, it starts with the C. Comforter?
Yeah.
It's called Comforter or something. Whatever the fucking thing. You ladies know what I'm talking about. But that stuff you put on to make it look like not red. Foundation. They call it foundation. But like what I bought doesn't really work. So it looks like nothing. I just look like, if you saw me in person, I look like a dude that has fucking makeup on under my eyes. That's what it looks like, because it does nothing.
So foundation is what Ray is using. He's using it now. He's always used it. He gets up every day. He's putting on makeup. There's clips from 7 years ago of him using eyeliner. I mean, so this leads me to my theory that Ray bats on the other side of the fence from the rest of us males, right? Where we are into the female species. Ray, I truly and honestly believe, and Ray, you could sue me if you think this is slanderous or libel, but I really do think Ray is suppressing homosexual feelings. I mean, he has all the characteristics that qualify. He's putting on makeup. I'd venture to guess he's putting on high heels as well. Like, he's doing a lot of this crazy shit. Showers at the gym, where other dudes are just walking around with their fucking wangs out. I mean, it's quite the spectacle here. So yeah, I think a lot of what we're watching is Ray's, when he blows up and he cracks like the way he did this past week over Ari Jane and Dr. Chow, is because he's suppressing these feelings. And I'm just here to tell you, Ray, it's like, just come out. It's okay. We've watched Gino Bisconti do it, and he's almost been a better man since. I won't say all the way, but he's 50% better. So, there's nothing wrong with it, right? Go ahead. I mean, just be your true self. And again, you could sue me if you think this is fucking libel or slander. And we'll get into it more with Chow, because I think me and Chow are going to have an offer for some people who, can prove that they actually have been with Ray in the past. So he's using makeup. Like I said, he's showering in the gym. He's always, if you guys notice, there's been podcasts, there's been instances where he just ranks guys like in order of how hot they are, their good looks, or how handsome they are. It's a lot of fucking, just gay-like behavior. And again, I think that's where that's where all his fucking jitteriness and his fucking, his craziness comes from. It's just the suppression of that. So let me see. Let me check the status here. Should be getting Chow to call in about a sec. Waiting for this call here. Let's check in with you guys, though, as we await the call of Chow. Pulper80, again, gifting another Win by 2 membership. Red Bar Radio is investigating you and your channel, says Sheila. Thank you, Pulper. And $2 coming in for Sheila. Aliens, thank you, says Red Bar is investigating. Tell him to investigate. Tell him to investigate. We're here for it. I'll turn over all the documents. That's fine by me. Thank you for the 2, though. We appreciate that, Sheila. All right, so let's see. Let me get a hold of Chow here. What's going on with Chow? We got to bring him on because I want to. Ray's been spurging out over fucking.
I look like shit.
All right, shut up, Ray. Ray's. All right, there's Chow here. Here, boom. All right, we're calling him now. Calling Chow. The man of the hour. Is he troll or not a troll? Let's lower that a little bit. Wow, there he is, looking fresher than fucking ever. You know him. Some of you hate him. I mean, when I say some, I say maybe Hunk the Clown is really the only one who truly fucking hates him. Most of you think he's a troll, especially Ray DeVito. Some of you like him. He does the Mere Musk podcast. Kind of whenever. I don't know. There's not really any specific date. But ladies and gentlemen, help me in introducing the one, the only troll or truth teller, Dr. Chow. What's going on, man?
Yo, what up, Johnny boy? How you doing?
Not too bad, man. If you just want to switch your mic from your settings there. I know Skype sometimes is a little wonky.
Hey.
There it is. Way better, man. Dr. Chow, everyone. One more time. What's going on, Chow? How you living, man?
Dude, good, bro. I just walked in the door. I was running a couple errands, so.
Hell yeah. Now, I appreciate you coming on. There's a lot to get into today with you. Obviously, I mean, I've been kind of speculating here with Ray. I wanted to kind of set some of the things up that we were going to be talking about. But, mainly, we've watched Ray over this past week kind of, I call it like a mental breakdown, like a crack in his fucking psyche almost. And I'm trying to pinpoint to some of the speculations that I led to that we've talked about, his suppressed homosexuality, which could be leading to his, constant freakouts. But another big part of his freakouts, obviously was Ari Jane was the main topic of conversation. But other than Ari Jane was you, Dr. Chow.
Yeah.
It's been bizarre to watch because we watch him go back and forth in his mind, Well, not really back and forth. I mean, he's pretty much convinced that you are a troll.
So, yeah. No, I saw him, freaking out about, I don't know what, but basically, I guess it all dates back to Detroit. And yeah, he kept bringing my name up. He has been like every couple days this month. And then this week, he had that freak out on AJ. And then afterwards, like he keeps diverting the attention to saying, oh yeah, it's Dr. Chow. Like I had nothing to do with any of this shit. So I find it fucking hilarious. And I love you, Ray. I love watching your shit. I love watching you spurg out. So keep it up, bro.
So even though he's been, we kind of talked about this a little bit, but I want to paint a picture here for people at home because they watch Ray and, I was getting emails. I know you were probably getting emails claiming that he was, pretty much, he was lying about you, slandering your good name. That is the Chow name. Mainly it was this one instance that he can't get over is with you and Ari Jane. So for people who may not know, Dr. Chow pretty much, and we watched in the intro, cuffed Ari Jane away from Ray. He swiped her away from Ray. And that really fucking, I think that's where it all started, right? Because you guys then started your own podcast, which was Simply Good, correct?
Correct. Yep.
So, and then we watch Ray claim here over and over and over and over again. Now, Pat Dixon, aka Nap Dixon, which shout out to you for coining that name. They think that you guys only did this one and done episode of Simply Good, which that's not the case at all. You guys, I mean, it wasn't that much more, but it was more than one episode, correct?
Yeah. So I don't know where they got that from, but we did 3 weekly episodes of that show. And then subsequently, we've done some other streams on her channel. She started a new channel and asked me if I'd be the admin for that over the last few months, and said, yeah, sure. You know, she texts me every once in a while, or DMs me every once in a while, like, hey, you want to jump on my show, help me host it? I say, yeah, sure.
So you guys are still cool. You and Ari Jane are still cool.
Yeah. So I don't know what it has to do with anything, but I know what happened in Detroit, and I know they aren't cool. So I don't know why he keeps bringing me into it, but I don't know. I'm here for it, man. It's funny as fuck.
Well, he's got to create, he's got to create this. He's got to create a reason why in his head why him and Ari aren't cool, right? Because one of Ray's biggest, I guess, characteristic flaws is he never is able to take responsibility, right? So, he might have just been a shitty friend to Ari, or he might have been creepy as fuck to Ari, which ultimately led her, to be completely repulsed by Ray. And that's one thing we've watched over the time is all the women that Ray's brought on, and I've talked about this ad nauseum, but all the women that he's brought on are just, they either get sick of him, they have a bad falling out with him, and at the end of the day, they're left repulsed and dry at the end of the day. Where's it at?
I'm so dry.
So, it's remarkable to watch. But, we also watch Ray claim that you stole this Simply Good stream key. Now, what's going on there?
Yeah, so this dates back to a stream that me and Dalish did. And in a sense, I did. So I was an admin on her StreamYard.
Dalish being Dirty Dalish, right?
Okay. Yeah. And me and Dalish and Ari are, we're all fine. We're cordial, but I'll get into it. So yeah, it was basically an event that happened where she made me admin on her StreamYard, and then I'm admin on a couple other StreamYards. They just added me as it. And I own the YouTube channel for Simply Good. I did all the production. I did all the tech for it because that's what I know how to do. And then when we went live, it connected to the wrong basically YouTube channel because we were going to do it on I think Mirror or something. And actually it's funny because I went in StreamYard last night to look at it. I had actually asked Ari like a week before, hey, can I use your StreamYard to stream to Mirror Musk because Mirror was out or something. Or he was in the hospital for the birth of his child, so he couldn't do it. So it was like just a misunderstanding where the settings were on it, and basically, she got a notification we were streaming, and she came on. And she's like, "What the fuck?" and quit it. And then the next day, I was like, "Oh, you know what? I fucked up. Sorry. This is what happened."
So Ari gets a notification that there's a stream happening on Simply Good. Obviously, she's not on that stream, and she pops in and is what the fuck. She has this what the fuck moment, and this is what I guess is the example that Ray has pinpointed to kind of call you out and say that you're stealing the Simply Good podcast, right? But he just leaves it there. So all right, continue.
Yeah, he's trying to paint a narrative, And one thing you got to understand about Ray. He's very controlling, he's very angry, and he's a compulsive liar. And these are all things I love about him. Like, I love watching this about him. I love when he gets all worked up. I love when he exudes this type of behavior. I love, that he's a professional comedian, but he's not funny. It's, very fascinating to watch.
Right.
So, these are all the things I really, really enjoy about him. And he gets things really, really twisted in his emotions because he's like, oh yeah, Dr. Chow tried to be my friend and Dr. Chow, he did this and he did all that. It's like, dude, I never tried to be your friend. I enjoyed your show as I watched it. You asked me to be on it a few times. I went on it. You came on Lil Mir's show. Mir paid him a bunch of money to come on his show. He sucked on it. But yeah, I mean, I'm not looking for friends. I'm here to do what I do, and this is what I do. And yeah, basically this whole incident happened, and he's trying to paint a narrative like, well, look, he did this, he did that, to divert from the attention from what happened between him and Ari.
Right.
And I guess he's jealous or whatever it is. I don't even know what the fuck his deal is, why, but if I had to pinpoint it, I'd say he's like jealous and trying to switch the narrative quick.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something that, I've noticed as well, is he has to, and that goes back to not being able to take responsibility and having to blame everyone else for, ultimately his fuck-ups and his faults. This whole thing, I mean, quite frankly, is just nonsense, right? It's really nothing at the end of the day. It's not some big, but he's making out to be some big fucking ordeal as if there is something else to uncover. Now, you said we didn't talk about this, so you don't have to disclose, or you can, but you said you have, or you know what happened or something like that. We watched it on the intro, actually. You were like, yeah, I know about the one bed trick.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not really my business, but and I think she sent kind of like a summary of some of the events that happened that night to some other people. So I think other people kind of know and talk about it in chats and stuff like that. And I don't know, it's like all gossip. So Ari, I don't know, I would, if she wanted to like set the record straight from her perspective of what happened, it's very different from what Ray says. So I think people might be interested or not, who cares really, but yeah, it's basically not what Ray's saying from all the other accounts of the events that night. So I think it's like it's her story to tell, and I'm not too invested into it to care. So
right. Yeah, you don't want to
but he
speak on
cares.
Yeah, well, yeah, because it makes him come off as this, lunatic, right? This unhinged fucking lunatic. And it's like, Ray, I hate to tell you, but that's how people think of you regardless, right? So, his problem is like he wants to fight it. He wants to fight all this shit and try to, like, he has to do these things to kind of fit in with how society is supposed to, like how they're supposed to perceive him. And when really it's like, Ray, just lean in all the way to some of this shit and it would go a lot better for you. But he's incapable of doing just that. So I wanted to watch some things with you. A couple clips where we break down. We've been watching some Ray clips over the past couple of days in preparation for the episode. And there's some things that we've uncovered about Ray, how specifically this one instance here. I think I want to start with, actually here, but before we get into the English Vinglish, I believe is the movie, right? We'll get into that.
Yeah.
I want to play the clip, though, of Ray calling you a troll. So let me set up my screen share here. And I'd be curious to hear your response and your remarks on all of this. So here, let's share this. You should be seeing yourself at the moment, right about now. And then if I drag that over, you should be seeing Ray and Quad. So again, Ray and Quad, right? You could see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Ray and Quad, I mean, every show, for the last month and a half, 2 months has been Ray and Quad. It's now, again, maybe Quad Father is a fucking podcasting genius, in the making. I don't know. I could be wrong. What's your thoughts on this this Quad character?
So I criticized him about a month ago when I was on with Zumach stream and we were sniping him. And I think he took it a little personal. I really don't have too much beef with him. I think he's kind of like, he's really into the dab, as they call it. So he covers a lot of it. He talks like all the other hosts that are doing other shows and stuff like that. But I just don't like the dynamic because I'm an avid Ray watcher and I study him as a specimen. So I don't really like the dynamic between them.
Can we highlight that a little bit? What do you mean when you say you study him as a specimen? Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? Because I'm sure people are probably like, "What the fuck?" Studying as a specimen?
Being a doctor,
Right.
I do a lot of research as a scientist, and Ray is one of the guys that I really like to look at and research about the human condition. So
Right.
I would say, yeah, I like to watch his streams and the dynamics he has between different people. And ever since Quad became his co-host, Quad doesn't really like push back or ask questions to him. They just kind of read the chat. So I haven't been watching all of Ray's streams unless someone tells me like, oh, you got to, like the one you freaked out. But yeah, like like you said, every episode almost seems like is
Groundhog
a repeat.
Day. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Groundhog Day.
yeah. So for that, I got a little criticism for you, Ray. But beyond that, man, just keep this latest stuff you're doing where you're like freaking out and making up stuff. It's pretty funny. So keep doing that,
So-
bro. That's your best work.
And I want to make one thing clear: is you are, I mean, a Ray supporter, right? I mean, through all this lie and this fucking shit talking that he's coming out against you with and trying to own you, you're still through all of that a Ray supporter.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I watch his stuff. I think it's funny as hell.
Yeah.
And yeah, I got no ill will towards him. I don't know him. Like I said, I'm not his friend. I'll never be friends with him. I never had any intention to be friends with them. I'm not in this to make friends. I'm here to do what I do.
Right.
That's what the Mega G does. So
Right. To do case studies on Ray DeVito.
facts. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So
I'm with that for sure. Let's watch this. So I was going to watch that Ray clip with Quad, but I forgot about that. They were on last night again. Did you, I know we were watching some of this MLC, but did you see the stream before where Ray's sleeping over? I mean, this is a 50-year-old man having slumber parties in his, it's wild at Carlos Danger's house.
bits and pieces. So I caught a little bit in the middle before you and I jumped on, and we're doing a little prep work for the show today. So I assume when I saw the clips of him, what he was doing, it was the same thing. He's repeating the same narrative of like, yeah, I feel bad. I said all that stuff and called her
to Eric
cunt and a whore and all this and whatever whatever his rant that he went on.
He called her. Pretty sure he called her a prostitute and a junkie, possibly. I don't know, but yeah, he was. Really, giving it to Ari Jane, and is she deserving of that? I don't know. I don't know what goes on behind the scenes with them two, right? And again, like you said, it's her story to tell. I'm not here. I could speculate. I could have my ideas, but ultimately, at the end of the day, the common denominator in all of this, right? And you just, I'll go back to it's all the women that are involved with Ray are always on the other end of it, left repulsed, and they want nothing to do with them. And there's a horrible story to tell usually, and there's a bad falling out. And the common denominator is Ray. So one would only have to assume that it's Ray causing all this fucking mix up and drama and headaches and nonsense. You know what I mean? Where he wants to paint it at, he wants to pinpoint whatever, me and Ari, he had the blow up on Ari Jane, and now he's trying to pinpoint it on you. And that to me, I find to be interesting. To point Dr. Chow out, the troll that it's like, you're saying it. He's almost saying that you're a troll just out loud, just so he can almost believe it. But I don't even think he believes it. Because if you were just a troll, then okay, then you're just a troll. Then let you do troll things. But I'm here to ask you, Dr. Chow, are you a troll? Or are you a truth seeker?
I never really thought about it like that. But then last night when we were chatting, you looked up the definition, and one of the things was to provoke. And I would say, yeah, I have trolled Ray in the past. I've brought up things to him to provoke or elicit a response. So I guess by the letter of the definition, yeah, I guess you could say I've done a little trolling of him. I bait him into doing different things, and that's part of the reason I love Ray's show and how he interacts with the chat. And he's very easily manipulatable into thinking or doing or saying things based off of
a chat, a random
words
chat
on a screen.
Yeah.
He has no foundation, no backbone to anything he does. So he's like a very interesting character in that way. You can very easily, I guess, bait him or troll him, whatever, into doing things like a fish chasing a lure on a boat. So
Essentially,
yeah,
100%, man.
So in that context, yeah, but I mean, him yelling, "I'm a troll," like that means something every episode. Like I don't know, like what his end game with this is. Like
I don't think he even has one, or he even has a clue. You know, like I said, I really do believe he's just saying these things in hopes that people will just assume and believe that you're a troll. Now there will be some, slower learners and people that are not on the same mental capacity as the rest of us that, dive in and buy the theory that Chow, all he does is a troll. Now, you might be a troll. You might be the greatest troll of all time. I don't get that sense from you. Like I said, I get the sense that you're just here trying to seek the truth. And you, like you said, you just want to do these case studies. I mean, it's pretty funny to say, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, someone's got to do it, right? So why not Dr. Chow? I mean, he's the doctor after all. So I want to play this again.
No, yeah, I was just kind of saying, yeah, exactly, bro.
So I want to play this MLC clip because this is from last night. This is the latest of Ray calling you a troll, or first he called you a trowel, I think, a chow or a trowel. I forget exactly how he worded it. It's pretty fascinating. But this is the MLC clip from last night. Here, I'm going to pop that onto the screen so you could see it. Just let's take it 1 second to load.
That was awesome, by the way. That was so fucking good.
All right. So this is Pat Dixon, a.k.a. Nap Dixon. And you could see that, right? Just give me a thumbs up if you can.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Cool. All right. So this is last night's MLC Saturday night's excursion. Now, this is Ray. He's at Carlos Danger's house. Again, having a slumber party, if you will. And now, I have to preface this and remind everybody that this is a 50-year-old man. Imagine if your, father was still, partaking in slumber parties. You would be like, Dad, are you gay, Dad? Are you fucking homo? Are you a fagoot? As Gino Bisconti would say. That's my biggest theory on Ray, right? And I know you have your theories, which we'll get into. But, I mean, Ray, it's just, again, no one would... I'm only going to shit on you more when you don't admit it. But it's like, you have to admit at some point that... you like this, the brajul, as they say. This is Ray on MLC last night with Nap Dixon, Kevin Brennan. Kevin Brennan hates your guts, by the way.
Yeah.
Which we can get into after. But so this is last night. This was Ray's latest Dr. Chow troll statement.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah, Ray, that was your greatest moment. You thought it was your worst. You're so
it's
bad.
fine.
You're so
think
bad
it's
at
the
this.
worst. No.
You
I'm
think that
fine
was...
with what happened. I'm fine with it. That wasn't my intent. And that wasn't my intent, but I saw what was going on, and I just had an honest reaction.
What do you mean it wasn't your intent?
No, I was
accidentally say 5 minutes of shit.
I started that stream. I was going to talk about Joey C being alive. That's all my agenda. And then, I saw that, and I saw...
So a drunk Ray is a telling Ray, because, I mean, you could hear, I mean, his thought of what a show is I'm going to boot up a stream and talk about Joey C being in the hospital. And that's his big idea. And I'll just get super chats. Vape and Dago will come in. He'll drop 20 on me. I'll make some cash. I'll have enough to buy my next fucking Miller Lite. And all will be good in the world. It's like, right, no one gives a fuck. I know, Chow, you're a big Joey C fan. But at the end of the day, nobody gives a fuck. You know what I mean?
Right. And here's the funny thing. He keeps saying, oh, it's an honest reaction. It was the furthest thing from honest. He's like, you guys did one stream. She's been married. The longest time it's ever lasted is 6 weeks. It's like, dude, it's all the stuff he said in the whole thing. Oh, she came to my work event. It wasn't his work event. The whole thing was all lies. And now he's trying to frame it as it's an honest reaction. Honest. It's like, dude, that's what's so funny about it.
What's that saying? If you tell a lie loud enough, long enough, big enough, it starts becoming the truth. People start buying it as the truth, and that's what Ray is doing. And this points to my theory. Well, I don't even know if it's a theory, but back, like I said at the start of the show, I've been covering Ray now for almost a year, and when I would if this was a year ago, me watching Ray, I'd be like, look at this fucking sad excuse for a man, and. He's retarded, he's dumb, or whatever the case may be. Now I think, he is conscious or maybe he's subconscious. This on a subconscious level, he is doing these things, right? And fucking. Like he's playing. He wants to get the sympathy card, is what I'm trying to get at. Like he plays dumb to get the audience's sympathy. And
for sure.
Yeah.
It's kind of an act what he's doing, playing dumb, and he uses it pretty well. He's a little cunning in that way, where if someone calls him out or questions him, he's good at like pivoting and changing the subject. And he's like, I don't know about that. I love everyone, and
right.
I don't hate that guy. It's all good. So he never takes responsibility on anything. He always can divert.
Yes.
So I mean, he's not. I don't know what on an IQ or like what his functioning ability is, but he is somewhat playing a character in all this.
Right. And like I said, I don't think it's on a conscience level. It's more of like he's just doing this, unknowing, but also knowing at the same time, if that makes sense. But all right, let's get back into this.
A little bit of it and what was being said, and I was like,
Hold on. The topic for your show was Joey C is alive.
yeah, that was what I was going to talk about, and then like it just took a 180 when that was going on. It's like, what the fuck? Like I had to like.
So that was your topic, Maury Povich. Joey C is alive.
Yeah. I was gonna like just.
What do you say what?
And then I saw that shit. And I was
Joey
like,
C's
I just
death
had
is
an
not a
honest
work.
reaction. I just had an honest reaction.
Honest reaction.
Were
honest
things
reaction.
exaggerated that I said? Yes.
No, you panicked. Once again, you panicked. You were reading the free chat and they were trolling you, and you fell for it.
I'm fine with I'm fine with it. It's cool. I'm fine. I wish everyone the best in the ordeal.
Derek Quadfather, he said when Ari Jane was on, he told her like, "Listen, I think a lot of Ray. I really like Ray a lot."
Some of this is just kind of nonsense, Pat Dixon. It's like, go take a nap, Dixon. You're putting us to sleep here. But they're gonna get into you in a second, and that's what we're watching for.
God damn.
Yeah. Oh, she really said, I didn't even know that.
Oh,
but
now you got
things. Yeah,
you got him started once again, Pat.
Yeah.
He's gonna start yelling again.
Like I said, I wish her the best. But I think what happened, she got into this thing. She doesn't realize, and I'm talking about you, fucking Dr. Chow, Mega G, like people that are like trolling her and stuff, and like trying to like feed her, like where it got in her, like, oh, this guy is a piece of garbage for whatever reason, and like.
So what's he saying? This guy is a piece of garbage. Is he referring to you saying that to Ari about Ray? Or is he saying that about you?
I guess I didn't see this. So he's trying to say me and Ari never talked about Ray. In that context, like me and Ari, we just planned our show. We had like a cordial, I guess, business. I don't know. It was all based on what we were doing. So, but that's what he would do. He would talk shit about me behind my back. And I never really said anything good or bad about Ray to Ari. So he's trying to say, I'm feeding her information. It's like, dude, I've never met Ari, never met you. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay. Yeah, so I thought that to be pretty insane. All right, let's keep it going here.
And it's like, no, that guy stole your channel, would do streams without your permission.
All right, so there you go. So he stole your channel. He's doing streams, plural, without your permission. Now you're saying, and I'm pretty sure it's verified, that it's only been one stream, and you didn't steal the channel, right? So again, just a bold-faced, complete and utter lie.
100% lie.
Or whatever. It's like, I never had a problem. It's like, yes, you did. What are you talking about? Like, that's like
she busted him in the middle of that. He was sitting there,
and it's like
Dalish, like he was about to eat her.
Now, what's your thoughts on Pat Dixon? I know you coined the phrase "nap Dixon," but any initial reaction to him kind of piling on this anti-Chow movement here?
Well, I think he's baiting Ray into trying to freak out again. He's trolling him too. Because I don't know. I don't watch Pat, and I don't know if he covers.
Why would you?
Yeah, but I assume what he's doing is he saw the Ray thing, and then he's repeating back to him what got him all riled up before. So I think he's just kind of baiting.
Trying to work him up.
Yeah.
Let's keep watching.
Yeah, and then her being like, what? I never had a problem. Like a Keanu Thompson, like that. What? I never had a problem. We've always been cool. I don't know what he's talking about. It's like, and like that was the start of it, and then like just things just snowballed, and then just a moment of honesty from me. Just
he
like
was sitting there. He was sitting there with Dirty Dalish on her StreamYard, just like going, "Yeah, bro, you are really sexy."
Wow.
For like a while. Yeah.
Is that what you, Dr. Chow? I had to ask. Was that what you were saying? Hey, Dalish, you're really sexy. I can't see you saying that, but I don't know. Maybe you were.
I don't know, man. She's pretty bad, so I could have been. I played the fifth on that one, so no, I don't know. I honestly I don't remember. I was pretty
You're fucked up.
Pretty fucked up when that happened,
Right.
and I only speak facts. So if I said it, I meant it. I'll leave it at that.
And that's respectable, man. That's respectable. You know. All right. So I just think this is hilarious.
That's funny though.
Yeah.
And then just at 8 minutes in or something, Ari Jane pops onto the screen. She goes, "Hey guys, what's going on? What are you doing here?" And I just wondered what you're doing on my StreamYard. And he just goes,
It's odd how Pat knows like every detail about this, almost as, and I made this claim before about Pat when he would zoom in on Kate Meany's tits, but like he knows like all these details about Ari because at first I think he might have had Ari on the show. I think he did have Ari on the show, and that was one of his first targets, Ari Jane.
Yeah. Yeah, so Ari used to do his show all the time,
Right.
right when we were doing our show. And I know, actually, I think Ari even, for some reason, told me this, like, oh, I'm thinking about maybe going to meet up with Pat.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's out of pocket to say, or if they did ever meet up. I didn't really ask or care. But yeah, so I think he was pursuing her too. So he's kind of like that same,
so
in that same boat as Ray Simpson, and
Right.
he was doing the same thing. So
I mean, we can almost verify that Pat is a simp.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just not like, it doesn't matter who it is. It's just if they have legs and have a pulse, Pat will pursue you if you're a female in this little world. It's like, dude, step outside the box, Pat. Go to a bar, you fucking loner. Let's keep watching.
and then she fucking popped it off, and it was like when Kevin slammed the door at Compound.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying? Like, for her to be like,
wait, they were using her StreamYard to save money?
Chow was using it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess because
So, Dr. Chow, you were using their StreamYard to save money?
I don't think so. I mean, it didn't have anything to do with money.
Right,
It was
right.
just Ari had a premium account. I had a regular one or something. I have a few. I'm admin on a few different StreamYards, and
Yeah, I think
I don't know.
you posted a tweet about that last night.
Yeah,
to all
yeah,
your admins, right? But it's not to save. I just think it's funny. And I was saying this to you last night. I think it's funny how they're speaking as if, and in facts, like Dr. Chow was doing it this way. He, to me, because it's like, you're saying you didn't, and I don't see why you would just fucking lie about something stupid as that, about a StreamYard login. You know what I mean? But what bugs me the most is they think they have the inside scoop and they got you. So let's keep watching here.
I don't know. He doesn't have one set up.
Yeah,
I mean, we
and
know
then the whole thing,
very
like,
rich.
like, yeah, I told her that this guy's a troll. He's a troll. He's a fucking weirdo. He's got shit.
He's a
and then,
troll
like,
or a chow?
He's a chow and a troll. It's the same. And then she found that out, and then like people like, what's like? I never had a problem with him. He's my.
Watch this.
We've always been good friends. Like, all right, whatever. And they're like, oh, Ray, and then like more things about me, and it was like, stop it. I just saw that.
Always
And I
been good
just,
friends. Why did they do one podcast together and then end
exactly.
series?
But I'm the dick for
Again,
bringing
we
that up.
know it was 3, at least 3, possibly more.
All right, it's done. It's fine. I'm not going to bring her up anymore.
Watch this.
Unless she brings.
She's already up.
I just did that. Yeah.
We already brought her up.
What's he drinking? Wine?
But I'm just showing where I was coming from in that whole scenario.
So do you know why Ari Jane was mad at you now?
And this
He knows.
He knows, but or does he?
He knows why, and it doesn't fit the narrative that he's created or crafted. So he's doing this whole thing that it's because of me, like I had anything to do with it.
So he's playing the sympathy. He's playing the sympathy card, I think, and he's acting like he doesn't know. In reality, he knows full well what the fuck it is he is doing. Let's watch it.
Showing where I was coming
Check this out, because this
from
is
in that
telling.
whole scenario.
So do you know why Ari Jane was mad at you now?
I get it, but like I don't care. Like I get it. I don't care. Like
it's like you don't care, dude. You've been going on episode after episode having fucking meltdowns about this. You don't care. So that was the MLC from last night. I just thought that was the most latest thing of Ray calling Chow a troll, claiming you stole the fucking stream key. You only did the one episode. You're fucking acting out of pocket, hitting on Dalish and all this shit. And I wanted to get some of your remarks to kind of clear some of this stuff up. So we know for a fact it was definitely more than one show. That is 100% proven. We know for a fact that, yeah, you might have had a drunken stupor and you were just being honest with Dirty Dalish. That is 100% factual, right?
Maybe I don't remember that part, right. But I mean, based on those guys' track record, they must have done some research. And
well, it seems like it. It seems like they're very interested in this Chow Ari Jane thing. I mean, it's nuts, man. Like I said, it's almost obsessive. Like I don't even watch to that. It's like you had a pop-up stream and that stream is no longer on the internet, but Pat Dixon knows every detail about that. I mean, what's that say about him,
Hey man, Dalish is a dime, so I could see Pat, trying to slide in those DMs. So
Such
who knows?
a fucking hoe. I love it.
All right, so that was from last night MLC, and then also to the whole the stream key thing you didn't steal. So I wanted to clear some of those things up before we move forward. Which we are going to here now. Now I have more this Beta Ray thing here. There's a bunch of clips I have pulled up that you make. So you've done a lot of work lately, clipping out a lot of Ray clips and trying. So now this is, I guess, Ray's idea of trolling, right? You making clips about him is his idea of trolling, right? But again, I think you're just continuing to highlight certain examples. For instance, this one says Beta Ray continues to lie to cover up his embarrassment. Watch as Ray DeVito loses his mind and goes blind with jealousy over PS with Ari Jane. So this was the moment I think we could pinpoint where he started to fucking hate you.
Yeah. This is great, and this is I dropped this because I never wanted to pull Ari back into all this shit. She didn't want to be a part of it, but this is when we decided to start a show, and you can watch his reaction when he learns. This is the moment he learned that we're going to do a show together.
Let's check it out.
Tell you what I saw?
Sure.
You were like this. You were like this. Hold on. Like, no. It was like watching.
So this was after the night in Detroit.
No. This was way before. This is before we even did one episode of a show. This is when we had just been conceptualizing the show.
Oh, okay. Got you. So, but she's talking about Ray, I guess, being asleep or something.
No, she's talking about Ray sent her the link and she was backstage and Ray was like frantically like freaking out, but he didn't know anyone was watching him. So he was acting all like crazy, and she saw it because she was in the backstage area, and but he didn't know anyone was watching him, so he was acting like a weirdo, like he is. So
got you.
This is funny too.
Okay, I just want to set that up a little better.
Watching somebody have a nightmare with their eyes open.
Oh, was I looking at the screen? Was I looking this way, or was I looking at a phone? But all right, I'm never going to.
Sorry, you were looking. You were looking kind of at me, but you couldn't see that. That's the thing is, I can see you.
Yes. All right. We don't need to talk about this.
I know,
yes. All right. All right. We don't need to talk about. Yes, it's a backstage thing. Okay. We're here now.
And real quick, Chow, while I have you here, I do want to start a poll. I want to give two shout outs to two chatters at least that I'm seeing here. 3 chatters that are coming in now, and I don't want to miss their super chats. So I want to start a poll, and I want to ask the audience. Is Chow? Do you mind if I do this? We didn't talk about this, but
no, I don't care.
Okay, all right, because I don't like to kind of go off a tangent here without letting the other person know. But is Chow a troll or not? I guess we'll put the answer yes or no, and we'll start the poll. Let's give a couple quick shout outs before we continue on. Is Chow, answer that, and we'll get to the bottom. Is Chow a troll or not? Shout out to Pulper80 coming in for a Win by 2 gifted membership. Thank you for that, Pulper. Single-handedly funding the 2 Nation here. Shout out to Pulper. Great guy. Pulper80 also for 2 says, Dr. Chow, do you have your own hot sauce. Wow. That just
I could I tried something with that too. I can get into that at some point. But
you did?
yeah, when Ray's hot sauce got discontinued, I told the dude like, yo, dude, if you change it to like Ari Jane hot sauce or Dr. Chow or just like discontinue his hot sauce, I'll buy 200 bottles. You know, like I told the hot sauce guy, like, just to fuck with him, because I know Ray's really tied up into his identity, and like him like being sponsored by this hot sauce is like validating him as a comedian.
Yeah.
And even though he doesn't give a fuck and it doesn't pay him, so I was just like, you know, fuck him. In the middle of all this, I was like, I told the dude, like, yeah, fuck him, dude. If you know, call it chow sauce or something,
chow sauce,
I'll buy it out. And I don't know if he's gonna or whatever. I didn't hear back on that. He said, oh, we're gonna get it back. So whatever. But no, I don't have a hot sauce, and I probably won't.
I think you should. Well, I think you should. I think you should compete with Ray and go toe to toe and see. I mean, I know this bit already kind of happened, but I think it'd be even funnier with you and Ray now, because you're like Ray's two biggest enemies right now, or his two biggest fucking people that he despises is Chad fucking Fax Zumock.
And that's a fucking fact.
And Dr. Chow. So it would be hilarious if somehow you got a hot sauce through Silk City and you just outsold Ray. It would be quite the fucking spectacle. So maybe you will, maybe you won't, but that would be interesting to see. Leo Gunn coming in for 5 said Ray tried to lure me to the sleepover. Wow. Holy fucking shit. This is what I mean, man. There's a lot of fucking, you know, flamboyant soy, as Dr. Chow likes to point out, characteristics. He's trying to lure other grown men to sleepovers at Carlos Danger's. This is from Leo Gunn, $5. Ray tried to lure me to the sleepover at Carlos Danger's place last night as well. Obviously, I didn't go, as I'm a grown man, heterosexual male adult. I mean, excuse me, but that's my biggest thing, right? It's normal grown heterosexual males, as Leo Gunn points out. They don't go around. I mean, Dr. Chow, when's the last time you encountered and embarked on a slumber party with dudes, all dudes?
I'm trying to think, like, if I crashed at a friend's house, maybe in my early 20s or something different. Like that.
That's if you're drinking all night and like you obviously can't drive or whatever. It's like that's okay, but to like knowingly go to a friend, like, all right. So you call up if I call up my best friend right now or whoever, and I'm like, yo, man, next Saturday night, we're going to Atlantic City. But before we do, let's stop by your house. We're going to podcast, and then I'm going to sleep over. We're going to drink all the fucking Tito's and little airplane shooters that we can. We'll get fucked up, blackout drunk, and wherever the night takes us, the night takes us.
Well, I always thought, like, as I've gotten older, like, people have offered, because when I travel, like, hey, stay in my guest bedroom or guest house or whatever, that type of stuff. And I always was like more like, hey, I want to have that distance where it's like, I'll just get a hotel, you know, down the block or a mile away, and we can do business and meet, or I'll get you a hotel when you come rather than stay at my house and all that type of stuff. And I've been more and more like that the older I've got. But it seems like this dude's like 50 and he's like crashing on people's couches and basically all the time.
It's invasive. It's invasive.
Right.
You know?
It's burdensome.
Yes.
And I don't know. I mean, it's wild, but that's part of the charm of Ray. It's like watching this from afar, not being part of it, not actually being in his life, but watching it from afar is funny.
Well, it is fascinating, man. And it does, you know, for any doctor, let alone, you know, a YouTube, internet doctor, you know, it is fascinating to have a case study as, you know, one like, you know, where's he at? Ray fucking started from the bottom, DeVito.
Yeah, from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now my whole crew's here. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Yeah. I like just dumb, corny shit like that. Yeah, I do like, yeah.
Jesus, man. Yeah, I don't know. I think my sound drops are fucking up. I'll have to look into that after. But all right, so let's continue on. So yeah, the last time Dr. Chow has had a slumber party sort of fucking event, he was probably a young teen, I'd imagine, is what you're saying.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. I mean, like, I guess, like, it seems like he kind of went over to Carlos's to party and then crash on his couch. But so I guess I did. That's why I referenced, like, in my 20s, like early 20s, I would do that. Like, I would travel to a different city where a buddy had an apartment or something, and then we'd party. And then, but beyond that, no.
No. Okay.
Decades.
So real quick on this poll, so far 75% they think you're a troll, 25% say no troll. Truth seeker is what 25% of the audience goes with. Again, I look, I don't get that, man, and maybe you might be the best troll ever, but you know, I don't get that vibe from you at all. And I'm pretty spot on when it comes to trolls and not trolls. All right, so let's continue on with this. This was the moment where Ray loses his mind and freaks out, and this is the moment I think we could pinpoint where he started to have this, almost resentment to troll. I mean, some people call him troll. I call him a truth seeker. Dr. Chow. Let's watch.
Because actually,
here now. Let's focus on the now. Isn't that like a famous book? Isn't that a famous book?
About the super chat. It's a new topic. It's important information. I should tell you.
Dr. Chow, the Mega G. Hey, good, AJ. You should start a show.
So I am.
What's your show?
With Dr. Chow.
Right. And it is in this moment he knows Ari Jane is slipping away.
Watch this, Lise. You can actually pinpoint the second when his heart rips in half. And now.
It's funny editing. I like that.
It's called What's Good. And all of it.
Wait, it's called what? I thought it was called Simply Good.
Well, that's the thing. We hadn't even done the show yet, and we were. This is just concept phase. So it was What's Good, and then we changed it to Simply Good. So this is like him learning the news for the first time. That
I think you, Ari, and Daly should all do a show now called What's Good Podcast. You know, a Ray DeVito fucking troll. That would be hilarious.
Love it. That'd be funny.
Let's keep watching.
Is good. We're gonna blow unicorn farts right up everybody's ear holes.
Wow.
It's gonna be so good. And
it's gonna be Simply Good, Ari. You've mistaken.
You know, I can't associate. I like Dr. Chow, but I can't associate with him at all.
Wow.
Because
went from most hated to the champion God flow.
All right, before I love this too, by the way. Yeah, so that was, why can't he associate with you? Even back then, he's like very, hesitant to embark on what we know as Dr. Chow, the Mega G.
Yeah, so I have that episode ripped, and it was because of he told her, like, well, he accused Kevin Brennan of laundering money. I can't do it.
See, I was thinking it was.
So it's all based off what Brennan wants him to do,
I was thinking more of, because he, in his mind, how like we, there's like a talking inner monologue that we all have. In his inner monologue, his monologue tells him that he's a beta soy, and he looks at Dr. Chow as a, mega alpha, and he can't associate because he'll look less than someone like Dr. Chow, and he's supposed to be the professional comedian, right? And it's like, he won't even be able to outwit Dr. Chow. I think that's really what it comes down to. I think he's worried, and I think he's jealous. And now, after you kind of stole Ari, I think now he has you actually have to be careful, man, that this doesn't turn fucking violent and physical. Ray could be out to, like I said, dude, you suppress emotions long enough and something's got to give, So we have to actually, I would be careful is all I'm saying. Be cautious.
I am. And, I had that physical confrontation with Softcast last time I was on your show, if you remember.
Shit. Yeah, I remembered that.
Yeah.
You guys
my knuckles are a little sore because I went over to his apartment and been beat on the door for a couple months, and he wouldn't come down. A la Sam Tripoli on Red Bar. So
you Sam Tripoli'd Softcast.
Yeah, because we set up about and he wouldn't come down. So
he was hiding from Chow. And I remember he was on the show. He was popping off. He was talking a good game. And that's confirmed, right? I mean, he wasn't. That's amazing. I didn't know this.
Yeah. I was, at that point, on the call, I was like, dude, I'm at Ari Jane's house. I'll be right over. And he's like, it's 2 hours away. I know where she's at. And I went over there. I rented a hotel. Then eventually, knocked on the door for weeks. Eventually, I had to get a sublet an apartment. I kept beating on the door. came a couple months of just knocking on the door, waiting to beat his ass, and he wouldn't come down. So
wow, that's that's breaking fucking news, man. Holy shit, dude. Well, I mean, look, whether it's with Softcast, whether it's with Ray, I think the one thing that they both have in common, amongst many things, actually, I should say, but the one thing I could pinpoint for sure is their fear for the one they call Dr. Chow. That's got to feel pretty good, man. That's got to feel pretty good. You strike fear into some of these people. I mean, that's always a great feeling. But I didn't know that, so thank you for breaking that on the show. I didn't know Softcast, was hiding from Chow. I mean, that's remarkable. Let's keep it moving with the Ray stuff. I want to touch on a few more things. The one clip I really wanted to get into, let me see. Imagine, what's this one here? Okay, so this is your theory. So there's two from Keith and the girl. I think then we're going to move on to this Hackamania thing.
Okay.
The two from the Keith and the girl, you've been telling me about this theory, and I've been trying to follow you and go along with the ride with you on this theory, but it's the whole theory about this made-up girl that Ray talks about in his act, on podcast, time after time. Can you disclose a little bit more about what you know about this made-up, fictitious ex-girlfriend, or once, what's he call her? His what's he fucking refer to?
My
her as?
lady.
My lady. Yeah.
It's always a 34, 32-year-old lady, at least in the most recent iteration of this story.
Yeah.
That he messed around with once, or he's talking to, or seeing, or whatever. But no name, nothing, no description about her. Just this, I don't know.
Just
so
vague.
he's brought it up. He
Yeah.
always brings it up when he gets heat about from women asking him like, "Oh, like you seen anyone? What? Why? Like, because he goes years and years without, or basically a lifetime without anyone, and he does this to get the pressure off him. He makes up this like imaginary girlfriend, and it repeats over time. So I kind of clipped up a couple instances of it, including I didn't clip up the most recent one, but at the end of December, beginning of January, he had this imaginary girlfriend story that he started telling all the time, which was great.
So this is the most recent time he was on Keith and the Girl, and he's telling this story here. So let's check it out. And by the way, the word I was looking for is booty call. He always refers to himself as the booty call. Like they were only trying to booty call me. It's like, first of all, they weren't, but second of all, who knows if they even existed. So, okay, this is from Chow. Again, follow Chow on Twitter if you want to see all the latest great, aka, we call them funny clips. Ray would call them troll clips, but it goes, imagined woman, ! Over the years, Ray DeVito and his imaginary girlfriend have stuck together through thick and thin. Check out this old clip from Keith, Mally, and Chemda. Chemda. I think Keith pronounces it as Chemda. It's that Middle Eastern little slang, phlegm slang. On the great Keith and the Girl with a bonus squashed medley from Mere Musk featuring Ski Mask at the end. So let's dive into this guy right here. This is Ray DeVito on his imaginary girlfriend.
We were having a sex talk right now, and you would say to me, we're talking, but then we're also making out. I wouldn't know what the sex talk is. What does that mean? That you're just not committed? You're open?
No,
use anything but the word talking. What is your relationship with this woman? Lady.
We hang out, and we haven't had sex, but we fooled around. Okay. I don't see her that often.
How often do you need to see each other?
When's the last time I saw?
So that seems to be the common theme with Ray and ladies in general. They hang out and they actually do not have any sexual intercourse.
Correct. And here he said, she asked him, when was the last time you saw him? And he goes, and you'll see, he goes, I'm actually going to go see her next week. Like he doesn't answer the question, but he like diverts. And this is like one of his telltale traits about getting out of stuff. So she asked him and he diverts again.
I'll go back just a little more just to make sure.
Anything but the word talking. What is your relationship with this woman? Lady. We
hang out, and we haven't had sex, but we fooled around. Okay. I don't see her that often.
How often do you need to see each other?
When's the last time I saw her?
I might meet.
And I almost get the sense that all three of these people, even though they might be cringe hack fucking podcasters, they're not dumb, right? And I get the sense that
they know.
I think they know that he's lying. Like they're just kind of trying to be nice. But that's the problem, right? Is everybody tries to be nice to Ray, and they don't put their fucking foot down and just call him on his shit, you know? And that's why we're in the position that we are in today, where you're being accused and lied and slandered about. And all this other heinous shit that Ray's doing to you, man. It's fucking ridiculous. Justice for Chow, man.
Get up with her this weekend. But yeah, I don't know. Last time I hung out with her was like before I went to New York City. So I went to New York City last week. So the week before that.
Chemda, Ray is a gentleman, and a gentleman doesn't talk and tell.
No, I will whatever
album, but all right.
No, I will let her dictate the relationship. Whatever she wants. If she wants to be serious, we could be serious. If she doesn't want to be serious, and it's the ball's in her court.
If she said she loved you, would you happen to also love her?
I doubt she would say that. I think she talks to other guys too. So I don't think she's too crazy.
She's a talker, right?
She's a talker.
Chatty. Hold on. Wait, how old is she?
She's 32. And I'm older. I'm a lot older than that.
32.
What?
So, and then is this single mother that was 32 with kids that Ray also hooked up with, or is this a different?
Yeah, so Ray's fake, because you know my theory that Ray's a virgin.
Well, yeah. So and your theory is, and this is a perfect segue. Your theory is that he's a virgin. My theory is that he's a homosexual. And I think we had an offer. But go ahead, here, continue on with your theory. We'll get to our offer in a second.
But yeah, that chick was 32, and then the most recent chick in the story he made up about it, dating this chick around New Year's was 32, and then this one is 32. So he keeps getting older, and this imaginary girlfriend keeps staying the same age. So yeah, he keeps going to this well whenever he gets pressed on anything. He starts talking about. And of course, you see what it's like when they ask her questions about her, like, "Oh, she wouldn't say that." Well, yeah, because she doesn't exist. Of course, she's not going to say it.
How could she talk? She's not even a real person.
Exactly. So, it's very fascinating to watch.
So, all right. So now we had this offer that we were going to extend to anybody who's been with Ray and is able to at least provide some proof. If you want to elaborate on this offer, Chow, I think this would be a good time to put this out there, and I'm willing to go with you on it. So. Floor is yours.
I mean, we kind of talked about like, I don't know what the offer would be, if it'd be like a cash reward or something, but throughout time, Ray makes up like what he does. Like, this is another thing that kind of bothered me, but I find it entertaining, was he was accusing me of contacting the stripper from Buffalo, who was his last quote unquote girlfriend, that he met once at a show. So what he does is he takes a picture with a chick at a comedy show, and then he builds a narrative around it, like, oh yeah, we made out and we're gonna meet up, and I'm gonna go do a show up there and see her and all this type of stuff. And but it was like just a casual passing, and he references, oh, I took a picture with her. But Ray has never had a girlfriend, never anything in his whole life that he can reference. So yeah, we were thinking like, dude, if we could get like one chick to just be like, hey, yeah, like I dated Ray. One person, we could offer up like a couple racks, or maybe even a G. I don't know. Maybe we could formally draw up the offer. But if you're out there and you want to come forward and say like, hey, Ray's not a virgin, I can prove it, or I can vouch for it, then go for it. But otherwise, I'm sticking with, dude, he's never had sex once in his life.
Never had sex once in his life. That's, I mean, when you say that out loud, it starts to make sense on what makes Ray DeVito tick, right? So your conclusion is that he's a virgin. Mine is that he's a homosexual, closeted still. And maybe both are true. And maybe that's why we see, the freakouts the way we, especially over the last week, and the constant diversions and always trying to lie and stay in front of another lie, right? It's because, if you've gone 50 years without even, entering inside of a female, then it would drive anyone nuts, right? But I think that's a fair offer. I don't know what monetary I think that's fair. Like maybe like, I don't know, 1,000 each, maybe 5,000. Like I'm willing to put it all on the line and they have to show proof, right? They can't just be like, Gino Bobina in the chat can't just say, yeah, I was with Ray one night. It's like, okay, give me my money. It's like, no, we're going to need to like verify that, run DNA tests and send it up to my forensic team I have upstate. And they'll analyze it. I said analyze. Well,
and that's tricky because I don't want to interview her. I don't even want the person's information public. I'm just kind of trying to prove a point. There's never been he's never been like if you want to contact Win by Two privately and tell him, then I'll quit saying everything. I'll be like, oh, he did have a girlfriend. He did. But until that point, like, dude, it doesn't make any sense because he's never referenced like, oh yeah, I had this girlfriend I broke up with, and by name or anyone. It's always just kind of been like, yeah, there's this girl I'm hanging out with and we messed around a bit, and that's been the story for decades. So
right. I see some hashtags going around. Hey, Ray has a forked penis. I mean, quite possibly, man. I mean, nothing would shock me anymore. Ray's parents had a special room in the house where Ray could do his thing on the wall. He'll never need a woman. Gina's putting eyes in the chat. So I mean, the offer stands right there. And if we could be proved wrong, I mean, look, I hope I'm proved wrong, right? Because
me too.
It's, to think about that to someone like Ray, it kind of honestly breaks my heart. It's like, damn, dude. And there was another instance too. Actually, I won't get into it. We'll save that for another time. But I want to continue on this Ray train here. This has been a Ray-filled day. Happy Sunday to everybody. Sunday Fun Ray, as we're calling it. Now, this clip, I think this might be the last Ray clip we do. Let me see what else we got. Yeah, this is the last Ray clip we have here for the day. This clip is... This we just found out like 2 days ago. Now, this is not like some big virgin homosexual claim. This is him just flat out lying about this movie, which is English Vinglish. Can you give some context? What is English Vinglish? What's going on here in this clip before we dive into it? Chow, the floor is yours.
So Ray made up a movie role that he had in this Bollywood movie called English Vinglish. It's a 2012, 2013 film about a fish out of water. A young woman from India comes to New York City to explore the big city, and hilarity ensues, and then she goes back to India or whatever. And it's actually a very popular movie based on what I saw, but I pulled this clip from an episode of Keith and the Girl from like 7 or 8 years ago. And this episode is great because it talks about his roommate who murdered his mom. There's a couple fake stories about hooking up with the woman living below him in the apartment, which he still does in this comedy act. If you want to see that video, if we don't get to it, check out my Twitter. I just posted it last night. Crazy stuff. He's been doing the same jokes for a decade. But yeah, this movie is off the rip of that episode. There's a clip of it. So they ask him like, wow, you were in a movie, and he makes up a role that he's not in the movie. And we'll get into it and we'll show the clip here, but it's really, really wild stuff.
All right. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. So let's check it out. This is the clip. This is courtesy of Chow. Again, follow him on Twitter if you want all your latest Ray. Again, Ray is going to call it a troll. We're just calling it, the truth of Ray. The truth about Ray. So Dr. Chow post on Twitter or X. I can't call it X. You know what I mean? It's still Twitter to me. But professional liar Ray DeVito makes up a role in English Vinglish that he still uses in his bio rather. Watch an eyeliner wearing Ray completely fabricate professional accomplishments to his friend Hemda and Keith Malley on Keith and the Girl. The Stand. You're tagging The Stand in New York. Update your website. So I guess The Stand has Ray listed as a credit in this movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're promoting it as he starred in this movie, but he's not in the movie. But yeah, we'll get into the clip and see.
All right, let's check this out. So this was Ray from Keith and the Girl, I believe like 7 years ago now at this point. Check it out.
How do you think you are, lady?
Actually, I got to fast forward just so we don't get popped here for the music. All right, here
yeah. That's the new Kanye too, so you better be careful with that.
Yeah, dude, I'll be thrown off YouTube before I could say Ray's gay. Hold on, where the fuck does it start? All right, here we go. Right about here.
English Vinglish, one of the top grossing comedy Bollywood films of 2012 and 2013. Probably he's most proud of that. Ray DeVito, how you doing?
Good, buddy. Yeah, thanks for pointing. I played a gay cab driver,
and
that was it. I was in there for like 2 seconds.
All right, so that is now you, Chow. You've scrubbed this entire movie, right? This was the only scene with a taxi cab in the movie, correct?
Yeah, the only other time she was in a automobile was when she came from the airport home, and it wasn't a taxi. It was like her cousins that were Americanized picking her up, and at no other point in the movie was there any interaction with the taxi.
Right,
so that's why I clipped this part.
And it wasn't Ray in that automobile driving to home from the airport, right?
No, it was some Indian, like old babushka grandma-looking Indian chick, and then the cousins, you know.
Yeah. So it's a weird role to even make up because my speculation is that he's closeted homo, right? And his role that he makes up is a gay cab driver, which is insane. It's like, why couldn't you be a straight cab driver? And his claims here, he's going to say, well, the entire movie was about straight men and being gay or something. What was the quote that he has? It's like all the straight men in the movie are actually gay or something like that.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
All right. So yeah, check this out.
It's very odd.
And that was it. I was in there for like 2 seconds. The agent sent me in for that, and I sang a Frankie, but they're like, I guess we're like gay enough.
So it does appear too. He is. I mean, this was 7 years ago, but he does have the eyeliner on. I mean, you could see from the in the corners of his eye. So I mean, even I made the claim on the last episode, like, you don't just stop wearing makeup. Like once you cross that threshold, there's no going back. You're always applying foundation and cover up and eyeliner, right? So it hasn't changed, is my point here. All right, so let's keep this playing.
And that's how I got it. That's exactly how I got it. I think it's a goof, but whatever.
So that's how they knew you could act gay convincingly?
That's how it was. And also, I was a cab driver, and it was a Bollywood movie, so it's all Indians. I'm the only one in the movie that does not look like a New York City cab driver.
So here's the cast, right? The entire cast. Now, you went out of your way to find this. I imagine it'd be hard to find English Vinglish. I've never even heard of this.
No, actually, it's a big movie. You just type English Vinglish into Google.
And it pops right up.
Yeah, and I did full cast. I did a little. This was just a screenshot I took. But for one, he's not in it. For two, it's not all Indian people. There's tons of. It takes place mostly in New York City. You can see there's like black chicks, black dude, white dude, Asian dude.
Yeah.
There's barely any Indian people in it.
Yeah, right. I mean, there's maybe 2, 3. So it's all over the race spectrum here. Very diverse cast, I would say. But
and no Ray.
And no Ray. And the funny thing is when people are like, well, he was only in it for 2 seconds. Well, to that, I'd say this. I mean, they're putting in, a homeless street guy. They're putting in a park drummer, which you only see, I think, Chow, you said you only see for about a half a second, not even.
Right.
Where was the other one at?
There was another guy who was like
boy
punk
at wedding
on the street or something.
Yeah, boy at wedding here. I mean, so just like they're crediting the smallest of roles, and Ray DeVito, who's a comic, who you would think would, just by sheer appearance wouldn't make a credit, doesn't get credited for his role. So that leads me to believe, or leads me to assume that you actually weren't in this movie. Let's continue on with this clip and listen to Ray here.
And
was it for an Indian person? Were you playing an Indian person?
No, I was playing a New Yorker. They just wanted it look how zany the people in New York are. So there was a bunch of other straight dudes playing gay people too. It was look how
a bunch of other straight dudes playing gay people. Now, Chow, again, I didn't have time to watch this movie. How could I, right? I have a million things going on. You watch this movie. No other straight guys playing gay roles, correct? Can we verify that?
Yeah, absolutely not. It had nothing to do. I don't think there's anything to do with being gay in the whole movie. It's about a chick who kind of meets a dude. She's an Indian chick. She meets a white dude, and that was it. I don't know where he's coming up with it. It's completely made up.
Completely farce.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep watching here. This is interesting.
Weird New Yorkers are. So
That was the point of hiring you as a gay person to.
And again, I don't know how you feel about the audience at home, Hemda and Keith O'Malley here, but they're on the money here. I mean, they're not they're not pressing them. They're not like pushing back, but at least like you could tell that they know what's up, right? They know it's like none of this is making sense, but I guess we're lying today. I guess that's what we're doing on the show.
Right.
Say, look how weird.
I guess.
Well, what was the line? I'm so gay and driving you.
No, just where do you want to go? That was it. Well, I wore a scarf. And then I walked.
So I think, obviously, I think he's trying to think of gay traits, and he's like, what's the gayest thing? Oh, a scarf. So he throws that in there as well. And the line was, where do you got to go? I don't even think, that's bad writing if that is the case. You know what I mean? But again, very insane stuff here to just completely fabricate.
On the street with.
Did you make up this character? Was gay?
What is the scarf? Why are you wearing a scarf?
That's just what they gave me. That to them, that's gay.
Are you sure you were in a movie?
Check it out, English Finglish. Check it out. I am.
Where would I?
There's no reason for you to have been gay for that character.
I know.
Bad bitches more bad.
All right, so before we get popped, I just want to pause it on here. All right, so this was the only instance of a taxi cab driver. I'll let everyone at home be the judge. Is this or is this not Ray DeVito? I'm going with, obviously, no. This is not him. This doesn't even look like him.
No, at first I actually thought it was, but then, once I kind of looked into it a little more, it doesn't look like him at all.
No, not at all.
So I got a theory of why he did this, or how this came to be, or this story. I think he.
Oh God! All right, good. Sorry.
It's okay. I mean, that song's not out yet, so you won't get hit right away. So Ray, I think what he did is he maybe auditioned and maybe filmed something, or maybe he got cut from the movie. I have no idea, but I think he told the story as like a stand-up bit that he kind of made up. Like, I played a gay taxi driver, and then basically fabricated the whole story around it. Like he thought it was funny, how he kind of makes up bits. If you watch his stand-up they're not funny, they're not jokes, but for him it's like comedy. So I think that's what happened, and then it became his identity, and he had to keep up with the lie. It's like Steve Rannazzisi with 9/11.
9/11, who was the other one? There was another guy with 9/11 too. Was it Pete Davidson possibly?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what happened with Pete Davidson, but I think like English Finglish is Ray's 9/11.
Wow.
Like he claims to this day that he was in this movie, that he was definitely didn't have a speaking role. It makes no sense,
Right.
So
yeah, and then again, so to make that up, and then you could have been any character in that movie, but you make up your character as being flamboyantly homo. That's how I draw the conclusion of where I'm at today. So, Chow, before we get off this Ray stuff here, what do you expect moving forward from Ray? What is your plans moving forward with Ray? Does anything change after today's episode? Are you going to be covering him the same? What's your plans moving forward with Ari? I'm sure people want to know. Give us some insight into that, and then we're going to move on from Ray.
No, I mean, I'm going to keep watching Ray from time to time. I've got a whole bunch of videos I just got chambered that I'll be releasing on X. So if you want to follow me, I've probably released in the last month like 20, 25 videos that are all 2 minutes and 20 seconds long. So I'll just keep hitting them with it. And yeah, I have no problem with Ray, like legitimately. I do wish him well. I actually sent him a DM about a month ago when he got all mad and said I was trolling. And I said, dude, I really have no problem with you. And I do honestly and sincerely wish you the best in life. Like, I'm not trolling you. I'm telling you this. This is all for, I tried to correct the record. He said, yeah, cool, man. Like, I no hard feelings. We're cool and all that. Then he blocked me and freaked out for the last month. So I don't know what's going to happen with him, but I'm here to watch it. And as far as like Ari, I don't know what she's up to. I mean, maybe we'll do a show here coming up. We were talking yesterday about it. But it's really up to her. And then yeah, I'm just here to watch the rest of the shit. But if you want to see a bunch of funny shit about Ray's odd behavior, go to my Twitter because I got a whole bunch of it up there.
And that's what Dr. Chow over on Twitter.
Yeah, Dr. Mega G.
Dr. Mega G.
DRMEGAG.
All right, yeah. So that's the Ray DeVito stuff that we have today. Thank you for participating with the coverage of Ray. I want to get into this Hackamania stuff. Before I do, I got a palate cleanser I want to play to kind of just restart the show, just to get off this Ray stuff here. I feel like we've done a lot of Ray. Some people love it. Some people probably want to fucking kill me right now. But to end this poll too, Chow, if I can figure out how to do this. I mean, I didn't think it would go this well for you, but is Chow a troll or not? 70% say yes, 30% say no. So I think that's pretty fair, man. I think that, because I thought it was honestly going to be like 95-5 that you are a troll. Like, no one's going to believe that. But like I said, dude, I don't get the vibe that you are a troll. I just think you're here trying to seek the truth and do your best at being a doctor, you know? And I respect that. I really do. So
it's all for entertainment. Like,
Sure.
I would never do anything malicious to Ray, and I don't cover Ray on my show with Mir. We do an interview show. We bring up Ray as like a running bit. We ask the guests if they know him, but I always have good things to say about him. And otherwise, you know, I just do the clips.
I can't
recently.
stand. Yeah, I can't stand that little Muir character. But go ahead. Well, that's a different topic for a different day.
But yeah, so that all the covering the shows. I like your show. I like all the people doing it, but I'm not the one. Going after Ray.
You're
for
not
anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's
It's all
why.
good.
I know that, and that's why I wanted to have you on to kind of walk through some of this stuff because, like I said, dude, I mean, we watched it here, and there's plenty of other examples from this past week that just simply we don't have the time to get into every time Ray's calling you a troll, but there's example after example after example of the Dr. Chow hate, and I wanted to get to the bottom of where we think that's coming from. Some conclusions, what makes Ray tick, why he does the things he does, and some of your coverage and analysis and reports that you've been dialing up have been spot on. I've been watching, and I wanted to have you on for that. So I'm glad we did. So I want to turn over to this. We'll do a little palate cleanser here for everyone, just so we can kind of refresh. Now I think this is, I'm saying palate cleanser away from Ray, but I think it's ironic because I think this is Ray in about 25 years. Let me take Chow off the screen here. All right. Yeah, so we'll be right back. Give us like 20 seconds. Enjoy this little clip from Ray in the future. This is futuristic Ray.
I'm a queen.
There you have it. Fucking Barry Ribs, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like he's doing well, but I make the point that's Ray in about 25 years. So, all right, I want to kind of shift our focus over, and I think this is, where we'll kind of leave it after this, to Nobody Likes Onions, Patrick Melton, this Hackamania. We found, well, I mean, it's not like a find anything. It's out there, right? This is where they're doing their event. But we came across this the other day, dude, and we were, shocked. Let people know some of your initial, reactions and instincts when you found the place that they were going to be performing at, this Onion Con Hackamania.
Yeah, so we were kind of prepping some stuff the other night for this show, and somehow this came up because Ray's going to be at it, and we found you pulled up the website for this, and dude, you and me were howling laughing at this shit because I thought it was a troll the whole time. I thought like this was like some fans made this to make fun of them, and the contents of what this event looks like and where it's at, the venue. It makes me want to go now. At first I thought like, I don't want to go to Vegas, hang out at a casino, but this is next level, like weird.
So you actually might be purchasing a ticket is what I'm hearing.
Maybe.
Okay. I will not. After I saw this, I mean, I was going to go. I had thoughts about, oh, maybe should I go? Should I not go? People would be like, people were telling me it's going to be a good time. We'll meet up and we'll fucking laugh at Nobody Likes Onions live and all that good shit. After I saw this venue, dude, I was perplexed. I mean, really is to put it simply. I mean, I was shocked, dumbfounded that people are going to be actually attending this. So let's check this out, shall we? This is the website. This is the official Hackamania website. So these are all the acts right here. We have Nap Dixon, Carl Hamburglar,
Pathetic fucking loser, and stupid fucking bitch.
Josh Denny. Or no, that's Patrick Melton. Wow. Tukey, Ray DeVito, and there's actually one they left off, which I thought was pretty fucked up, and that's, he's really the backbone of Win by Two in the Two Nation, and that's Earl Skakel. So yeah, this is their official website. 116 days, 23 hours, 23 minutes, 20 seconds, right? So on and so forth. Joy Nobody Likes Onions, who are these podcasts, Tukey, a.k.a. El Horrible, a.k.a. P. Dabbler, Ray DeVito, Pat Dixon, Earl Skakel, and more for a weekend of stand-up and live podcast in Sin City. So these are some of the events here. A festival for hacks, buy hacks with stuff. Wait, where's it going? Hacks with stuff degenerates like you will love. Las Vegas, baby. So some of the stuff, Las Vegas, baby says, early summer in Las Vegas is gorgeous and affordable, and you're going to love the games, the lights, the pool, and the drinks. Stand-up comedy. Pro comedians doing their best to dazzle you with their best material. I'd hope so, right? Imagine going on stage to do your worst material. But that's actually a thing. Like, people actually, that's why they don't want people filming, is because they're doing unfinished material. So it wouldn't shock me that these guys are doing just recycled old material. Now, this was the only thing you thought was going to be, pretty cool about this event. Plus a live open mic competition with cash prizes.
Yeah, I thought that's cool. If they have fans trying to do comedy, and I would be, I don't know. I like that. I like Kill Tony, so I like amateur comedy more than. And hey, not to divert quick, but Ray's going to be at Hackamania, and you talked on the Franklin Checkler thing.
Yeah.
If you go to my Twitter, you guys check it out. There's a clip. Ray's not working on new material in this stand-up. He's telling the same jokes from 10, 15 years ago. We didn't cover it today, but he's telling the same jokes for over a decade, not all of them. He doesn't come up with new shit. So him getting mad about people filming or Franklin Checkler cutting up his video of jokes, it's nothing new. So get over it, Ray.
Well, the one specifically was over that girl, right? It was the
booty call.
The booty call, the chick. I mean, I think it was in his special. It was in his last clip that he just cut up. So yeah, I mean, you're right. The evidence points to Ray doesn't actually. I mean, and it's funny too because he projects. He's always like he's the one to tell you to pick up a pen, and in fact, he's not actually picking up a pen. So
yeah, all of his jokes are about being a kid. Like, when I was a kid, I got beat up or I got chased or it's all
Arrested
adolescent
comedy. Right.
Yeah. So you can just tell by the nature of the jokes that nothing new because he has nothing going on. So
he has no life experience.
Right.
Yeah, so that's bizarre. Yeah, so go check that out on Chow's Twitter. We're not going to be able to get into it. So yeah, here you go. Here are all the guys. WATP again. Who is flying out to go see this shit is my question. And I had I was stumped earlier when I was going over on the Carl event coming up in Florida. It's, he was listing off all these lists of fucking hacks, for lack of a better term.
You fucking hack.
But it was like, Carl, Vinnie Paulino, fucking Lucy Tight Whore, or whatever her name is. Tight. What's her name? Tight something? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't watch his show, so but I know he's got a couple chicks that come on. Lucy. Sounds about right.
Yeah, his mom, Jenny, from the block. Who else was he naming? Dr. Steve, like all these. And it's like we're supposed to sit there and be like, oh my God, like I can't wait to go buy a ticket to go see Lucy fucking Jingles or whatever. And so you cut to this, and it's WATP and Nobody Likes Onions. Okay, I could see. Then you got this fucking puppet. You got boring fucking Skakel here, ready to put someone to sleep.
He even looks like he's sleeping in the picture.
Right, you can't even see his eyes. So yeah, who knows if he's fucking sleeping. I mean, I'd imagine, throughout Earl's day, he's just walking through life. Like he's mastered the art of sleeping while acting like, or being preserved as or perceived as awake. Like you can sleep with your eyes open. Earl's mastered that. Obviously, Diamond Hands, DeVito performing, doing old bits, and Nap Dixon. So 2 out of 3 guys, or 2 out of the 5 guys, are going to be doing their damnedest to try to put the audience to sleep. Ray DeVito doing old material, a puppet, which again
with an old picture.
Who?
Ray with an old picture.
Oh, Ray, yeah, right. They got the worst picture of Ray too. I mean, talk about serial killer vibes. Holy fuck, man. So it's just bizarre, man. Right. So this is the event. All tickets. So here's what you're paying: $99 for early bird ticket, early bird festival badge, all shows, general access, drink deals, locked in pricing, and then the VIP ticket for an extra $100. You get there's only 50 available VIPs. VIP festival badge, VIP pre-show mixer, reserved seating, clout guaranteed. What does that even mean? Clout guaranteed. Do you? I mean, you're the mega G here. Can you do you know what clout guaranteed means? Like, if I say that sentence, like, what does that? Like, what am I saying? Clout guaranteed.
I don't know. I think we were trying to figure that out. I think maybe like they'll tweet you if you buy a VIP ticket, or they'll tag you in a post or something. It doesn't make sense to me.
That's lame.
But the whole website's tongue in cheeky and very self-deprecating. So maybe it's like a joke on that. I really don't know what it is, but.
So, okay. I mean, it's pretty, just a normal website, whatever. I mean, there's posters, alleged posters. Now, the last time there was posters to an event was the Pottstown event, and I've still yet to receive that fucking Pottstown poster. So apparently just another poster grift here. What better place, and this is what the poster description reads, what better place to collect autographs than on a limited edition Hackamania 2024 poster, as we promised, blah, 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 blah. You guys can read it for yourselves. I'm not going to be buying any of this shit. Venues and hotels. So this is where we stumbled upon venues and hotels, and this is where things start to get a little bizarre. So you could see just on the background here. So the place is called The Nerd. And, Chow, do you want to read their tagline here? What the Nerd place in Vegas, their tagline is.
Yeah, The Nerd is a modern bar with comic book-centric decor, bowling lanes, billiard tables, and video games throughout.
And then right over to the right, it says The Nerd, where cosplay meets cocktails. Holy shit.
And at this first look, it looks kind of cool, Like what you're seeing right now actually is like, hey, look, they got the Breaking Bad and a jersey, and it looks like there's a bar there. So it looks, cool, all right.
They got the Ninja
Let's
Turtles.
look into it further. Yeah.
I was
nerdy, but whatever.
I was a big Ninja Turtles fan back when I was 8 years old. So, very nostalgic, I guess, if not for nothing else. They're recommending hotels. All right, so let's jump into the actual site, shall we? So we go to The Nerd, and me and Chow were, chopping this up. And do you want to go to the site or their IG?
Oh, man, they're both good. Maybe IG?
Yeah, I think just because you could see it better in picture form here. All right, so this is The Nerd Bar, Las Vegas here, and we'll just click on a picture. So nothing out of the ordinary at first, right? Just basic sort of stuff.
That wasn't there at the actual venue.
No, that wasn't The Nerd. That first picture. Yeah, we should have probably. All right, so they got midgets. We should have probably went to their. Here, let me go to their website.
Yeah, let's go to their website because people don't know. We saw the website first, and then we found some other funny stuff here. So yeah, maybe do the website.
All right, give me 1 second while the website is loading up. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. The Nerd. Here it is. Where the fuck is? Where did we see all that shit at? Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so here we go. It's a bar. There's a bowling alley there. So that's the picture of the Breaking Bad poster in the back. But it's nothing more than just a glorified arcade, essentially, is what people are going to be attending for $200. And then this thing. So
yeah.
Ride on the world's. I can't even finish that sentence, Chow. You have to finish this for me. I can't.
Ride the world's largest penis.
What? Oh my God! Say that one more time for people who aren't listening.
Ride on the world's largest penis. Wow. Only at The Nerd.
So it says the ride of a lifetime. Book a ride for yourself or a friend on the world's Chow.
The world's largest penis.
And capture a viral moment waiting to happen for $20. Holy fuck. So, this is like the mechanical bull, you see in like a Texas Roadhouse or something like that. But instead, The Nerd they've set up this giant fucking rajul, the schlong.
Yeah. Yeah, this was mind blowing when we saw this. At first, we were like saw the bowling, and we were kind of looking at pictures on Google Images, and then once we saw this, we're like, "What the fuck?
What the actual fuck?" And Melton like booked that knowingly, and that's another speculation I've had on Melton is that he kind of rides the other side of the fence at times. If you catch my drift, so it makes sense now. I mean, imagine because they're going to try to photo op Ray DeVito on the
Ray, yeah,
and who knows? Maybe no, I don't think that thing could even hold Melton. That thing would collapse in on itself, from the sheer weight. But yeah, so is this still on the website? I thought there was more here.
I think we saw the other pictures of like the inside and that little like crappy stage and all that stuff from a Google image search.
Here, let's see on. All right, here we go, right here. So this is the stage.
Oh yeah.
Here, we'll let it play. So I don't think there's a way to pause on Instagram, but here to go, you got a little, what appears to be maybe like a 4x4 little box stage set up in the corner of the Nerd, right behind like where the bowling alley is. I mean, this is very nuts, man. I mean, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like, this is actually where the event's going to be. They obviously have, this is just a Vegas standard. Like, there's midgets walking around everywhere. It is.
That's their thing. They have, midget bartenders.
Midget bartenders. Wow. Like, yeah. And it's just amazing to me. People are actually going to pay for this, Like, you guys better not come back from this trip and tell me all your adventures and stories with the midgets that, you fucking tried hooking up with. Imagine, no, that would be hilarious if Ray wifed one of these dwarfs up.
Lost his virginity to one of these midgets.
Oh my God.
That'd be great.
Here they got, who's this character? It's a Star Wars character, I believe. Which is fitting because Ray and Carl are huge Star Wars fans. So they're going to be right. This is like Chuck E. Cheese for adults, I think I told you on the phone or wherever we were talking on Skype.
Right. And we noticed they had all the like those old 80s video game console or arcade machines.
Yes.
And those things, I bet it just stinks in this
place,
right here.
Bro. Guitar. Imagine. Well, you've been into a bowling alley recently or ever, right? You know what a bowling alley is.
I was out one last night of all times for a birthday party. Yeah.
So, bowling alleys, they smell like feet, weed, not like spilled beer, moldy fucking mildew. And then you got all these video games here. It's just nuts, man. Like, this is where they're actually hosting their event. If you get bored of the comedy event, if Pat Dixon and Earl Skakel are putting you to sleep, you can go right to the bowling alley and see if you can't bowl a fucking turkey. Isn't that nice? So yeah, Chow, look, I wanted to just kind of go over some of this. It is insane, though. The name is fitting, the Nerd.
That's one thing, too. They got a wrestling ring there. So, you know how everyone wants to fight in the dab?
Yeah.
Like, Stuttering John wants to beat up everyone, and Brennan and Bob. And, yeah, maybe by the time this happens, these guys can fight or something. Or fans can fight. I don't know.
I don't know either, Chow. It's depressing. It really is. When I see this shit. Like, the grown men are going to this place for a weekend. They're spending their hard-earned money because it's not just the $200. It's the travel, it's the hotel, it's the food, it's everything else that goes. You're looking at probably over a G. Look, they have midget 50 Cent. Holy shit! Is that supposed to be 50 Cent?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. So after I saw this, I was like
25 Cent.
25
cent.
Because
that's what his name was.
Half his fucking size. That's great. Should we call this place and see what the going rate for a rental is? And then I think that's where we can leave it.
They had Stanhope there.
Yeah, Doug Stanhope was there.
For Skankfest. Yeah.
Okay,
so Skankfest was held partially at this place, I guess.
Well, Skankfest, they have it places, but they're having it at multiple places because there's so many different events,
Right. So
I don't know. To me, I found this fascinating that this is what grown men are going to do. You got people dressing up as Ash Ketchum, like a Pokemon character. You're fucking 40, dude. Time to grow up. time to grow up. But for these guys, they'll be right at home. They'll be right at home. Like I said, I was gonna try to call. I don't know if I want to call them. To be, I would love to know how much it would cost to rent this place out. Like I said, I'd probably guess no more than $2,000 for the weekend. Maybe more, maybe $3,000, maybe $1,000 a night.
Yeah, from the pictures we saw of the bar area, it didn't look that big. So we were trying to hypothesize like how many people could attend, and we came up to maybe between 100 and 200 would be the capacity. But I don't know. It's hard to tell without talking to someone or going there. But this is something we could try to like figure out later too on another show.
Yeah,
but
maybe
up to you, man.
Yeah, maybe on the next one. I'm thinking. Only because when I see this dude, I get bummed. I get bummed out that this is the world we live in today. And it just kind of it saddens me to see. It makes sense why. Like after I saw this, I was like, oh, it makes sense why people love Tukey, because they're still into comic books and puppets and all that shit. It makes sense. Look at this. We have a Darth Vader riding a fucking. I can't even say the word. It says, "May the cock be with you." That's nuts. So yeah. That's the nerd. So after seeing this, Chow, are you still? You said after seeing this, you were still considering getting tickets, correct?
I unfortunately won't be able to attend, but I'm all for these type of events that they're having, and this is like I said, I thought this was a troll what they were saying. When I saw the website, I thought it was like, this can't be a real place. But now that I saw that it is real and someone else confirmed it, and it's going to be Ray DeVito, Nap Dixon, Earl, Milton, and
Carl.
And Carl. I'm like, dude, this is going to be like some otherworldly oddball type gathering, like a gathering of the Juggalos for... I don't know.
Well, we encourage people to film it all. If we're not there, film everything, get every fucking minute little detail. Film Ray DeVito, film Patrick Melton. But it'll be interesting to see, man. Definitely, I definitely won't be attending. We got this big AC. Are you flying the Chow chopper over to AC this weekend? Chow, are you going to AC for this weekend?
No, and. I'm not going to be going to AC ever.
Well,
I've
that's
been
how it
before.
should be. That's how that's the right answer right there. But go ahead, continue.
Yeah. I don't like AC. I don't like anything about it. Right. I'm not on the East Coast. I'm not an hour's drive away like some people. So I get it. Like if you want to go to a casino and gamble a little bit, but I would never make AC a destination for me. So no, I'm not going to be there. But I wish everyone the best. And actually, a little shameless plug. We got the baddest man in the dab, Bill from Jersey, coming on Mere Musk on Tuesday, and he's going to be there.
Wow, yeah, Bill from Jersey. Yeah, I did hear that. It's like Chad's personal security. Isn't it? Yeah,
black belt in karate, former law enforcement guy. So, and he's a big, bad motherfucker. So we're going to talk to him about it, maybe ask him to carry out a couple ops for us when he's out in AC, but we'll see. But I won't be there personally.
Well, we'll be tuning in, Chow. So you do Mere Musk. There's no really set date. You guys kind of just go with the flow, right?
Yeah, just for fun, whenever people can. We try to reach out to people and ask them if we think they'll be good. And yeah, so we got one on Tuesday, but during the day. But yeah, check it out. Interview show.
Yeah, we'll be watching, Chow, for sure. Look, I appreciate your time as always. Thank you for helping me break down Ray DeVito. Lord knows I definitely need, that. And it'll be interesting moving forward to see what happens, seeing the fallout of Ray. Well, does Ray respond? Does he sue us? Does a lady come forward and try to collect this cash reward, which I think we're going to go with $1,000 each. I think that's pretty fair. $2,000 if you could provide proof of your, physical, intimate relationship that you may have had one time with Raymond DeVito. But Dr. Chow, thank you again. Troll or not, I don't know. Like I said, I see you as a truth seeker. Keep seeking that truth, Dr. Chow. One more time. Ladies and gentlemen, Tuesday on Little Mere with Bill from Jersey. Thank you, Chow. We'll talk to you soon, ma'am.
Peace.
There you have it, Dr. Chow, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let me get this Skype off the fucking screen here. It was fucking my shit up. There you have it, Dr. Chow. All right, I think we're going to take a quick break. We have so much more to get into. Chad, Tony Mazer, Steel Toe, fucking Charlie, a.k.a. Bob Shuley.
If I could be a Jew right now, I would be a Jew.
Stick around because, like I said, the show has only just begun. Thank you for tuning in thus far, and we'll be right back in about 5 minutes. Do not touch that dial. We'll see you soon. We are back. Welcome back into the show. All right, we are back. Thank you for sticking around. Fuck yeah. Welcome back into the show. There's still so much left to get to. We didn't even really scratch the surface on most of this stuff. We were kind of jumping around, talking about all things Ray DeVito that happened this past week with some people call him a troll. I call him, like I said, a seeker of truth and wisdom. Dr. Chow, that is. We still have a lot to get to, though. Lots of people, going haywire. Tony Mazer being one of those people. I think we should just get right into it. This past week, so one of the guys going to this Atlantic City non-event to perform comedy is Tony Pig Weasel Mazer. Now, I'm impartial when it comes to Ray. Like I said at the top, I don't hate him, nor do I like him really. I just think he's a buffoon who deserves to be clowned on and ridiculed. But Tony Mazer, I cannot fucking stand. I hate the sight of Mazer. I hate his voice. I hate his fucking attempts at what podcasting is. The sheer thought that Tony Mazer does the same thing as me is, laughable at best. Everything this guy does should be laughed out of existence. Now, he comes from the radio world. He used to be on the radio. Really has never really popped anywhere because he's just, so fucking boring. He makes Ray look like, Jay Leno. Tony Mazer this past week, we were getting into his head, and we're going to keep the pressure up. With only 7 days to go to Atlantic City, he'll be in my neck of the woods. I might show up just to film Tony Mazer's set. I don't know. Will I be there? Will I not be there? You have to wait and see. But if I do go, Chad, I don't really care about. Gino and Keanu, I could care less. Tony Mazer is the target, is the subject at hand, who I'm looking to film and just, completely make a complete mockery out of, is this guy, Tony. This past week, he goes on, tomorrow, by the way, he's doing Mondays with Mazer. Tomorrow with Chad. So I'm going to be there, Tony. I'm going to be in your chat room, throwing tomatoes, trying to stir you up. And my objective is, first, I think Chad should cut you loose. That's what I honestly think. I think Chad should fucking cut. You offer nothing. You bring nothing to the table. You don't bring, a goddamn thing. Your biggest fucking thing this past week, your biggest topic was that 15-year-old clip of O and A. I'm here to tell you guys, Opie and Anthony, it's done. It's over. Nobody cares about Opie and Anthony anymore. They're irrelevant. I get it. If they came back, they would do millions of views on YouTube. They're never coming back. They can't, you know what I mean? It's done. So to bring it up now and to break down, unless you're doing like a special O&A podcast where it's just like you break down old clips and that's like your brand, you shouldn't be bringing up O&A clips ever. That shouldn't be a hot take. You know what I mean? That should just be pretty much universally understood. O&A was good when it was around. It's no longer around anymore, so leave it in the past. Tony Mazer is obsessed. He loves Anthony Cumia. Imagine loving Anthony Cumia, by the way. Imagine. You could respect him as a broadcaster, sure. But this guy goes out of his way to try to be friends with Cumia. I don't get it, man. I don't see it. Some people claim that Cumia is hilarious and he's fun. Well, maybe he is. I don't know. I don't really watch. I never really listened to O&A. Here and there clips, I'll check it out. But, I wasn't around really for the O&A years. But to Tony, somebody like Anthony Cumia is his idol. So anyway, like I said, he's so my main mission, my main objective is to convince Chad that he's better off without Tony. And I think that, really, I think that's the truth. Or for Tony to get up and just quit. Because there's no room for you here, Tony. I'm here to tell you there's no room for you here. All right? I mean, from man to man, you don't belong here. I said this at the top of the show. At the top of the show, there's never been an instance I could point to and I go, you know what? That Mazer man, he's got it going on. Like, he's funny. He's funny. There's never been a time. If someone could provide that clip, I'll pay you. I don't know. If someone could provide me a clip of Tony Mazer being funny, I'll take a month off from doing this. That clip doesn't exist. So I have an objective for Mazer. Again, it's for this show to cease to exist. Let's get into it, though. This was Mazer from this past week. Actually, this past Thursday. He goes on with Chad, and this is like the sheer definition of mailing it in. They have nothing. So why do you continue to do this show, Chad? Can you answer me that question? Why do you continue to do this show? Is it because you feel bad for Mazer? Because without you, Mazer would be left to his 16 Patreon subs and his 27 YouTube subs. Nothing. And he's earned all of that. He's not entertaining. He's not fascinating. He's not interesting. He doesn't do it you know what I mean? So why do you keep him around? Like, help me understand. And then maybe I'll go easy. I won't, but maybe I will. I mean, this guy has, we'll watch him say today, I've been doing comedy for 10 years. I've been doing comedy for 10 years. But you can't take a fucking virtual tomato? You spaz out at the sight of a tomato. You've been doing comedy for 10 years and you spaz out over an emoji? Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. It's no wonder, this guy blames Gino. Where's Gino at? Gino!
Gino's a bitch.
This guy blames Gino for his firing from his radio days. Oh, Gino Visconti, used the N-word one time and got me fired. Which, by the way, happy Black History Month to everybody. Make sure to kiss a black if you see one. Lord knows they need it. Isn't that insane, too? Off topic about Tony Mazer, but isn't that insane? I know this is like a regurgitated take, but it is nuts that blacks have a whole month dedicated to them. I don't know. Just thinking out loud now at this point. But his whole thing is Gino got him fired from his radio gig. And it's like, no, Gino didn't get you fired. That was just the straw that broke the camel's back. You got yourself fired, Tony, for your non-personality, your lack of funny, your ability to be completely dead, monotone. Monotone Tony is what they call you. Tomato can Tony is what they call you. So I can't stand this guy. Now, some people, again, they'll go, John, settle down, dude. Tony's actually a nice guy. I don't care if he's nice. I don't care if he's the nicest guy. I don't care if he does charity work. I don't care if he donates to the Salvation Army. I don't care if he does any of that. He's a fucking complete loser fucking hack. And he's afraid and he gets riled up over tomato emojis. Just imagine that. I can't even believe that's a real sentence. He's afraid of tomatoes. Emoji tomatoes. That's Tony Mazer. Let's check it out. This is Mondays with Mazer. And we're going to watch Tony get all freaked out here. Let's check it out.
We'll go, what's that sub place?
All right, let's rewind to the beginning. Check it out. Tony, Chad, Mondays with
everybody. I blame Tony. Good morning, everybody. Steel Toe Morning Show. It's Thursday. We're a couple.
Real quick, Pulper80 coming in for the gifted membership. Thank Thank you for that, Pulper. I didn't even see who that went to. Maybe that was on break, or did you just do that? Thank you for that, though. As always, we do appreciate it. Guys, make sure you're thanking Pulper. I shouldn't have to constantly repeat myself over, thanking Pulper. If you're on the receiving end of, like Mr. Z was, if you're on the receiving end of one of these gifted memberships, the least you could be doing is just saying thanks. Hey, thanks, Pulper. We do appreciate that, your services around here. Thank you for that, Pulper. I sure as hell do. And then Pulper has been a member for 4 months. Says, Paul R. Nelson, I love your commercials. That's awesome. That's awesome. Pulper, thank you for that. Thank you for being a member, and thank you for the gift of membership. We do appreciate that. Mr. Z, make sure, please, I don't have to repeat myself again. There you go. Thank you. That's all we asked for. Thank you, Mr. Z. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. Love that on-air sign. Yeah, so Tony, let's back into Tony here. Pulper is the man, Mr. Z. Mr. Z didn't say thanks to Pulper. 5-minute timeout. No, he did. He just said it. We're good. Decline. He's good. Yeah, so Tony's got this on-air sign. And, we see a lot of these fucking losers. They buy on-air signs. For what reason, I don't know. You're not on the air. I mean, I guess technically you are. You're doing a live stream, but it's not, you know what I mean? You're not doing radio. This isn't the airwaves. This is YouTube. But they buy these on-air signs and they don't plug them in. They don't use them. So what is the point of the on-air sign? And you can't even read the words on, so it just looks like air. It just looks like he has a sign that says air. I mean, maybe there isn't an on. I'm max zoom right now, and I don't even see the words on. So maybe he actually just bought a sign that says air. I mean, that would be even more ridiculous. And again, we watched back in July. This is something I've been covering for a while now, is Tony's studio endeavors and his journey to create something that shows off his personality, his creativity. Now, I watched Kevin Brennan say this last night or two days ago on his podcast. He goes, I don't need to up my production. Part of my charm is, having a shitty looking, shitty sounding podcast, and people love it. And I get that. I've said that before. Kevin, sure. Kevin has an ability to be funny off the cuff. So, right, maybe Kevin doesn't necessarily need to go all out with production and what have you. But also, too, it's just his way. It's such a bad excuse, right? Because now he's telling everybody, essentially, you're going to keep super chatting, and he's not going to invest any of that money back in the show. And again, you don't have to build a grand fucking state-of-the-art modern studio with brand new technology, but at least do something, dude. You know what I mean? It's like, if you can't even... I know it's such a fucking... I've been on this since really the conception of this show. And maybe maybe I've done it all wrong. Maybe I care too much about what goes into the product put forward for people to see. There's a million other things people could be watching, and they choose to watch this. So I want to give the viewer and the listener the best experience they have, or they can have. Some of these people, they don't care, and that's always been my biggest point. And that point goes over to Tony. Before we get into Tony, let's go into Pulper 80 rather. Pulper 80 for 2 coming in. Thank you for that, Pulper. We appreciate that. Says thank you, Daylot and B Smiley. I don't know what they did, but I'm gonna take your lead on that and just agree. Thank you for that, Pulper. We do appreciate that, and thank you, I guess, Daylot and B Smiley. And then Mike V comes in, says they need a pic of Bill Cosby in the background. They might as well at this point. And they might. Thank you for that, Mike V. But they might as well, right? It wouldn't shock me if Tony showed up on air with a Cosby photo. So back in the Piggy Boy Mazer here. I'm just making sure everything's good. My bad for this. Yeah, let me take this off. Okay. Thank you, Mike. Tony's since July, Chad since July, new studios, right? We've been covering this. I don't want to beat this dead horse to death already. Then it already has to be. But this was Tony's big idea, right? Just an air sign a white wall, a bookshelf, a picture. Who's this picture of? Someone can help me out. This is Tony's big idea, and this is something I'm getting on. And in this chat, I was pressing Tony. I would have paid Tony $50, which is more than he's making this entire episode. It's practically, I mean, this is only a 50-minute episode. It had been $1 a minute he could have earned. $1 per minute. And all he had to do was turn on his on-air sign. That's all he had to do. And somehow he just didn't. Ray's uncle, people are saying, is who's that picture. That's awesome. You skipped my chat? Did I? De La says I skipped De La's chat. Oh, yeah, De La. Thank you, Pulper. Thank you. Thank you, De La. Thank you, Pulper. And thank you for saying thank you, De La, to Pulper. We appreciate that around here. $2. Thank you, De La. Sorry I missed your chat. I didn't see it. But we do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Real fucking cuckfest of thank yous. All right? I'm not saying that. It's you guys have to say that. I'm not saying thank you anymore. I refuse. No, I'm just kidding. I will, but Logging Road King says a real comic. Looks like you got Cosby'd. Well, whatever. So anyway, justice for Taylor super chat. Yeah, we read it. Let's jump into Mazer and Chad. I mean, I could pick this image apart for 3 hours. I've done it before. So I don't want to spend all my time picking this studio apart. Just know that they don't... I mean, I don't know if Mazer's broke, and that's why, I mean, this is the effort he puts forward. I don't know what the reason is. I'll never understand. But this is his idea of what a good studio should look and sound like. Let's watch. Tony Mazer's going to freak out over some virtual tomatoes. Check it out.
Couple days late. Sorry about that. I forgot what day it was. Hit the like button. Tony Mazers joins us on his show, Tony's with Tony Thursdays.
Yeah, whatever today is. We don't have a name for this one.
What are you doing? What's got you laughing today?
Oh, I don't know. Well, by the way, today is the 20th anniversary of the Janet Jackson wardrobe malfunction.
Oh, Nipplegate.
Nipplegate. I'm going to have you naked by the end of this song, and JT takes her, whatever that thing was. Where'd you go, Chad? He gone.
All right, so Chad drops off a minute into the show. Now, this is Tony. You could gauge how good someone is and how much their ability to improv is when they're left to their own devices. Chad drops off. This is Tony Mazer's time to shine. Mind you, this is Tony Mazer's show. This is Mondays with Mazer. So this is his show. This is his opportunity to do something funny, to say something quick and smart, studious, fill us in maybe on something that's happening in Tony's life. And he's perplexed. He's dumbfounded. He doesn't know what to do. And mind you, this is, again, I wouldn't really care if he was just trying to, do podcasting on the spare time. He prides himself being a professional radio guy. I mean, how fucking gross. So watch his ability to improv. There's nothing. Like, you guys are better than this. I've seen Chatter's ability to improv, I mean, way beyond what Tony Mazer's even capable of even thinking.
I'm going to have you naked by the end of this song, and JT takes her, whatever that thing was. Where'd you go, Chad? He gone. And, yeah, we saw that. The whole world saw it, except for me. I was outside playing football because I didn't really care about halftime show, and I still don't care about the halftime show.
So why
there's that.
are you talking about it? If you don't care about it, why? What makes you think in your right brain that we're gonna sit there, listen to you who doesn't care about it? What makes you think we're gonna care about it 20 years later? It was cool when it happened. We saw some nip on live TV. Janet Jackson, right? It was a great thing 20 years ago. But that was 20 years ago, 2 decades ago. Surely there's something more interesting and more relevant that's happened in the last week. There was a guy who fucking chopped his dad's head off while he was tripping on LSD. Anything, dude. You bring up Janet fucking Jackson and her nip slip from 20 years ago. You're really just a pathetic excuse for not even a man, of a human being. I mean, the world would be the world wouldn't even know if Tony Mazur left this world. You know what I mean? If Tony Mazur ceased to exist tomorrow, this is not a threat, by the way. I'm not here to threaten anyone. No one would bat an eyeball. Like, life would move on perfectly fine. Now, they would move on too. I mean, if I left, some could say the same about me, but it's worse for him. He's been in radio. He's been doing comedy for 10 years, right? It's just bizarre, man. Just bizarre. Tell us more about this Janet Jackson nipple slip that we saw already, and we saw every day after it happened. Keep telling us more.
But what's weird is that changed a lot of what we're about to talk about in today's podcast. A lot of changeover that happened in the broadcasting industry, the FCC fines and violations. And because of that, there was a lot of clampdowns and kind of really kicked some pretty good content off airwaves and really sanitized a lot of stuff.
By the way,
she was naked. You know what I mean? It's not, I don't know, man. I really don't know. It really sanitized a lot of stuff. Oh, did it? It's because her fucking tits were out on national TV for the world to see. Kids to see.
Very professional of you to keep it going while I got kicked off.
That's okay.
You're
See,
a
that's
pro.
what we do here. We just bounce off and,
We bounce often, he says. We bounce often. Like, is that, did you really just say that?
That's okay.
You're
See,
a
that's
pro.
what we do here. We just bounce off and,
I mean, Jesus
You
Christ.
excited to meet Bill from Jersey and AC?
I am. Who else is going to be there?
Oh,
So again, he always does this thing where he doesn't know anything, who's going to be there, but really he does know. He really actually knows who's going to be there. He knows Stuttering John's going to be there. He knows Kevin's going to be there. He knows Chad, Gino, Keanu's going to be there. I mean, you're doing the damn event. You're doing the event. So, stop acting like this. This is worse than Ray DeVito.
it's going to be a lot of fun. I
Is
heard
Kate Meany going to be there?
Possibly.
So just another Kate Meany simp. I can't stand these Kate Meany simps. All these guys are obsessed with the Meany. And it's just because she's the latest girl. It's not because she's hot or attractive or whatever. She's actually disgusting. But they were obsessed with Ari Jane. They were obsessed with Tracy Jane. They were obsessed with fucking Elise Edward. They're obsessed with Kate Meany. Tony thinks he has a shot. Is Kate Meany going to be there? Yeah, Tony, she is. But she ain't fucking worried about you. I could assure you that.
I hear Casey Armstrong's going to be there.
What about Stuttering John? I heard about the ring light. I heard about all of that. What's going to happen?
Yeah, get your tickets, guys. It's next week. It's a week from Saturday. So TennesseeAvenueBeerHall.com for your tickets. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a good time.
Outside of Keanu, any ladies going to be there, or is this just going to be absolute sausage fest?
I think Kate's coming.
It's like, Tony, you're going to be in AC. There's hookers around every corner. Stop. Why are you so worried about fucking the Dabbleverse? What chicks are coming from the dab? It's like, go outside on Tennessee Avenue, and for $37, you could probably get a nice fucking gummy. Easily. Trust me. Not that I would know, by the way, but just rest assured, you can. I've only heard stories. So he's so concerned about who's going. He's trying to make this a big fucking ordeal. Who's going? Who's going to be? Tony, shut the fuck up.
With Chris Carney, I think. I don't know what to expect. I really don't. I'm going to go have fun. I'm going to have a good time.
We're doing it.
Yeah.
Chad's getting sick of him. I could feel it as an audience member watching this show. Chad is fed up. Like, he can only put up a front for so long. Chad is like a run and gun sort of guy, and Tony operates at a snail's pace. Chad needs to be fucking flying through the air like Top Gun. What the fuck's Tom Cruise in Top Gun? That's Chad, like a fucking jet. Tony, you just bring the mood down. You depress me when I turn this on. It's just a white room with a bookcase, and you acting like you don't know anything that's happening.
We're going to do some open mics. By the way, today is, actually, technically last night is my 10-year anniversary of doing stand-up.
10? You would have fooled me.
Really?
Oh yeah, haven't gotten better since then.
What was your
At least you can admit that.
first gig? You remember?
First gig was at it's not even the Improv anymore. It's the Funny Bone, but the Cleveland Improv. I did something.
Okay, nobody really cares about this. All right, we have to fast forward just a tad. I don't have any of this clipped out. I do apologize, but somewhere along the lines, I was listening, I popped in, and I give Chad a fucking little membership. You know how you could type in a message on a membership? If you're a member for so long on the channel, you could type in and it'll highlight like a super chat. Oh, there I am right there. All right, so check this out. So my chat reads, Chad, and I wanted to give Chad his kudos. As of late, Chad killing it lately. Even Steel Toe wants him on. Good job. Mazer, not so much. Still a giant, unfunny loser. CUNAC is what I said. So let's listen to Chad's response. Let's listen to what Mazer has to say. This is where it kind of all begins. And then it was all down here for fucking Piggy Boy Tomato Tony. Let's check it out.
And hi, Zaddy. Can't wait to see you in AC. I hope you can make it. Okay, I hope you can make it. Salvador, I don't know. Even Steel Toe.
Okay. This is me.
Win by 2 radio. Chad killing it lately. Even Steel Toe wants him on. Good job, Mazer. Not so much. Still, wow.
Wow. Right. You couldn't even finish the fucking. I've been a member for 9 months on your channel, and you couldn't finish the last. Mazer is still a giant, unfunny loser. CUNAC. Why couldn't you finish that, Chad? I want my fucking 9 months back. I want my 9 months. Does Tony Mazer have a bobblehead of Donald fucking Trump? Is that what I see here? If this is true, if this is not like a green screen AI generated background, this is worse than Ray DeVito's. Any bobblehead Ray DeVito owns. Donald Trump bobblehead. That's, really ridiculous shit. Anyway, listen to what they're saying here. So he reads the chat. Let's see what happens. How do they respond?
This guy's the fake red bar.
Okay. Ooh, okay. So we've heard this before. The fake red bar, right? It's their number one thing, right? Their number one comeback to me. And I guess what they're thinking is like they think I'm going to get up out of my seat and freak out and run off the show. And it's like, yeah, I'm just doing my show here. I've been doing my show for almost 4 years now. I'll be doing it 4 years later. It'll be the same way with red bar, without red bar, That's Chad's. He's had this argument. Him and Steel Toe and all these other fucking losers have the same argument for a year. It's like, change it up a little bit. You're supposed to be a comic.
I didn't go on Win by 2. Somebody said I was going to be on to talk about Pottstown, and I said,
okay, so Tony, this is news to me, by the way. I didn't know we were supposed to link up and you were going to be on my show. I didn't even know any of this. So you were supposed to be on my show talking about Pottstown, you say?
I didn't go on Win by 2. Somebody said I was going to be on to talk about Pottstown, and I said I never agreed to being on Win by 2.
Yeah.
What's that have to do with anything about you being an unfunny giant loser still? What's being on my show, breaking down Pottstown, have to do with anything? No, like I'm genuinely confused. What does that have to do with anything I said?
Pottstown, and I said I never agreed to being on Win by 2.
Yeah, and guess what? We don't want you. Even if you wanted to come on my show. Tony, your ship has sailed. I was trying. I don't even know. Maybe I extended the offer to have Mazer come on my show, but that time has gone, Mazer. That ship has sailed. You fucking giant loser fucking clown. No one wants you on shows. You're lucky you're doing Chad's show. Nobody wants you on. You would put my audience to sleep. I can't have that. There's people that drive and listen to this show. Imagine if you popped on as a guest. I would be responsible if they crashed. So no one wants you as a guest, Mazer. Let's get with it.
Yeah. Here it is. I found the video.
Listen to this.
Let's do it.
Yeah, the Win by 2 guy wants to be a thing so bad.
Aww.
Like he wants to be a guy.
Chad. Come on, Chad. Chad, come on. I know you don't mean that. I know you just have to say that because I just took a shot at your boy. But cut your boy loose. You know it, and I know it. Everybody. Why is it that everyone else knows Mazur is complete garbage, but Chad somehow defends him? He stinks. Move on. What I'm trying to be? I'd rather not. I'd rather not be whatever it is you just said I was trying to be. What do you say? I was trying to be a thing.
Two guy wants to be a thing so bad, like he wants to be a guy.
It's like, maybe I do, maybe I don't. I mean, this whole time I thought I was a guy. I don't know if I've ever thought about myself in that sort of manner. Like when I step on the show, do I go, today's the day I want to be a guy? And it's all up to Chad. Does Chad view me as a guy? What an insane argument. I want to be a guy. I guess. So I'm not a guy according to you? However shall I move on in life? I don't know. This is where we part ways, I think. Chad's right. Chad's right. I guess I'm not a guy. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to get out of here. Chad, how ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's preposterous. The argument doesn't even hold any weight. You're not even a guy. So, and let alone Mazur, by the way. So, all right, that's the first instance. I'm working my way. I'm prying. I'm trying to get under Tony's skin. I'm trying to get under Chad's skin. And it's working up to this point, I believe. Because this is where Tony's going to freak out. There's some lead up to it. Hold on, we got to find it. I have nothing clipped out. That's my bad. Bear with me while I prepare some of this here. I don't want to do the Strahan stuff. I think we got to go to right around here.
Somebody said that in the chat, it was, I guess, a little more entertaining than his normal content, but still, it was a bad look.
Yeah, that's the thing is like...
Sorry.
What is this here?
Mazur's last date. This is...
Well...
All right, here we go. Here's some
caught up
stuff.
and stuff like that. But yeah, she was managing a bar. Like, she's not like a thing. She's not a, I don't know.
So, Chad, who are you to tell anyone who's a thing, who's not a thing? You know what I mean? It's quite bizarre. It's like, in your industry, in comedy, you're not a thing. Right? It's like you're doing this weird gatekeepy sort of thing. It's like you're trying to be the judge, jury, executioner of who is and who's not a guy. But it's a weird deflection that you have and a weird cope, for lack of a better word, for when someone's either shitting on you or shitting on your friend, and that's your way to dismiss that person by calling them not a thing or a guy. That's how I view it anyway. Mazur's going to start to freak out. That's what we're watching here for. Let's check it out.
Well, okay, what is this here?
Mazur's last date. This is from the Crumb Burglar. Politely, oh wow, he batted .384 against lefties in 1983. That's great. Oh, look at the time. I forgot the dentist appointment. What?
I have no idea.
I don't get that.
I have no idea. Why? Because I know weird baseball stats and stuff. Okay, sure. You don't have to find me funny.
We don't.
I'm not.
We don't. We think you're actually the opposite of funny.
I say this on my podcast. Somebody subscribed.
Nobody listens to your podcast.
And thought that, oh, Tony, I thought this was a comedy podcast. Yeah, I don't.
So one person subscribed and they tuned in. They watched Tony because he claims, and mind you, he opened the show saying this is his 10-year anniversary in comedy. And there was one little fucking lonesome subscriber who chatted into Tony. He was like, Tony, I thought this was a comedy podcast. To which Tony says,
subscribed and thought that, oh, Tony, I thought this was a comedy podcast. Yeah, I don't do comedy all the time.
Wow.
This universe, I do a little bit of it. But
No. See, you're lying. You don't do comedy ever. It's not just you don't do comedy all the time. I don't do comedy. You never do comedy. You're anti-comedy. Comics want people to laugh, have a good time. You want people depressed, miserable, and dead. So you don't do comedy ever on your show, on stage, in your car, in the shower. There's never an instance where Tony Mazur is performing the art of stand-up.
But I don't care that much to have this as a part of my life. I do these and I get done and live my fucking life.
Wow.
That's kind of what I do.
Oh, listen to, oh, this is where fucking, oh, look at him go. Look at the little man perk up. This is the most Tony Mazur has piped up in the almost year I've been covering this guy now.
Part of my life. I do these and I get done and live my fucking life. That's kind of what I do. Like fucking this and fucking that. So,
His face is getting so red. His eyes go right back to the chat. Again, here's his air sign here. I mean, Tony is, this sign is fitting. Air. And this is a head, airhead. Right? One can make the joke. Airhead. Tony is an airhead. Anyway.
Man.
It's my podcast, the Check Your Brain podcast. Yes, there's funny elements to it.
There's no funny elements. Trust me. I've watched your entire catalog. And I've wanted to put a bullet firmly down my fucking throat. I haven't, but trust me, there's a few times I was watching some of those episodes and I was really contemplating the meaning of life and my entire existence watching the Check Your Brain podcast.
Not a comedy podcast. I'm not sitting around just cracking jokes the whole time.
No,
so
you're right. Again, you're never cracking jokes.
if you're thinking I'm gonna go there and just it's a knee slapper, it's not for you. You don't have to.
So confirmed. Tony Mazur's podcast, out of his own mouth, is actually not funny. Confirmed. You go to Check Your Brain podcast, don't expect to laugh, okay? Forewarning.
Just subscribe. You don't have to do that. It's a cultural podcast. I talk about culture and politics and all that shit, and there's some comedy in it too. So,
no, but we just established that there's not. So. Again, no one is going to Tony Mazur for culture and politics. It's the whole thing about understanding your audience. And you should have a better grasp on who your audience is, given the fact that it being only 16 people. You should really understand what your audience wants. 16 people, it's very easy to gauge. You could easily DM 16 people in the course of fucking an hour. Hey, do you like when I talk about culture and political things? No? Okay. More comedy then? Sure. Tony's problem is he's incapable of being funny. That's the problem. There's no comedy ever.
If you like it, subscribe, enjoy. If you don't, then fuck off.
Wow.
Yeah, if you don't want to listen to it, fuck off.
Look, and his eyes go right back to the chat. He's obsessed about what people are saying about him. Obsessed. And the walls are starting to close for one Mazur. And I'm going to be there when this wall completely caves and cracks and he goes on a rampage and quits. I don't know if he's going to do all that, but again, much like Ray, there's a lot of suppression going on of emotions and feelings that Tony goes through on a daily basis. People think you suck. The entire chat room on this Thursdays with fucking stupid Mazur here was, completely against Tony. We're done with Tony. Tony, Chad, again, you were like, oh, Win by Two is trying to be a guy. It's like, I guess. Well, what does that say about Tony then? But I think, like I said, we're at the point where it's done for Tony. No one wants him around. No one cares to see him. So now we're going to completely go after him now, or at least I am. That's my purpose, is I'm going to make sure, I'm going to make it impossible for Mazur to do a show. That's what I think I'm going to do. All right, so let's continue on, because he's going, look at Chad's face. Wow. That's exciting. He's never heard this side from Tony ever. See, Tony, you do have it in you. You do have I think you have, the feistiness in you. It just needs to come out more. You're not funny, but you could be feisty.
It's that simple.
Exactly. You don't have to fucking listen then. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Speaking of comedy and radio, there's you hit me to this anniversary.
Okay, Tony. Okay. Possible mob connections, Mazur? I don't think so. D-Man says they talk on the phone about everything going on too. Tony has rage, says Jeff. Yikes, Colt, yikes. Shades Cow says Tony looks like a Christian virgin youth group leader who wears a promise ring. not to fuck. I mean, that might be spot on analysis by Shades Cal. It's a toe tapper. Tauper? I don't know what that is. Stephen M. Yep, D-Man pretty much sucks. Tony has mob connections. He knows Ken Mosca. Ken Mosca ain't mob. Ken Mosca's a bitch. Ken Mosca, you're a bitch. You ain't gonna do shit with your mob. Fuck out of here. Mob connections. Okay. After this, I don't watch anybody, guy who watches everybody. I mean, and that's my biggest point, is a lot of these guys, D-Man, like, they always claim to not watch anything because they think they're tricking their audience, and we're all going to think, oh, they're so cool. Like, they're so fucking cool, man. Oh, it's so hip and cool that you don't watch any of this. No, it makes you more of a dork loser. Imagine commenting on something that you don't watch. It's like, why would anybody ever want to hear that opinion? Imagine if I didn't watch any of this and then I proceeded to do a show every day or every week talking about the things I didn't watch. You would be like, huh? What's going on here? Hello? Check your brain, Tony. Check your brain. Fuck, man. All right, let's keep it rolling here because he's going to freak. He's going to blow a fuse. Tomato Tony is what we're calling him these days. Again, I have to see tomorrow when we show up here, we're going to throw a tomato at Tony now just to kind of get the ball rolling. But when we show up tomorrow, and I will be there watching Mondays with Anthony Boy here, those tomatoes better be out in full force being launched at this motherfucker's face. Like, this is a full-on assault. I am issuing it now, a full-on assault on Tony. And it is what it is, Tony. It's nothing personal. It's all business. It's all tomatoes, as they say. So, congratulations. But hope you enjoyed being on the air as long as you did, Tony. As long as you did. All right, so let's keep it watching here. Let's see
anniversary that's going on. I'm not familiar with any of this. This O&A.
Yeah, so it's I think about around the 15-year anniversary. It was brought up last week on Twitter about the grape fight. So, as a lot of us are Opie and Anthony people, and
again, Opie and Anthony was over 15 years ago. Why are we talking about this now in 2024? So this is what kind of started to irritate me. I'm like, why are we talking about this, dude? You see me, I'm putting oof in the chat. So I got to scroll past to where we get to these tomatoes here. Because it's quite hilarious. Bear with me here. So yeah, they're talking. I mean, this is seriously a segment in their show talking about the grape incident, an incident that happened in like 2008. I don't understand it. But here we're gonna get to these tomatoes here. Let's check it out. 50. Okay, so yeah, there I am. I'm trying to bait Tony. He wouldn't take the bait though. $50 to Mazer if he could prove that the sign works. He wouldn't take it. I'm going to try to get him to turn on that sign before he fucking blows up tomorrow and leaves the show. Okay, so here we go. You guys can see my chat here. I go, quick, Tony, think fast. And then I throw a fucking tomato right at the fucking screen. So he's going to see these tomatoes start to pile up, and that's where everyone started to pile up on him and throw their tomatoes alongside with me. This is where he starts losing. Let's check it out.
Down. I'm like, yeah, I'll do that. Sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll go there.
It bothered him.
Yeah, and I was like, you could do that, like, and I was making a.
And you have to understand, Tony. I mean, he's listening to Chad, but he's looking at the chat the entire time. You see his eyes. When he looks down to the right, that's him looking at the chat.
Shitload of money.
He's obsessed. He's obsessed with what people have to say about him because, again, he's not used to any of this interaction on Twitter. I mean, he don't get any interactions on his Patreon, 16 people on his YouTube. There's less than that. So this is the most amount of interactions he gets ever. So imagine, this being the most interactions you get, and not only being the most, but every interaction is like, fuck you, Tony, you suck, you stink, leave, quit, turn the sign on, here's a tomato. you'd start to get a little pissed too. But the whole idea of lashing out and trying to own the trolls is ridiculous. It's like you're a comic who's been in comedy for 10 years. Own us with your words. Say something funny. Do something funny. Get a tomato and splatter it on your face. Like, it's just I don't know. I'm just spitballing ideas here. Do a jump up and jumping jacks and you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you. But to freak out is not a good look. Let's check this out.
Just on endorsements, let alone my salary. But
so she's starting to fume here.
Yeah, man.
He's
Jesus
fuming.
Christ, that brings back memories. Jesus.
I know, and there's another fight, and we don't have to play it, but you were the one who called me about it because I think you were. It was when you were Reckless Operation when the CD released, and I had you in studio, and you were coming by and you had headphones in, and you said, "Did you hear what happened this morning with Opie and Jim?" I said, "No," and I said, "Well, they had Esther Koo on, and Opie and Norton were just going at it for an hour and a half." I'm like, "All right, well, I'm building and building."
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Reading the chat.
Oh man, I'm trying to find it right now because it's fucking.
Look, he's pissed.
Rough. I'll just listen to like a little bit of it.
All tomatoes.
Well, I think because I believe what was the setup. You can kind of go into the video a little bit. It was Esther Koo was on Kumia's show.
Nobody cares.
And Kumia was.
Hey Tony, nobody cares.
And then she had said like, "Hey, I was just on."
Nobody cares about Esther Koo
show, and Opie's like, "Yeah, whatever. We talking about it."
And I talked to Esther. She trolled him.
Hold on, we gotta.
Like she was well aware of their membership because we're about to go to membership only chat.
Oh look, he's
right.
gearing up
right
here.
now. We're gonna kick out all the poor people.
All right, let's fast forward.
Go. There we go.
Good old Stut Joe.
Stut Joe.
Check it out.
He's still going to AC, I guess.
Where's he staying? What is he going to be doing?
Who cares?
Why?
I don't know. All right.
Can I say that? No.
We gotta
way.
fast forward a little bit.
Oh, you were asking about yesterday. Oh.
I thought
He fucking guy. Extremely shitty.
I mean, this is seriously a segment in their show. I mean, they're covering old Opie and Anthony shit. I mean, it's really remarkable stuff. I mean, it's quite frankly putting me. I thought this was better than how I initially remembered it. I think this is it right here. Just sorry about this. Bear with me.
But one vague on the air. Well, wait a second. Your show is built on you have a problem, air it out. This is our show. We air out dirty laundry. We're not a sports talk show. We're not a political show. We're an entertainment show. And part of that with comics is you put your mental illness out there. So that's what happened is that when Opie does the leave it alone.
So what did you say? What you do as comics is put your. So what you're saying is all comics have mental illness? I mean, I guess that checks out.
Or like, is the purpose to get everybody on Reddit and everybody talk about it? And that's what Norton was like, no.
I mean, we've all been there. It's so funny. It's great.
And that's why, honestly,
Look,
I know people are like, well, why are they playing these clips from 10, 15 years ago? Well, it was, the reason is I went back and listened to it because Opie and Anthony tweeted at each other jokingly. And of course, it's kind of probably passive aggressive too. But what was going on was I think
stuttering fucking Stan over here, dude. I mean, he's so nervous because he sees the chat is turning. So now he's clammed up and he's stuttering. I mean, look at his face. His face is beat fucking red. His face is almost as red as this on-air sign. It might be actually redder. That's insane to me, dude. Like, I mean, really, you let a couple little tomatoes in fear. I mean, you're as red as a tomato. You're as red as a tomato. Tony Tomatoes. I was going to call you Tony Can of Tomatoes, but Tony Tomatoes. That face. Oof. Is it me or is he cross-eyed? That looks to me to be a cross-eyed fuck. I mean, look at his eye. It's over here. It's a mersh eye. It's off into what would be, I guess, the west. To the left. His other eye is completely straight, and his other eye is to the left. Oof, man. I mean, tell me you're bothered without telling me you're bothered. Continue, Tony.
What was going on was I think Opie said something about grapes, and it was Anthony said something about the grapes, and Opie said, Something about the texting the word cunt.
Okay.
But it went to, instead of Jimmy, it went to Opie.
Okay.
It was that whole thing. And I thought,
cool.
You know what? We've been in, you and I talked about this off the air last week. I said,
Cool.
Let's talk about this because
talk.
we've been in these situations and thought it'd be kind of interesting.
You know, this could have been this could have been an off-air conversation, by the way. You know, this didn't need to be make it to a podcast segment.
Maybe not to everybody, but I don't know. It's our show.
Sorry, we're not talking about.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's not more Kate Meany talk.
And Steel Toe.
No one likes Kate Meany talk about. Oh, look, oh my God. Wow, I feel him I feel the aggression from the past, Tony, looking at me now. I feel like he wants to fight me right now. Live on air.
He's fucking idiots. He's fucking losers who just want to talk about Steel Toe all the time.
Wow.
I'm getting to the point I'm tired of it. I don't care I don't care your tomatoes.
Yes!
I don't care any of this.
Yes, tomatoes. Just like your face, baby. Got him. Yes! Tomato Tony is what we're calling him now. Where's it at? Bounce with me, bounce with me, bounce with me! Tomato. I don't care about when he said that, I stood up and I was running circles down here in the studio. I was loving it. Loving it. We need more of this shit. Now I venture to guess, in his personal life, he'll never eat a tomato ever again. He'll go to eat a tomato and think about that time he was trolled ruthlessly in a YouTube live chat. I mean, imagine. How pathetic. Listen to this fucking meltdown, though. Oh, I love it. I love to see guys who are super monotone, like Earl Skakel, Nat Dixon, Tony Mazer, when they fucking finally have had enough and they just, Ray DeVito, and they just fucking lose it. This is, to me, is the best sort of coverage.
Fucking idiots. These fucking losers who just want to talk about Steel Toe all the time. I'm getting to the point I'm tired of it. I don't care I don't care your tomatoes.
Yes!
I don't care any of this stuff like that. Come see me in Atlantic City. We'll see how fucking funny I am.
Wow, so now he's
How about
threatening
that?
me.
There you go. I
feel like he's directly threatening all of us who were throwing tomatoes, but mainly me. Come see me in Atlantic. What are we gonna do? Okay, I'll come see you in Atlantic City. Then what? We're gonna duke it out. You know, I don't want to be violent. I just want to throw tomatoes if you're bombing. Virtual, by the way, not real ones. I mean, what is this? Again, you're supposed to be a comic, and now you're threatening. See me in Atlantic City, and we'll handle it then. We'll handle it like grown men. It's we won't, but okay.
I'm getting to the point I'm tired of it. I don't care I don't care your tomatoes. I don't care any of this stuff like that. Come see me in Atlantic City. We'll see how fucking funny I am then. How about that?
Yeah, there you go. I like Mean Tony.
Yeah, Mean Tony. Fucking this. Fucking this.
Yeah, get your tickets.
Oh my God!
Atlantic.
I mean, and when people aren't usually this animated, it's super fucking cringe. This guy,
cringe,
very cringe. So I love to see it, man. Keep up the harassment on this guy. He's gonna fucking snap. Well, he already snapped, but he's gonna snap even more, and he's gonna go off into a rage that, will be remarkable. I'm predicting it now, the downfall of Tony Mazer. This was the beginning. This was the beginning, and it's not the end, Tony. We're coming for you. I won't sleep, Tony. I will not sleep. I'll be in Atlantic City, maybe, possibly. With this camera right here that's filming me now, I will be filming you in Atlantic City. Possibly. I don't know, maybe. I don't want to get ahead of my skis. And there ain't shit. Let me pump the brakes. But you're not gonna fight me. You know what I mean? I'll step to you. I'll tell you you're not funny to your face, and then what? What are you gonna do? Suplex me? I'd love to see you try. You know, you're shorter than I am. What are you gonna do? Tie my shoes? Untie my shoes? You're not gonna do a goddamn thing, Tony. I'll roast battle Tony me. How about that? Let's set that up. I think you're a complete hack. I've never done stand-up comedy. I don't aspire to be a stand-up comedian. I don't want to. I think they're fucking stupid gay losers. But I'll roast battle Tony. I'd roast a shit. And the loser, and you can't have any Chad help either. That's the only stipulation. You write your own jokes. I'd do that in a heartbeat. Set that up. Me versus Mazer, I wipe the floor with you, bro. And I've never written a joke in my life. Some are like, yeah, we know. You suck. Well, it is what it is. Comedy is subjective. But not when it comes to Mazer. It's pretty much agreed upon universally that he is an unfunny fucking hack.
You fucking hack.
Anyway, continue.
City, Bill from Jersey's going to be there signing autographs.
Eyes right back to the chat.
He's got a tent, a desk, and a marker ready to go. Are you cool with Gino? Are we going to be
cracking his knuckles? That's like a tough guy, you know, old Italian mafioso guy, like cracking their knuckles, getting ready to fucking duke it out. Listen to the crack.
Desk and a marker ready to go. Are you cool with Gino?
Oh my God, imagine cracking your knuckles, like unironically, on a show because you're so mad at a fucking tomato. An emoji. It has got, what's got you cracking, Tony? A tomato? Really? He's so pissed.
I have no problem with Gino.
This is all going to work?
Yeah, I mean...
what about Kiki? You cool with her?
All three of people on that have been on my podcast.
Okay. So
all three have been on my podcast, and I have no problem with anybody.
So if Stuttering John...
You just hate tomatoes.
...shows up, is that going to be weird?
No, because like, what is he gonna do?
Right.
It's like the other one was. It was kind of funny with somebody recently was like, Tony Mazer, I think he's a soy boy or something. I'm like, soy boy?
Yes,
have
he's a soy boy. Yes, an absolute soy boy.
Seen me? You haven't seen me.
Yeah, what do you mean we haven't seen? We're watching you right now. What are you talking about? We haven't seen you. I'm looking at you right now. Your aura screams, check it out, soy boy. I don't need to meet you in person. I could just look at you through a fucking lens of a camera, and soy is the first thing that comes to mind.
Or something like soy boy. Have you seen me?
Yeah, we have. We're looking at you right now.
You haven't seen me. You just see me in these little avatars on my on these podcasts.
Little avatars? What? We're watching you right now. What are you talking about? Are we watching the same thing here? I'm confused. Avatars? What are we? I mean, I don't know, man. Push a guy to his limits, and you could truly see what he's made of. Tony, he ain't got nothing. He ain't got nothing.
You haven't seen me. You just see me in these little avatars on my on these podcasts.
Yeah, it's funny.
Is it, Chad?
I mean, I would love to tell the story about what you did,
what did
but
you,
I'm not going to.
Oh, what did he do?
Oh, the bar fight.
Yeah. We'll keep that quiet.
Yeah, we'll leave it alone. Leave it alone.
Leave it alone.
I'm so scared. Tony was in a bar fight. Well, no, he probably wasn't even in a bar fight. He probably saw a bar fight from a mile away one time in his life, and now he thinks that he's threatening without actually threatening is what he's doing. I was in a bar fight once, and you should see the other guy. It's like no one is scared of you, Tony. You're a soy boy who's afraid of tomato emojis on screens. I mean, imagine that. This is truly remarkable.
Leave it alone. We'll leave it.
Thanks for the $2. Name one act of kind.
So watch, they start sniping Stuttering John here. This is their show, by the way. This is once a week. They only have one job. Let's try to put on the best hour we can. And they can't even do that. They can't even do that. So what would lead me to believe that your stand-up comedy is somehow better than what you're doing here?
From
Again, we've talked about old Opie and Anthony clips. We've talked about Janet Jackson's nipple slip. And now we're watching a live Stuttering John taping with Vince the lawyer. This is their show. And I blame Tony because this is his show, really. Thursdays with Tony.
Bully, Vince.
What do you know about this Vince the lawyer?
I know you can, but I
don't know. Is he muttering Jay?
That's Tony's big take. What do you think about Vince the lawyer? I don't know. Is he muttering Jay? It's like, that's a take that's already kind of existing. It's not your take. It's just a question. It's not even a take.
You can, but I
don't know.
Wait, listen to
Vince.
What do you know about this Vince the lawyer?
I know you can, but I
don't know. Is he muttering Jay?
Those are the that's what they're saying. I don't know. I don't know but I guess he's denying it.
Yeah, I don't know. who knows? I don't really know him. All I know is that he
Wow.
talked about the podcast Zenhauser and I did. But
Great take, Mazer.
sure.
Killing
And he
it.
broke it down and criticized you.
Lots of I don't know.
Which was honestly, it was fair. That's the way I
Listen
treat
to this.
things in this universe.
What?
I don't go on podcasts and take things personally. If you have a
You
critic,
don't? Because we just watched you fucking for the last 20 minutes wanting to, kill someone, over tomatoes. Paul Brady coming in for a gift of membership. I know he don't want to kill anyone with tomatoes. He just wants to throw some tomatoes at you. Thank you, Pulper. That stub toe membership is going to Eric Estrada from Chips. Welcome in. Pulp Kang, crushing it today. Thank you for that, Pulper. We appreciate that. And welcome in, Eric Estrada from Chips. I think what we're going to do is after this Chad segment, we're going to go members only. I haven't done a members only. Oh, should I? Fuck. Because then it's going to mute the entire episode. I'm torn. I'll figure it out. Either way, thank you, Pulper. We do appreciate that, man. I have to do a members only. This is really bugging me now. Let's get back into
criticism
these
of
guys.
me, and it's fair if you play a clip and
I'll
you're
figure
like,
it out.
yeah, Tony, you didn't really ask the question right away. You asked 2 questions inside your original question. Okay, then I'll do it's actually constructive criticism. If I take it personally, like a lot of other people out there, and they want to start fights. That's the problem, is that everybody wants to be a badass and start fighting people. Oh, if I see you in Atlantic City, I'll kick your ass.
You just said, didn't he not just say that fucking 10 minutes ago? You were the one who just said, see me in Atlantic City and tell me how shitty I am or whatever he said. Like you just said, you're describing yourself from 10 minutes ago. No one wants to fight you. And we just think you stink. It's simple as that. We tried to go the constructive criticism route. That didn't work. So now we're just completely mocking everything you do. And now you've blown up. You've let the chatters dictate your mood and your vibe and your whole everything you're doing on this show. You've let a few little tomato chatters get you to this level. Remember that. So when people call you a soy boy, remember where it comes from. Tomatoes.
No, you won't. No, you won't. Fucking pussies. Piazzas.
Wow.
I know.
Original.
It's so funny, like, because I meet these people in person, and they're like the furthest. They're like they're just not a tough guy.
Yeah, and then they come up to you after and they say, "Hey, man, I'm actually like a real fan, but like I play
No one has ever said that about you. I'll bet any amount of money.
it up a little bit on the chat and stuff. And I know I send you a bunch of stuff that you should kill yourself, but no, I'm actually like a real fan. You got some balls, man."
I guess movie star fingernails will be an AC.
No
We're
one has
doing
ever
it.
said that.
There we are.
And yeah, I know. So it's all fun.
Where's
it's all
Kevin going to
good.
be?
All right, so I think that's
Yeah.
the extent of here. Well, I just want to fast forward a little more because I don't know if there's any more. I should have fucking clipped this.
Jimmy John's. No, it's White House subs.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we're all gonna have fun, and the Florentine's party is gonna be a fucking
Twitter or through a podcast that I would like to actually see them and shake hands and break bread. I would like to do that. That's my networking trip. It wasn't a work trip. I'm not calling it a work trip.
Yeah.
A work trip is if you get the expense account, they pay for your flight, they pay for all of that stuff. That's a work trip. If you're driving 2.5 hours to Detroit to be a guest set on a show, that's not a work event. Me doing an event, or me going up after Keanu and before you and Gino in Atlantic City.
You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
Enough of that. Sorry, I had to play it. I mean, he's really spiraling out of control now at this point. It's really amazing.
I'm not putting that off as a work expense.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about Ray too. Like that Pottstown thing that he bitches about to this day. Like he wasn't even booked on that show either. Like he bitched his way onto that show, and then he didn't like what Shuli did up front.
We're just gonna go to the end and see what happens. How they get out.
4 or 5 podcasts a week that are on there. They're not knee slappers all the time. It's basically how we are losing our country. But if you want to go see,
so another one of these guys, we're losing our country. Where do I sign? Riveting stuff.
Comedy, got a couple of gigs, but definitely the Atlantic City.
You ain't got no gigs. This is your only gig. This is your only gig. All these guys, they're fucking delusional. All of them. Gino, Tony, Chad kind of does dates. Keanu, I mean, at least she travels. But Gino and Tony, you don't do any clubs. You don't do dates. This is the only thing you've been promoting for the last fucking 7 months. So again, prove me otherwise. Show me another date you have, and I'll shut the fuck up. Until then, Piggy fucking Mazer, he delivers. Actually, we got to bring back the golf clap. Just a single slow clap. All right, so there you have it, Tony, Chad. We'll be watching tomorrow. We're gonna cause hell tomorrow. I'm very excited to try to divert Tony and hopefully get him to walk off tomorrow's show. I need a full effort from everyone, a coordinated effort, a plan of attack. I got this K-Cuck staring me in the face. I don't even want to do K-Cuck. I mean, I can't go from Tony Mazer to boring K-Cuck. You know what I mean? I might just eat a bullet. Like I might, it's bad, real bad. So I think I'm going to skip that, and I'll save it for when Tom Chilstrom comes back on. This, I think, is a perfect segue. We can go over into some Steel Toe. Steel Toe's been mentioning me. Then I think we'll do some of this Shuley stuff. Maybe watch his response, watch Stuttering John do a victory lap. And I think that's where we're going to leave it. And maybe we'll leave a message. We'll leave off with a message from Barack Hussein Obama for Black History Month. And I think that'll be a perfect way to put a bow on today's taping. So let's jump into it. This is, we've covered this guy, John Domingo, before. And for people who may not know, John Domingo is a full-on steel-toe cuck simp in every sense of the imagination. Wow, that was my, sounded like a jaguar just tried to escape my throat. What is going on, man? What is going on with me? I don't know, I might be dying. Anywho, John Domingo, back to this guy, full steel-toe cuck simp. He loves steel-toe. He donates. He jerks off to April every day. He's fucking spanking the old monk. He loves her. He loves her. He wants to be on steel-toe so bad. He would do anything, say anything, pay any amounts of money to be Aaron M. Holt's co-host.
So come on, guys.
Thank you.
This is where we get in the last hour. It gets a little desperate. Let's go on a roll.
So we're going to watch Domingo not only get denied the co-hosting gig, but he's another one who's going to be doing some coping here. We might be able to play that song twice in a show. Anytime we get to play the coping drop twice in a show, it's a great show. This was Domingo from this past week. He tags this clip and he goes, when you think you are offering a helping hand to Aaron M. Holt, and he smacks you in the face with it. His reaction buckled my knees a little. First of all, I didn't even know Domingo was still podcasting. I thought he quit because nobody was listening. I think Mazer gets more downloads than fucking John Domingo. And Domingo's been doing it for 15 years. It's like, you get like 7 fucking listens. So, I mean, I didn't even know you were still doing this sort of thing, but he still is, and he's still on the steel-toe cuck simp train, and he's trying to weasel his way on the steel-toe, since steel-toe is really the only second mic steel-toe has had consistently has been April. I mean, a few times we'll watch Johnny Crutches pop in and out, but it's mainly been April. There's no more Dr. Till. There's no more Corey Adams. There's no more fucking, what was the other guy's name? Matt from Savage fucking Thoughts. Remember that fucking loser? So there's none of these guys around anymore. Domingo smells an opportunity. He's like, hey, maybe this is my chance to get to the next step. This is my chance in cementing my name into radio history. So let's watch as Domingo copes, seethes, freaks out over Aaron Emholt here. We'll go over here to the big screen. I got to figure some things out. Lots of things are acting weird on me today. Let's watch. This is John Domingo and the Duchess of New Jersey, she calls herself. This fucking old fucking flea bag. Talk about a dry fucking desert.
I'm so dry.
Am I right, guys? Am I right? I mean, imagine just the... I can't. Let's watch Domingo.
People watch this show and not enjoy it. That's what I'd like to know.
This is quality content.
And it's not, first of all, it's not quality content. And this is the opposite of quality. I mean, you know what I mean? This is nothing. Nothing.
I'm not a bad host.
Another guy with an on-air sign, by the way. Mazer-esque. He goes, I'm not a bad host. No, I beg to differ.
I don't think where are you getting this? Who says you're a bad host?
I do.
Aaron Emhoff?
Aaron M. Hoff. Aaron M. Hoff? Huh?
From the Steel Toe Morning Show?
Well,
Aaron Emhoff.
Host.
Aaron Emhoff? From the Steel Toe Morning.
Aaron Emhoff? What?
Host.
Aaron Emhoff? From the Steel Toe Morning.
It's like you watch this show every morning and you don't know the guy's last name. Aaron M. Hoff, he calls him.
Is your bad host?
Aaron Emhoff? From the Steel Toe Morning Show?
It almost sounded like he said Aaron Emhoff.
Well, someone needs to teach him a lesson.
Okay, so now I text this in, and this is...
John Domingo says, how desperate are you? I can co-host with you.
Look at that face.
He went, like you smelled something bad.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, you know, because John, again, and I've been saying this, so this is like shocking to you that Aaron is, first of all, he didn't say anything, but his face says it all. But this is nothing short of what I've been saying about you. You stink.
Did you see that face?
Co-host with you.
Are you kidding me?
So mean.
What did you...
So he's so worked up. He's so worked up about Aaron. He actually might be gay for Aaron. A lot of weirdness going on in this little universe. Lots of people are gay for their hosts that they watch. It's pretty bizarre.
See it?
I did.
There it is. John Domingo.
You should clip that and send it to him.
Right.
Say, fuck you, I don't
The
want to
face you
podcast
make
with
when
you
John
anyway.
Domingo says, hey, you need to be
Send it
bailed
to
out.
him. Send it to him.
Then he lies. He lies. Right? This is what he says.
I like John.
Funny, because that's what I've been saying about Steel Toe for the last fucking year. He lies. And then you would go and pop in Discord and in my YouTube chat room, and you would stick up for Aaron. You'd be like, he's not a liar. He's a good man. He's a great host. It's like, again, now you see where I was coming from.
Fuck you.
Fucking old man.
Do? You
I
don't
like John.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. And he lies some more.
John does a good job. I've seen some of his stuff before.
Oh yeah.
I've
Really? You've seen some of his stuff before.
Yeah, I've seen the dollar signs when he donates to me.
I can
maybe
co-host
slow
with
that
you.
down.
Yeah, I can co-host with you. Yeah, that's what he does.
He's getting so worked up.
Jesus Christ.
So rude.
Yeah. I feel like Eric Zane now. Somebody said something bad about me, so then...
Is he banned?
No, of course not.
Just kidding.
He'll never even see this. He'll never see this. He'll never say anything about it. Doesn't matter. And listen, if
John Domingo's the only guy who, when compared to Patrick Melton, can actually make Patrick Melton look pretty fit.
I'm a fucking dork nerd.
Domingo's a large guy. Large.
by chance Aaron ever stumbles across this, I'm half kidding. Not gonna lie, hurt me a little bit.
Oof.
Hurt me a little bit, but I
It was
understand.
mean. The visceral.
Look, you know,
it was
the
rude.
face. Listen, if you just would have said, it was a reaction. It was like a reaction.
Sometimes you can't hide your true feelings.
Exactly.
And that
So
guy,
you have to understand, like, he is so upset about Aaron making this little face. It's really not that big of a deal at the end of the day. Like, you just think he doesn't want you on as a co-host. It's not like he ever told you were going to co-host with him before. He just doesn't want you on ever, which is understandable. Most people don't want other people just to pop onto their shows. But this hurt you so bad, you had to do a segment on your show. Not only do a segment on your show, clip that segment on your show, repost it to Twitter, and then tag Aaron Imhoff, as you call him. So, I mean, tell me your feelings are hurt without telling me your feelings are hurt, you fucking simp.
guy literally has no poker face and just
No.
went, "Ugh," like he just flinched.
Jesus Christ! If I ever got him at the poker table, I'd take half his money.
Doesn't even make sense.
Take all of it.
Yeah. Bob. Mike Pellerino says, "Hey, Soph, you there? Make sure to send this to Aaron."
Jesus.
Hey, Aaron. Hey, Aaron's attorney.
Soph fell off the face of the earth. I don't know where he's been.
Wow, Salt fell off the face of the earth. So everyone really beating up on Soft while he's gone. Jamingo taking shots, Al taking shots. Chow says Chow actually said he beat him up. I didn't know that. When Chow was like, yeah, I went to Soft's house and I was knocking on the door and he wasn't coming out, a la Sam Tripoli Red Bar. I didn't know any of that. Pretty remarkable stuff that Dr. Chow would do such a thing, and that slipped underneath me somehow. I didn't even catch that. So I want to maneuver over into Steel Toe because he's been very desperate. Bam's dad, Sonic Rat says. Okay. Yeah, so I want to jump over into Steel Toe and respond to him bringing up Win by Two once fucking more.
Who knows to Win by Two radio?
Thank you. Shades Cow says cheese ball parties with non-edible cheese balls. Steve S says Soft was gone when he was Soft was gone when he was co-host. What do you mean, Steve S? Soft was gone when he was co-host? I'm assuming cheese balls are entirely separate from dick cheese. Wow. So this is what's going on in my chat room right now for audio listeners. We have people discussing dick cheese and cheese balls. Yikes. Victoria says, Chris Mack, no, they are the same. Wow. Okay. I didn't know that either. Colt C says, so this is just everything. Okay, so I guess it's stemming from Jamingo because Colt C goes, cheese balls are delicious, but they are for 8 to 10 people, not one Jamingo. Mentally. Says Steve. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, he was not here. He was here, he was on screen, but he was just somewhere else. My favorite co-host of Win by Two in order are Clem, Vape, and then Soft. Wow. I was going to press a sound drop there, but that's coming in from Chris. Chris keeps it real. So, in fact, my Vape is a better co-host than Softcast. That's, insane. That's insane. All right, so I want to go into... Stay Humble says, what do you think we talk about calculus? Or what do you think we talk about calculus? You don't talk about calculus? That's breaking news. Softcast had a 12-pack of beer fall on his foot and can't make it to his PC to live stream. K McDuck says, Chris knows true things. Big time. Shout out to Kay, Chris, and everyone in here. Clem, definitely number one. Steve S is saying, Pulper says, haha, Chris. I just assumed the vaping Dago. Oh, you thought Chris was talking about vaping Dago, not my actual. No, my vape has actually co-hosted with me before. Crushed it, by the way. Just go back and watch the episode. Knocked it out of the park. The timing, insight, hilariousness. It's my vape. Very proud of my vape. All right, so I think I want to do this Aaron thing, a little bit of this Shuley stuff, and then a message from Obama on this Black History Month, and then we're going to get out of here for the day. This has been fun. We still have a few more things left to do, so bear with us here. Thank you for everyone sticking around. This has been a fun day. The Vape was a really hilarious co-host. Miss you, Vape, says Kay. I'll pass that on along to my Vape, Kay, and I'm sure my Vape misses you too. Indica or sativa, live resin. I'm more of a I used to be indica. I'm more of a sativa guy. No. And when I smoke, I need to do something. I can't smoke and just go to sleep. I think way too much about things. So when I smoke, I have to do something in the studio or some sort of physical activity or something. You know what I mean? It just, I don't know what it was. I never used to be like this when I used to smoke. Before, I used to be able to just smoke and just kind of fucking chill. But now it's I sound like a boomer, but I smoke and I just fucking get completely paranoid. And I have to work off that, paranoia by doing something. I can't, you know what I mean? I can't just sit there but I never used to be like that. It's strange. It's only within the last, I'd say 5 years, Gina Bobina says, indica to sleep. See, it's easy for me to say. I could smoke indica, or I'm sorry, I could smoke sativa rather, and pass the fuck out still. Maybe not right away, but it's not like I smoke indica either and go right to sleep, Happens to me now too, right? So I think it's just the weed, because back in the day, we used to smoke fucking dirt, so it wasn't really that strong. Now it's all weed is 20% or higher, so you smoke it, and it's you're borderline tripping balls. You smoke enough of it, it's like you are tripping balls. I mean, some of these edibles now that I eat, and it's such a hack even fucking conversation, but it's the truth. I used to be a real big pothead, but I can't anymore. First of all, it just, like I said, it slows me down. Or it just freaks me the fuck out, you know? So, I like to smoke the pens because they, I'll be able to take 1 or 2 hits and kind of be all right. But if I'm smoking a blunt or some of these people that smoke dabs, are insane. You see some of these guys, like Mersh. I don't know how Mersh does it. I really don't. I really honestly can't figure that out. How this guy rips dabs and it's like he's just able to just go along as if nothing. I don't know. It's pretty. Even when I had a high tolerance for fucking THC, I couldn't rip dabs like that. Even still, you know, sour Tangy, white Durban over here, white Widow. My favorite, I think, was OG Kush. Was probably the best strain I've ever smoked. And this was back in 2007, maybe 2008. And it put me on my fucking ass, man. Clementine is dank. Mersh almost dies on a weekly basis. Yeah, Mersh actively tries to kill himself every stream. OG Kush is money. Jack Herrera, Good Day Strains Focus. Clementine is good. People are saying Clementine. I never had Clementine. I could do, D-Man69 says, I could do meth and get less. Where'd that go? I could do meth and get less paranoid than I would with weed now. Right. And isn't that pretty bizarre? You could smoke crack, you could do Adderall, you could do meth and feel, not that I know, but, people, weed just puts you on a different plane now. Like I said, it's so goddamn strong. It's so goddamn, and it sounds like I'm a pussy, but it just is what it is. And I'm glad I'm not the only one. I seriously am, because I'll smoke and I'm like, is something wrong with me? You know what I mean? Am I fucked up? The answer is yes, but I'm glad to see there's at least more people who feel the same thing. It's like, holy shit, dude. You know? Meth is great, Psycho Shaman Comedy says. That's funny. Anyone else running to watch English Vinglish tonight? Barry Watson asks. That's fucking great. I'm telling y'all, he has copped. He gets like that from low oxygen because his lungs overproduce mucus. Who's that, Mersh? Damn, you just had to merely mention meth, and the shaman pops up in the chat. That's hilarious. It's like his calling card. Wherever you're at in the world, if you mention the words meth, boom, there's shaman. Big J passed out. Where'd that go? Oh, COPD. Not copped. Big J passed out on the dabs. Does he also have COPD? He smokes butts for years. That's not gay innuendo. Sorry, yeah, COPD. Thanks, Colt. I realized that after. Colt C's spelling out the words C period O period P period D period comma. Thanks, Colt. I do appreciate that. Gotta love that British broadcasting company. All right, let's get into some of this steel toe stuff. And I want to get out of here probably after. We've talked about steel toe being desperate. All they do is cover the fucking Dabbleverse now. As we could see on my screen, here's Aaron again. We're not really going to watch any of this. But this is like every show now. He's covering what My Lost Interest has to put out there, right? Hold on, let's play it.
It's just that.
And it's all of MLC. It's Shuley clips. It's Chad clips. He's trying to get Chad on the show. He's talking about Kate Meany. So he's back. Mind you, this was what Aaron was doing last year around the same time. And then all of a sudden, Aaron was taking little digs and little dags at people, and then everyone all at once sort of turned. So he's doing the same thing. So Aaron, I'm here to tell you, if everyone starts to go after you, and see, that's what he wants, right? He wants the attention because his show sucks. His show's dying. I hate to break it to you. You might have been in radio before. But that don't mean a goddamn thing. You're on YouTube now. You're in my fucking world now. We do the same thing. And I know that pains you to even have to think about. Here's me, someone who could just do all this on my own, where you come from radio, and we're doing the same thing. My numbers aren't that far off of where you are. And, I know like that bugs you. I know that bugs you. So you have to do this weird thing where you're like feeling like you have to give me advice and put me in my place and all this shit. But in reality, dude, it's your show. Your show. I mean, quite frankly, I won't say on its last legs. I mean, they still get. I mean, this was their morning show. Their morning show does better numbers than their evening show. So if we take a look here, their morning show now. This was from what, 4 days ago now. At this point, 5 days ago. 13 comments, 2.1K views on YouTube. Now, he always goes, oh, well, Rumble, with the combined numbers of Rumble. And if we haven't learned anything by now, is that Rumble's numbers are inflated. I'm just repeating myself at this point. But, someone sent me a screenshot. I think it was Chris the other day of Steel Toe and Gino on Rumble Fridays. They had almost 1,100 people watching. Now, you go to that video now, it's got like 7,000 views. It's got 2 comments. And, it's like 7,000 people aren't watching this. If you scroll past a Rumble video, it counts as a view. So it's not actual views. On the YouTube side of thing alone, if we're judging by YouTube, this is what your show does. 2.1K on your morning shows. Here, we'll just go to the live thing here. So this is the Rumble Fridays. Don't count this. But, I mean, still 321. Morning show, 2.3. Evening show, 918 fucking views. That's horrible. We do better numbers than this. And there's such a difference. You would think like the audience would still kind of be in the same ballpark, like 1.5 to 2K. I mean, there's a significant 1,000 less viewers that check out their morning show to their evening show. So why am I bringing this up? Well, like I said, Aaron has become very desperate as of late because he realizes he needs something. He needs some sort of fucking heat. Everyone else is fucking kind of finding and falling into place of what it is that they're doing and kind of coming into their own, little, their grooves of what their show is, right? And all the heat, no one cares about Steel Toe anymore. Me even covering Aaron is like doing him a favor, right? It used to be like the other way around. Now, the tables have turned. I could go episodes without covering Steel Toe. No one would even bat an eye. But the fact that he keeps having to bring me up, he brings Kevin up, and all this shit, it goes back to the point that his show is on. Well, it's just not in a good way. I won't say dying, because I don't think it's dying, but like he'll still have a show 6 months from now, a year from now, I believe, unless something happens with him personally. But so it's not dying, but it's just not in a good way. So then we actually go back a day, and we go to February 1st, and this is where he was going to call Chad live on the show. Now, again, Chad made the claim once before that he was going to forcibly enter your wife. To me, that's where you draw the line. Like, all right, this dude's a fucking psycho. Remember, he washed his hands fucking 72,000 times when it came to Chad. He was washing his hands. He was done. He wanted nothing to do with any of this. He's done. He's above the Dabbleverse, above all this shit, right? Well, here he is trying to call Chad live on his show. How the tables have turned. Desperate Aaron, let's check it out. This is Steel Toe from 2-1. He's going to, I pop up in the chat, and he's going to give me a nice lesson. So let's take notes, guys. If you guys are wanting to become podcasters or, I don't know, take some notes here. Aaron is going to dish us out some wisdom. Check it out. I think I have this marked up at the right place here. Here, let's just give it a refresh just to be safe.
A lot of his hostility and his anger and his gay op stuff. And I think he's focusing more on just being a funny, fun-loving guy. And I think we can drop this horse shit. Chilino says this whole show is mildly annoying. Thank you, buddy. April leaves for 30 seconds, and he's already looking for a pole. Oh. Bird Collector says, Aaron, almost like this work thing is getting in the way of your personal life. I know, right? It's annoying with all this scheduling horse shit. My poll, we will see his call and still say no. Yes, no. Chad is funny when he's not trying to attack you. That's not it. Win by 2 Radio says, Aaron, the Dabbleverse is gay and Steel Toe is above it. Absolutely.
So I meant to put, and I was driving at the time. I couldn't even fucking get in my chat that I wanted to say, but I meant to put Aaron dash, the Dabbleverse is gay and I'm above it. And then underneath, also Aaron dash proceeds to call Chad, emailing Stuttering John, brings up Win by 2 Radio, covers MLC, right? To make the comparison that, you know, you're not above this. Listen to what he's going to say, though. He's going to double down on that he is, in fact, above this entire thing, yet here we are covering it.
Win by 2 Radio says, Aaron, the Dabbleverse is gay and Steel Toe is above it. Absolutely. I am doing all this from up above. This is me being above all of you, as a matter of fact. And also,
listen to this.
Sean.
Right. So that's my new name for people who are just tuning in now. I said that at the top of the show. You can't refer to me as the Blade anymore. It has to be, my new name is now Sean. Right? It's like, you know, come on, man. I hate these guys. They do this. It's like, you know my name, dude. You just went off like the whole last week talking about me. You know my name. Stop acting like this.
And also, Sean, right? John.
Maybe he did say John.
You're doing better.
I'm doing better. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hey, it's a round of applause for me. Thank you. I'm doing better. That's awesome. Doing better. Okay, but I sense a but coming. What's the but? This is what I don't like. What's the but? Don't tell me I'm doing something bad. Or even Red Bar like. Oh, God. Whatever shall I do?
But you still have to untether yourself from the Red Bar impression.
Wow.
You're doing it too much.
Wow.
It doesn't even, I want to know who you are, because you're not being you. You're being a facsimile. You're being a copy of something you think you should be. You do your show as though you think Mike David is watching and you want him to approve of it. You have
right, yeah. That's what I'm after every show, before every show. This is what I think. I put in my show notes. You know, if Mike somehow tunes in to this, what will I do? What will I say? This is what he thinks. He thinks before every show and all my shows, I'm praying Mike tunes in. You know what I mean? That's so preposterous. I couldn't even think of a word big enough. No one cares about Red Bar over here. You know what I mean? Fuck Red Bar, for all I care. And that's kind of rich coming from someone who does a Anthony Cumia. It's like you're doing an impression, but calling me out of doing an impression. Got it. So you do a Cumia. It's just insane. It's just insane. And it's like, you know, I could tell a lot of things. But you're just, I guess, watching through clips, which is always not the way to do it. And that's kind of been my biggest point, because it's this whole my lost interest argument, which he's going to bring up here in just a second. Where he's going to say that I contradicted myself with the whole my lost interest thing, right? We've been through this. Let's keep hearing him out here. So he's saying that, again, I'm hoping Mike watches my show. Okay. Maybe I am. Maybe I, secretly want Mike to watch all of my shows. And let's keep watching.
You have to break from that, develop your own personality,
take notes,
and then
guys.
You're going to do a good show. And this is not me making fun of you. This is genuine help. This is genuine advice. You got to drop the Red Bar act. Like, you even try to do his look, like the aesthetic and the whole thing. Drop that shit. I'm sure you've got a personality in there.
Yeah, so before every show, I have to fill you guys in. I have a stylist, actually. I have a wardrobe designer, stylist, and I'm like, you have to make sure my outfit and my entire look, if it doesn't look like here, this guy right here, see him? Mike, don't look like that. You're fucking walking. You're fired. I mean, what are we talking about here, dude? Seriously.
somewhere. I'm sure some of it he's even probably charismatic and likable. So drop the Mike David shtick. Do you can even do the same format he does because you do his show. Drop that shit. Be your own personality.
And I hate this argument too. You do his show. It's like, Mike didn't invent watching and making fun of other like all these guys. I mean, they're very smooth-brained creatures. They're only able to make this argument. Like they're always like, you're just doing this or you're just doing the red bar thing. It's like, Mike didn't invent this thing. He's one of the more recent ones who's had success, but there's been plenty of people in the past who have done critique style shows, Tosh.0, Howard Stern. I mean, once you start pulling at that thread, you start realizing, and this was the argument I was having with somebody on Twitter, and I even hate arguing with people on Twitter. It's so beneath me to just get into it, but sometimes it's like, fuck this motherfucker, And it's like, be careful at this thread, at this one copies and this one copies. It's like at the end of the day, you could really pinpoint everything being a copy of everything. You know what I mean? And that's that's almost like you're black pilled at that point. It's like, it's funny though, because you won't say that about Carl, and Carl does the same exact sort of show. So why won't you say that about Carl? Interesting. Oh, it's because you cuck for Carl. Got it. Keep watching.
And then you'll be great. It was really uncomfortable to watch what was it? The thing you did about My Lost Interest, because you just sat there contradicting yourself the entire time. It was really uncomfortable to watch. It's like you were trying to be Red Bar criticizing My Lost Interest, but then you went ahead and told everybody all the things you like about My Lost Interest.
Right, so what I was trying to say, and I'll say this for the last time. And then I'm moving on from this My Lost Interest thing. First of all, it was just a throwaway thing I was saying. It was like the middle of the show. I've already been drinking for like 3 hours at that point. But the point I was trying to make is these hosts, Steel Toe, Chad, Shuley, they are incapable of watching, going through shows, time-stamping shows, putting in the effort. So they have to wait for somebody like My Lost Interest to post a clip, and then they watch the clip, and they act like they know everything that's going on. And he's kind of proving my point right here, because it's like, that's could be further from the truth of what I was trying to get at. Anyway, I was kind of making a point of these hosts, of why these hosts stink, and how lazy they are. I sit here, I have specific codes I want to go to from each show, because I watch. I'm looking at their mannerisms. I'm looking at, how uncomfortable they might be or may not be. You know what I mean? Sure, every now and again, if I'm unable to watch something, I can't possibly watch everything. So if I'm unable to watch something and I see an interesting clip, I'll check it out. If it pertains to the show that I'm doing, I'll throw it into the show. But it's very rare, very, very rare that I do that. So that was the point I was trying to make. It had nothing to do with me shitting on My Lost Interest. He's making clips, and that was the point I was making. We need more people to make clips. But these hosts can't be, they can't just rely on clippers for their content and then proceed to say what I do is shitty and lazy or whatever it is that they say. You know what I mean? That was my overarching point. So if you can't see, it's like, if you can't see that, dude, I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know. I think this is kind of where it wraps up. Check it out.
David Chandler says, as Gino might say, you're dipping a steel toe in the river of inequity. Oh, see, this is me trying to heal old wounds. Remember when Howard Stern went around to all those old DJs and he was like, hey, sorry about the thing, blah, 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 blah. Views must be low if you're igniting old feuds. Not at all. Can't a guy have fun? You internet people need to relax.
It's right. He always does this. You internet people. Dude, you're on the fucking internet. What are you talking about? We've heard this argument for the better part of a year. Oh, where I come from, it's radio. I'm the radio guy. Yeah, but you're existing on the internet, and that's what bothers you the most. Because we're doing the same thing. Again, and I just went over this, so I'm not going to go over it again. But that's what fucking bugs you. I mean, listen to this. I mean, how delusional? It's either delusional or this is your way of coping with this whole situation. That Win by Two and Steel Toe Morning Show are in the same category, and Win by Two actually might be bigger than Steel Toe now these days. I don't know. That's what fucking pisses you off.
Feuds. Not at all. Can't a guy have fun? You internet people need to relax. You've really, honestly, you're redlining yourselves. You get very angry. And you just start to, your mind starts going, and everything's like, oh, this is a good look or a bad look. There are no good looks or bad looks. Only a good time.
I disagree. There's a lot of good looks. There's a lot of bad looks. For instance, Shuley, and I think this might be a perfect segue for us to get into Shuley. Shuley addressing his Chapter 13 bankruptcy in the manner of which he did. Bad look. Right? I don't think it takes a fucking internet guy or radio guy to tell you that's a bad or good look. Ray DeVito blowing up on Harry Jane, although funny, not a good look, right? I mean, what are some other ones? I mean, I'm sure there's a laundry list of good and bad looks. I don't know what argument this is. But all right, so I think that's pretty much Aaron, bringing us up once more, giving me the lesson. And again, it's the lazy argument, the red bar thing. Okay, we've heard this for a year. What else do you got? And that's just it. They got nothing else. What else are you going to say about my show? I do a far better show than any of these guys. That's why I make fun of them. Because it's like, I'm nobody at the end of the day. I understand that. So it's funny to me, I could do something like this, and this ain't even like my job. This is your job, and this is the lacklusting effort that you put in. Zero effort, I should say. So there you have it. We'll continue to monitor Steel Toe as the days move forward, because I'm sure he's going to be bringing us up again. And I'll be there to combat those fake fucking claims. It's like, just do better. Come up with a better art. Chad, Steel Toe. I mean, they're really the two guys, I think. Shuley has said it, but I don't know. Do better, guys. Do better. All right, so let's go over into the Shuley stuff. And we're going to watch him. I think this might be the last thing we watch for the day. All this other stuff that I have, I'll save. We'll bring it back on the next show. I think we are going to be live one more time before Atlantic City, though. I think I'm going to wind up going live Wednesday morning. I think we'll come back and then prepare for AC. And we'll have a foregone conclusion whether or not I am or not going on Wednesday. Hopefully I could go. But I don't know. It seems so beneath me. It really does. Now that they know who I am, it's going to be hard for me to film. So I don't know. We'll have to see, I guess. Let's check in with the chat one more time as we bring up this Shuley clip. Boom. Let's let this intro play a little bit, and I'll check in with the chat. Let's go to like 6:54. We'll let this play.
What's happening, boys?
All right, so we'll lower that. Check in with the chat. Be careful in AC. Sean, thank you, Steven. Sounds like a job for Colt C. Says Kush King. Victoria says, be smiley. What a turn, right? He's seriously trying to get Chad in his corner. Right, it's pathetic, man. He's trying to get Chad in his corner, and he's trying to book Stuttering John. And covering MLC, all while saying he's above and beyond the Dabbleverse. Because not having receipts is a bad look, says Balls Deep. Barry Watson says, Levy versus solo energy. I mean, I could do that right after that, but it's so boring. And it would be such a bad way to leave the show if I covered this Levy-verse stuff. I'll save it, because we will cover it. I do want to get into it. But I don't think today, at the end of the show, would be a good time to fit it in. You need a better costume, says Jeff Closer. Yeah, I mean, I got to get on that. Beloved Batter, aka Hunk the Clown, says, Keister your smartphone. They won't look there, Blade, unless Tukey is doing the searches. Blade Films. Balls produces receipts. Aaron is 100% trying to get the attention he had. Right, and that's kind of where, that's what I see. That's the conclusion I'm drawing. Let's watch a little bit of this, because this is pretty horrible stuff here. Shuley's going to address his Chapter 13 bankruptcy claims. that we covered here on Wednesday. So this is the follow-up to that. And then we're going to show you Stuttering John in one of the best clips I've seen ever, I think. And then we're going to have a Black History Month little message. And then we're going to get out of here. Surely.
Get up. Get up.
Dad's hand.
Why is it Shuley every time he's on screen? He always, like, I get it. He's a small guy in general. Like, he's like a pocket-sized guy. Pocket guy. But why is it that he always looks so much smaller than the rest of these guys on camera? Like, imagine how small he is in real life. Holy shit. And he's really, like, leaning into the Jew. I mean, this is very Jewy. And he's, look, so two guys now wearing beanies on this show. Remarkable.
Here, fingers.
Okay, guys. So I got to set this up. This was the day after the Chapter 13 bankruptcy claims came out against the Shuley Network, right? And, Shali is his name. Shali. So keep that in mind when you watch this, because it's you could tell, like, the energy in the room isn't what it used to be. Like, they're trying to jazz it up right now, but remember I talked about earlier on in the show, Bob Levy looks disinterested. He doesn't look like this is his jive anymore. It doesn't look like this is his energy anymore. Like, he's moved on, or he's trying to move on. I can't even see Zenhauser because his fat fucking forearm's in the way. And Mike Morris obviously just going along to get along. So keep that in mind, because the vibe in this room is off.
Get up! Get up! Ah!
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the BS Show, Monday through Friday.
All right, nobody cares. Fuck them. Let's go to 1830 or 1635. Bad Mike, Shuley. Okay, so they're gonna be doing knock knock. I couldn't even believe I wrote that. So they're doing knock knock jokes now on this show, huh? This is what they're doing. This is their idea of comedy. Let's do knock knock jokes. Let's watch at 1635.
Can we just get him a catheter?
Yeah. Who, Joe? I mean, just put a diaper on fucking sissy.
So now that's not my system. That's their system. Mind you, they have, a larger audience than I do. They get paid way more money than I do, yet their shit sounds like this. Now I get shit happens, right? Software, things tend to go wrong at times. Things can get a little bit squirrely. But it's like almost every day with these guys, And they have like 5 producers. You would think this would be fixed by now.
Ooh.
You surely?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Your mic's crackling a little bit. You want to try going out and come back in?
And what happened, Bob? I thought you quit smoking, Bobby. Aw, Bob, poor Bobby couldn't resist. Bob, back on the tobacco and nicotine, I see, huh? What's got you stressed, Bob? That was his New Year's resolution. He was quitting smoking cigarettes. Well, he's back on. I mean, we're a month past New Year's. He's back on the sauce. So he couldn't resist. He's not a strong-willed person to quit smoking boogs. Sucks to suck, Bob.
Thank God.
Sucks to
His
suck.
mic wasn't crackling.
I know. I figured.
How
dare you?
It was.
Revenge is a dish best served warm. like the pee in my pants.
Okay, none of this is funny. This is just riffing gone bad.
Mike's Sideburns are hosting the show now.
And we'll do a fine job. So, Bob, tell us more about your chiropractor.
No, fuck that. Get out of here, Mike. Yo, Shuley, Mike almost hosted the show.
And ratings skyrocketed.
Shuley, Mike, you know what Mike did? You know what Mike said?
You know what? When are you going to learn? It's the thing people want the least. Is make.
Well, sometimes that's what they need the most.
I mean, this might be one of the worst shows on the net. Like Steel Toe actually might be better than this show.
You ever thought about that?
Not in that way, no.
Mike lost.
All of their green screens are like fucking, like none of them know how to chroma key the proper way. So you just see like their actual green screen bleeding through the actual green screen. You see Bob, you see fucking Shuley's fucking wooden background here. I mean, they don't know how to do anything. The fact that these guys make a living doing this is really beyond me. It blows my mind. that people are like, yeah, take my money. This is great. Another Stuttering John day. Here, take my money. Take my money. Take my money. It's like, holy shit, okay.
All right,
So,
this is
go on with
insane.
your little skits then, guys.
Check this out.
Yeah. All right. Knock, knock. Who's there?
Wow.
What this next game's called Party
I'm a
Court,
gunna.
guys.
I'm a gunna.
I'm a gunna. I'm a gunna.
I'm a gunna. No. Say I'm a gunna. I'm a gunna who?
I'm gonna win.
You said who's at the door? Knock knock.
Oh, knock knock. Who's there?
I'm a gunna.
I'm a gunna who?
I'm gonna shit on your head and give you $1 million.
Wow.
Ooh. Knock knock jokes. Always a great way to start a morning off, right, guys? Yikes. So bad. So bad. But they have to just laugh. They can never say, you know, that didn't hit. They have to laugh through the pain. And their audience buys this. It's amazing to me. This is the biggest fucking lie show. Like, you know what I mean? This is the biggest deception. Oh, I mean, these fake laughs, I mean, really got to go. You know? Like, even at my hardest when I'm laughing, I don't laugh like this. Insane, dude. It really is nuts. I hate this show. I really do. It stinks. It's the worst show. 2228, Joey says this isn't a work. That's Joey C. No one cares. Who knows? Was it a work, Joey C? Was it not a work? We're done. I don't care. I've exhausted so much energy, or enough energy, to the Joey C hospital bit. I'm quite frankly done. 3428, Shuli brings up the canceled shows. No, we'll go to 3730. This is where I want to get into the chapter 13 talk. This is fucking phenomenal here. All right, let's do it. 3713, chapter 13.
You got to watch what you're putting in your body. All right. Bankruptcy. Wow. Scandal time. I mean, we had a big meeting yesterday. We were going to sell the network and divvy up the profits of the sale. I was going to go into my fallout shelter, my bunker, my bankruptcy bunker, and hide there for the rest of my years. But yeah, I mean,
Zen, why are you laughing? This isn't funny. This is not funny. Is chapter 13 bankruptcy fucking fallout shelter? That somehow to you got you laughing?
It was accurate. Like that at that point in time, what was it, 14 years ago, 15 years ago? Things were not going well across the board. Financially, we just had our first kid. I fucking lived so far away from work. I had to get up at 3 a.m. to take a bus and 2 trains to go into fucking work. Yeah, and a couple bad.
Like that's if you're taking a bus and 2 trains to go to work. I mean, that's far, dude. Like maybe you should consider another job. I don't know. Call me crazy. Like, don't blame it on how far your work was. You know what I mean? Like you could have easily you could have easily got another job, but you chose not to. But now you're blaming it on the distance of your job. It's like just quit and work somewhere else.
Business decisions with maybe one of them with a certain promoter who was out on the West Coast. Maybe that had something to do with it.
Still is some of
shit
it's
happens.
money, I can tell you that.
Yeah, shit happens. Listen. Yeah, that's why I laugh when I hear you cry about $300. I'm like, oh, if Mike only knew. Mike only knew.
And again, I want to make one thing clear. You know, shit happens in people's lives, right? So we're not going to beat up on him for the simple fact that he had to claim bankruptcy, right? Shit could happen to anybody. Now, most people don't claim bankruptcy, right? Like that's how you know it got real bad. But I just want to watch his response because he says a lot of interesting, telling things here throughout this whole entire thing. And he tries to make it like, you know, he almost does the Ray DeVito where he plays the sympathy card and is like, you know, if you're going through a hard time too, don't give up. Keep pressing forward and you could be like me one day out on the other side. It's like, first of all, no, I mean, if that's your fucking sales pitch, I guarantee more people are going to be filing for bankruptcy more than ever after watching this show. You know? Imagine like this was your hope. Like, okay, you know, I got to file for bankruptcy, but my last hope is like, this is what I'm going to turn into. It's like, I'd rather just crawl on a ball and, you know what I mean? Keep your eyes though. The tension in this room gets very awkward. Let's keep watching.
I lost. But yeah, shit happens. What are you gonna do? Like, it was between that happening financially. Then we just had our first kid, and my wife was going through postpartum depression. So we were just fighting every day. It was just chaos and just fucking bad news after bad news. I remember on the train one morning going in on what the right before you go into from Astoria, the up top where the 7 train is, Queensboro, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I remember standing there just looking down and going, all I got to do is just take a step forward and all of this is over.
Really? It was that bad, huh?
So he wanted to jump in front of a fucking moving train and off himself. I mean, maybe you should have, right? Then, we could have avoided any of this, or maybe you shouldn't have actually, because now we wouldn't be here covering this. My whole point to all this, right? The reason why I bring it up is because they do shows about Stuttering John on the daily basis. And it's like, from here on out, you can't be that guy who makes fun of Stuttering John for his fuck ups and failures when you're worse than a failure than Stuttering John ever was. Stuttering John, for all of his fucking flaws and quirks and fucking wacky behavior, I mean, he was signed on a record label. He was the writer for fucking Jay Leno. He was on the Howard Stern show, a big part of the Howard Stern show. And what did you do? Like, you guys have done nothing. All 4 of your careers put together wouldn't touch what Stuttering John was able to do. So the fact that you make fun of him is nuts to me. And again, it's like, prove me wrong. Do something else and show me how good you are. Because I don't see it. Much like Tony Mazur, there's never been a clip of the Shuley Show where I'm like, oh my God, these guys, that's why they do it. That's why they're the pros. No, there's a sense of entitlement with these guys because they were on Howard Stern. So they feel like they're deserving of this money, of this attention, of the viewership, when in reality, it's completely ass backwards. You guys were on the biggest show in the country, and somehow, like, this is your big next comeback step, is making fun of Stuttering John, who, by the way, is more entertaining, more funny, more charismatic than all of you guys. I mean, again, you guys put me to sleep. This was a bad choice. I was almost going to skip this clip because it's a bad choice. It's putting me to sleep. But my biggest point is you have no more room to talk, and they're gonna keep doing it. They do a weekly round table show. They do a Uncle Rico every day, Uncle Rico every morning, BS show every day, all about John. So it leads me to believe that you guys are just fucking delusional. I think Bob has had enough. I sense Bob is fed up with this. And he kind of even wants to move on, right? Because it's like you can only make fun of the same person for so long until you want to fucking eat a gun, It gets so repetitive. Move on. Do something else. You could still do John, just don't do it every day, It gets so played out. Now it's like, again, and I said this at the top of the show, Stuttering John is a great character to fucking laugh at, make fun of. But what you do is you make people like me root for the underdog John, because there's like 9 channels that cover John in a negative way. And I'm a contrarian, so I want to go against what everyone else is doing. So you make guys like me root for Stuttering John, first of all. And second of all, you're showing me that you have nothing, like you're incapable of doing anything else. You're incapable of doing anything else. And you've beat this fucking thing to death. It's time to move on. It's time to move on. Let's keep watching. We're going to watch maybe like another minute of this. It's insane.
It was bad. Wow. It was bad. Because when you get into situations like that, you don't see a light at the end of that tunnel.
No, you never do.
Right.
Keanu, you have to block on Beloved Chatter. While you're here, I got you and Beloved Chatter here. You got to unblock beloved chatter. All right, can we get on that? Thank you. You're not derailing my chat, so I don't think you're doing that, but catch up, Gianno, someone says. Let's finish this.
Unless they're on the train.
Yeah, listen, it's just like it's hopeless. Hopeless at that point. And yeah. Oh, here.
Coming in, Bluff Chatter said Morse did a few funny parody songs. Oh, where'd that go? But is human wallpaper on air? See, I don't even think it's like they weren't horrible, man, but they weren't great either. You know, I don't know. I don't think they're that. I'm a musician, so judging it from a musician standpoint, they're not great. You know, that's my take on it. I don't think he does great parody songs. I think they're cringe, in my opinion. And we could agree to disagree on that. But I do agree with your second statement. He is human wallpaper on air. And he's a human laugh track. That's all he's good for. Psycho Shaman Comedy retracted a message. All right. Gino, were you in here when I said they're cross-talking? Bob laughing at KB always seemed genuine. Well, KB is genuinely funny. Way funnier than any of these guys. They can't stop Stuttering John coverage before they poached from Carl. Miserable Men was getting between 20 to 40 live views. Wow. That's incredible. Well, see, they've cornered themselves, right? They've cornered themselves. Melton's done the same thing. These guys, they corner or they cover one thing to death, and their fans become used to it, and some fans love it. Other people get sick and tired of it, and they want something else. Like, okay, show us the next stage of your show. Because, I mean, after a while, it stops becoming a show. Especially the Uncle Rico show. It stops becoming a show, and it becomes borderline harassment. You're just talking about this guy every single day. I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. You know? But they corner themselves because if they do anything else, they're going to lose a whole bunch of fucking people. And if they don't do anything else, they're going to lose a whole bunch of people. And this is where they make their most money. Like if they see, and that's the thing. So they're really they really pigeonhole themselves. They can't do anything else, and that's the funny part to me. Like Stuttering John, it's like the Stuttering John curse. It's you will forever cover Stuttering John, and Stuttering John will be your demise. I mean, how ironic and bittersweet that is amazing to me. So, I mean, this is the chapter 13. Again, I don't want to beat up. He was a failure back in his day. But, you know, shit happens. I get that. The whole point is you can't make fun of John anymore for being a failure, right? Because John, like I said, his career compared to all four of yours and three of your producers has been leagues, light years above anything you guys have done. Even Mike Morse's parody songs. Zenhauser, you still drive for Uber. I mean, you have zero room to talk. I mean, maybe Levy, but, you know, even Levy is sort of a stretch. But you could tell, man, like I said, you could tell. Keep your eyes on Levy moving forward. And remember I told you this. If and when it happens, when Levy finally has had enough and he's doing less and less of these shows and more of his... I mean, it's really telling when he would rather do shows with Husey, who I think is probably one of the worst people to ever get behind a microphone. I mean, talk about just monotone, same cadence, has no sort of delivery, just kind of talks in that stupid fucking Irish accent. And it's him and Levy at 11 o'clock in the morning where Levy's still half asleep. I mean, one of the worst shows. But it's telling that he would rather do that. And like he goes to that show as an outlet for fun because he's not having fun here anymore. You could tell. You could tell when someone's having fun. You could tell when someone's not having fun. And this is the face of someone not having fun. It's all good, Gino. And oh, that's right. Yeah, Gino, I think you guys are going to be punching someone is a desperate act of someone out of ideas. Who's going to be punching who? He did, my man. He never even knocked me down with the sucker punch. And trust me, that bugs him as he sits alone in Tennessee. But, Gino, weren't you just singing Pat Dixon's praises yesterday? What are you talking about? As he sits alone in his Tennessee. Like, what are you talking about? Pat Dixon blasted Gino. That was great, people are saying. Gino says, and you know what makes it worse, beloved chatter? He's a comedian. He's a comedian, not a dock worker. He literally couldn't think of anything funny, but in my friend Pat's defense, that was the Adderall that ruined him. Interesting. Gino watching this show because Canoe likes Blade. Yeah, right. That's funny. Husey stinks. Husey's terrible. We wouldn't know if an Englishman is retarded if he spoke with an English accent. Well, that's true. Stephen M. Or Irish, or what have you. I do have a chin of steel. It's reinforcing the glass jaw that was broken. Ha ha ha. That's pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. It's one of the only Gino things I've ever heard that's actually been funny. Good job, Gino. When was Dixon ever funny? Serious question. Well, Dixon isn't funny. I don't care what you guys... I mean, show me a clip. Maybe he was good on a Anthony Cumia show once or twice, but I've never seen... You know what I mean? Dixon puts me to sleep, man. Dixon puts me the fuck to sleep. I'd take Chattanooga, Tennessee over New York City any day. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Raytard the Untrainable. Nap Dixon. Pat's boots are made of pleather. All right, so let's watch this real quick. So that's pretty much Shuley in a nutshell, in a bad way. We know it, we see it. I don't want to harp on this too long because it's already been out. So you get the point, though. No room to talk about Stuttering John any longer. I want to play this clip from John, though, because I think it's fucking fantastic. And this was almost like a victory lap Stuttering John took after all this. This was, I think, the night of that show that we just watched of Shuley. This is from Misery Loves Clips. The self-proclaimed GOAT, Stuttering John, has one too many, falls onto his couch, knocking over his laptop, disconnecting it. He then finishes soup and passes out. All right, so this is Stuttering John's victory lap. I'm declaring Stuttering John the victor in all of this. It's amazing. Let's watch it, and then we're going to watch this little speech from Gino's favorite president, Barack Obama. Gino voted for him twice. That's a fucking fact. Prove me wrong. And we're going to get out of here for the day. Stuttering John, take us out on this glorious Sunday. Delicious, he says. Amazing. This is the funniest clip I've ever seen. Funniest clip I've ever seen. Ever. My history of watching clips, this clip is the funniest. This is Stuttering John's victory lap. We got to play. Hold on. We got to play something here. I feel like this is deserving. Hold on. This is what needs to be played in the background. Come on. Fuck. This is the what a winner looks like. Hell yes. You get the point. Stuttering John, ladies and gentlemen, knocking out the old guard that is Charlie Edgar and his Chapter 13 bankruptcy. Amazing stuff here. We have one more thing to do before we get out of here. Thank you so much for tuning in on today's show. Gino, this is Gino Bisconti's favorite fucking president, who's got a message for us for Black History Month. Happy Black History Month. Kiss your favorite black neighbors and your black friends. Gino, I'm talking to you. Where's my camera at? Gino, I'm talking to you. Rub a black person for me tonight, all right? Film it and show us. We love the blacks around here, unlike some people. Barack has a message for us. Come on, Barack. Don't get stage fright on me now.
Throughout our history, America has aspired to be a beacon of liberty.
Beacon.
A place where all men and women are created equal.
Gino's favorite guy.
Where anybody who works hard has a chance to get ahead. But those self-evident truths have never been self-executing. And every time our founding promise has fallen short for any of us, brave men and women have marched and organized and taken up the fight for justice to keep that promise for all of us. This year, as we mark the 50th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act, and this month in particular, we think of all our predecessors who fought to shape a better future for African Americans.
Yes.
We give thanks for Dr. King and Rosa Parks,
yes,
Andrew Young and John Lewis.
Thank you.
And everyone,
yep,
known and unknown to history, who stood up for freedom and equality. And we give thanks for Dr. Carter G. Woodson and the Association for the Study of African American Life and
Thank
History
you. Thank
for the
you,
work
Carter
they've
G.
done
Wilson.
to preserve and promote this rich thread of
Yep.
our American story.
Right.
Their work inspires us to do more.
Inspires me.
There are more children to teach, and
Lots of
jobs
children to
create,
teach.
and more
And-
ladders
yep.
of opportunity to
I
build.
agree.
There are more families we can get covered with affordable health care,
Well-
and more kids we can keep off the streets and out of harm's way.
What do you, I think Gino knows a thing or two about affordable health care. Am I right? Keep watching.
That's what we can do if we pull together.
Yes.
And that's what we have to do if we want to keep America marching ever forward on the path of true opportunity for all.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Prez, Barack, Hussein, Insane, Obama. Jesus. Happy Black History Month to everybody. This has been great. Thank you so much. We will be back here on Wednesday. Let's just give a quick shout to all of our contributors on today's show. Thank you so much, guys, for sticking around. You guys are the best. Seriously, we'll be back here Wednesday morning. Just kind of doing some, I don't know if it's going to be a longer show, just getting ready for AC. So make sure to tune back in on Wednesday. But thank you for sticking around. Sam V today, Pulper today, really the MVP of today's chat. Thank you, Pulper. Eric Estrada from Chips, Pulper. Jeff Closer today, Pulper. B Smiley and Pulper. Sheila Aliens. By the way, Sheila Aliens, Red Bar is investigating your channel. Good. Tell him to investigate. No one cares. Pulper 80, Pulper 80, Leo Gunn, Pulper 80, Pulper 80, Dayla, Pulper 80, Mike V. One more time, Pulper 80. Give it up for our contributors on today's show, guys. Thank you so much. One more time. Thank you. This has been fan-fucking-tastic. Catch in with you guys real quick, and then we're going to get out of here for the day. Stay safe this week. Have a great week. Great show. People are saying thank you. This has been great. We appreciate everyone who contributes and checks out the show, stays watching for all this time. This has been fun. Shout out to Dr. Chow, who made an appearance today. One more time for Dr. Chow. And yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on Ray DeVito, some Steel Toe, and AC coming up this week. Will I be there? Will I not be there? I don't know. If I do go, it's going down, motherfuckers. It's going down. Tom Chillstrom, I believe, has a message for all of you fine people.
No, hey, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for being here. Pretty solid effort all around, I would say, mostly from Corey and I. Luke had some good points. But all in all, a good show. Thanks for everybody for being here.
Yes.
Let's call it a night.
Absolutely. Remember, tomorrow, Big Mondays with Mazer episodes. I need a full-on assault on Tony Mazer. We're coming for you, Anthony. Okay? Be ready. It ain't going to be pretty. Tony? You hear me? Tony? Fucking loser. Tony Mazer tomorrow. Make sure to tune in and give him the tomatoes. Throw them tomatoes, please. Please. Has this been a fun show or what?
This has been a very fun show.
Very fun show. Very fun week. Thank you. Happy Black History Month. This has been great. My name is Sean, a.k.a. John. I've been your host, and we will see you all next time. Have a great week. Goodbye.